but the bulk of British supplies did not begin to arrive in Omsk until after the Ufa offensive had started. And there would be great problems throughout 1919 in ensuring the flow of weapons. There was hardly anywhere on the globe that was less accessible than Kolchak's battlefront. Vladivostok was far from the military depots of Western Europe and North America. And even then it was a trip of 4 to 6 weeks from Vladivostok to Omsk via the single-track line of the Trans-Siberian, a route dependent on Japanese goodwill and vulnerable to the looting of local leaders such as Ataman Semenov. The Kolchak army, officially called the Russian Rossiyskaya Army, was large by white standards. Kolchak's commanders realized, however, that Siberia could not match the Reds in overall numbers and that quality could prove the key factor. But the overall quality of Kolchak's army was never very good, and in particular was below that of Denikin's armed forces of South Russia, which had the advantage of a larger pool of experienced and capable generals and colonels, and the officer veterans of the Ice March. Kolchak's defeat is often explained by his admiral's ignorance of land warfare. On the other hand, Kolchak had been a very capable and energetic admiral. He was a distinguished combat officer in both the Pacific and the Baltic, and had been selected for early and rapid promotion. He was only 45 in 1919. In any event, while Kolchak was nominally Supreme Commander-in-Chief, the day-to-day command army was in the hands of his Chief of Staff. But it is just here, in his choice of subordinates, that Kolchak is most easily criticized. The de facto commander of Kolchak's armies from November 1918 to June 1919 was General D.A. Lebedev. Lebedev was a 36-year-old wartime colonel who, although a general staff officer, was better at political conspiracy than high command. Kolchak installed Lebedev in place of the Directory's competent commander, General Boldarev, and passed over a number of other qualified officers. Perhaps Kolchak preferred him to a more senior man who would have challenged his own authority. In any event, the poorly thought-out spring campaign showed Lebedev to have been a bad choice. Other aspects of the army's command left much to be desired. The administrative staffs in the rear were too big, which made them ponderously inefficient and starved the active units of officers. Kolchak's Stavka, the former headquarters building of the Tsarist Omsk military district, was described as a military anthill. In addition, the quality of Kolchak's officers was not high. There were 17,000 of them, but only 1,000 had been pre-1915 cadre officers with training and experience in mobile warfare. The great mass were young praepory, wartime ensigns, praporshchiki. None of Kolchak's corps or division commanders had been pre-revolutionary generals. The only proper general active in the fighting of March-June 1919 was Kanzin. Lebedev and Stepanov, commanders of the front and the rear, were former colonels in their 30s. Lieutenant General Gaida, commander-in-chief of the other main frontline force, Siberian Army, was 27 and an NCO deserter from the Austro-Hungarian Army. Of the other best-known Kolchak, Commander Sakharov was 38, Kapel was 36, and Papiliev was 26. So, in terms of experience, there was little to choose between white and red armies. Kolchak was never able to make use of what might have been a major asset, the Cossack cavalry. Cossack brigades were attached to each white corps but made little impact before September 1919. There was nothing like the successes of the Don Cossacks or the Mamontov raid on Denikin's front. Kolchak's potential Cossack strength was much less than Denikin's. The frontline Orenburg and Ural hosts, with total populations, men, women, and children of 574,000 and 235,000 respectively, were considerably smaller than those of the Don, 1,457,000, the Kuban, 1,339,000, and the Terek, 255,000. In the steppe south of Omsk was the Siberian host, 114,000, but this was mobilized incompletely. Only in August 1919. The 58,000 Semereki Cossacks were tied down in Central Asia. The 258,000 Transbaikal Cossacks and 96,000 Amur, Ashuri, and Irkutsk Cossacks were in eastern Siberia. With leaders such as Semenov and Kalmykov, they were more a liability than an asset. The quality of Kolchak's rank and file was not high. He avoided older World War veterans, from a fear that they had been radicalized by the revolution. Instead, he called up the youngest classes, 19 and 20-year-olds who had not been infected. These men had to be trained, unlike the veterans conscripted by the Reds. The main French advisor thought they were puny, and Drilly compared them with Jules Verne's hero. The population of Siberia, particularly in the east, is rarely the Michael Strogoff type. Wide use was also made of captured Red soldiers who were most unreliable. The White Army began to fall apart once the Volga advance was stalled. As it was pushed back across Ufa province, there were large-scale desertions and even mutinies. By the time Western Army had retreated to the Belaya, its strength had fallen from 62,000 to 15,000. In March 1919, Kolchak's armies were the largest anti-Bolshevik forces, with a paper frontline strength of 110,000 men. Total strength, combatants and non-combatants grew from 160,000 in November 1918 to 450,000 in June 1919. Siberia had been under White control and free of serious fighting since midsummer 1918. In contrast, Denikin and the Don Cossacks were fighting for their lives right through the winter 1918 to 1919. On the other hand, Kolchak's population base was small, relative to the size of his territory and the strength of the Reds. At its greatest extent, the White Zone in the east, including the Urals, Orenburg, Siberia, Kazakhstan, and the Far East, contained about 20 million people. In the crucial central zone between the Urals and Lake Baikal, where Kolchak had fullest control throughout 1918 to 1919, Tobolsk, Tomsk, Yenisei, and Irkutsk provinces, the population was less than 8 million. The population of the Soviet-held zone, on the other hand, was 60 million. The total strength, combat and non-combat personnel of the Red Army in January 1919, 2 months before the Kolchak offensive, was 788,000, with 120,000 in Eastern Army Group and 147,000 in the Yaroslavl, Ural, and Volga military districts behind it. The combat strength of Eastern Army Group in February 1919 was 84,000, and there were another 18,000 combat troops behind it in the 3 military districts. At this time, the Reds had 372 guns and 1471 machine guns in Eastern Army Group, plus 184 and 231 in the 3 districts, compared to Kolchak's 256 guns and 1235 machine guns. Meanwhile, after Kolchak's Ufa offensive, the Reds began to channel resources to the east. Special theses of the Bolshevik CC in early April said that Kolchak's victories were creating an extraordinarily threatening danger for the Soviet Republic, and demanded maximum effort. Fortunately for Moscow, the situation on the other fronts appeared good in April. The French had withdrawn from the Ukrainian ports and the Don Cossacks were under siege. Trotsky could announce in April that Kolchak was the last card of the counter-revolution. At the start of May, Vetsidis told Lenin that all reserves were being sent to Eastern Army Group. By mid-May, the total strength in Eastern Army Group was listed as 361,000, plus 195,000 in the Yaroslavl, Urals, and Volga districts. The Reds, then, had large reserves of manpower. Kolchak did not. In May 1919, one white officer visited Ufa, which stands on a hill above the Belaya River, and looked to the west. Beyond the Belaya spread to the horizon the limitless plain, the rich fruitful steppe. The lilac haze in the far distance enticed and excited. There were the home places so close to us. There was the goal, the Volga. And only the wall of the International, which had impudently invaded our motherland, divided us off from all that was closest and most dear. But it was not to be. Kolchak's Ufa offensive failed. After 2 months of success, his armies found themselves back where they had started. They would never again threaten the Red Heartland, and for the rest of their existence would be on the strategic defensive. If the White armies had actually achieved the intermediate goal of getting back to the Volga, and they would probably have trapped large Soviet forces in the process, they would have had the benefit of a mile-wide river obstacle between themselves and any Red counterattack, and they might have been ready for some kind of coordination with Denikin's armies in the south. On the other hand, even if Kolchak had got to Samara and Simbirsk on the Volga in May 1919, he would still have been 500 miles from Moscow, and the Ufa campaign showed the huge difficulties to be overcome. This chapter has been about those difficulties that emerged in the first months of Kolchak's regime. The basic reason for failure was that even the limited task involved was too difficult. By May, the Whites had lost the initiative. The next chapter will be about why Kolchak's army was unable even to hold its ground, and why, by November 1919, it had been shattered beyond redemption. Omsk and Arkhangelsk, Kolchak, June-November 1919, North Russia, November 1918 to March 1920. Give us the Urals. Red Army slogan 1919. I know you value the assistance of my government. It is my wish to help you, but frankly at present you make help impossible. General Knox to General Golovin, September 27, 1919. Kolchak defeated. June-November 1919. The campaign in the east progressed much faster than Moscow could have hoped. If before winter we do not take the Urals, Lenin told the commissars of Eastern Army Group, I consider that the defeat of the revolution will be inevitable. He wrote on May 29, 1919. Less than 2 months later the Red Army broke through the Urals. By the start of winter the Reds were actually 400 miles beyond the mountain range, on the outskirts of Omsk. On the left flank of Eastern Army Group, the Red 2nd and 3rd Armies, aided by the Volga Flotilla, got across the Kama River and recaptured Perm, July 1st. Gaida's Siberian army was now in full retreat to the Urals, and was unable to make a stand even there. Colonel Shorin's Red 2nd Army covered 200 miles in 4 weeks, and on July 15th took the most important Urals town, Ekaterinburg. On the right flank, Tukhachevsky's Red 5th Army, which had crossed the Belaya River and taken Ufa at the start of June, pushed on to the east. 60 miles from the Belaya it entered the central Urals and, thanks to skillful maneuvering and white demoralization, broke through the defenders to take first Zlatoust, July 13th, and then Chelyabinsk, July 24th. The Whites had to pull back to the first defendable line in the grassy steppe of western Siberia, the Tobol River. By the middle of August the Red 3rd and 5th Armies had reached the Tobol, having in just 10 weeks advanced 350 miles across the Urals from the Kama-Balaya line. The loss of the Urals spelled the doom of Kolchak's forces. The Urals are not a particularly high range. They do not compare, for example, with the Caucasus Mountains, but the rough terrain and dense woods of the region were the most easily defended territory east of the Volga. This barrier was now in Red hands. Kolchak had been pushed back too far to threaten central Savdipia, and the Whites had lost the factories and mines of the Urals which had been their only industrial base. To the east was only thinly settled agricultural Siberia. Meanwhile, the loss of the Chelyabinsk rail junction completed the isolation of the Ural and Orenburg Cossacks, and of General Belov's Southern Army. The army, which had withdrawn in desperation down the Orenburg-Tashkent Railway, was forced to surrender in September 1919, rather than face death in the desert. Both sides were exhausted on the Tobol. The Reds were able to cross the river and push on in mid-August, but it would take them another 2.5 months to break the next river line, the Ishim, 150 miles east of the Tobol. In early September the Whites made their last serious counterattack. In a series of battles the Reds were stopped and then forced back 100 miles to the Tobol. At one stage Kolchak was optimistic enough to set up a Moscow Army Group. These gains came mainly from the raising of a large cavalry force from the Siberian Cossacks, but the Reds were able to recover, and by November 4th had counterattacked to take control of the 2 rail crossings over the Ishim. The Reds were now closing in on Omsk, Kolchak's capital, which was 150 miles east of the Ishim on the Irtysh River. The jump from the Tobol to the Ishim took 2.5 months. The jump from the Ishim to the Irtysh, roughly the same distance, took less than 2 weeks. Part of the Red 27th Division raced the last 60 miles in 1 day, and on November 14th, 4 days short of the anniversary of the Kolchak coup, took Omsk without a fight. The internal failure of the Kolchakovщина was one underlying reason why the White regime collapsed so quickly. Kolchak made a number of political promises to the Allies in June 1919. He said that a date for a constituent assembly was to be fixed at the moment when the Bolsheviks are definitely crushed. But such promises could have little weight, especially given his rejection of the original assembly. The military held power both in the center and the localities, where promises to the Allies of local self-government through zemstvos and town councils meant little. The National Zemstvo Congress, summoned in September 1919, was too late. Kolchak would only begin to promise a wider government at the very end of the year, after his armies had been hopelessly smashed and his capital abandoned. Meanwhile, the economy in White Siberia was laboring under the difficulties of early 1919 plus the loss of the only industrial area, the Urals. The clearest symptom of Kolchak's weakness was the emergence of hostile partisan bands. The movement developed gradually from the autumn of 1918, originally in response to conscription. By July 1919, one senior officer noticed how the spread of red dots used to show uprisings on the staff maps was beginning to look like advanced spotted fever. The situation was worst in central Siberia, between Omsk and Lake Baikal. The partisans thrived in the thinly settled taiga to the north and south of the railway line, and even established partisan republics. One radical hamlet called itself Red Petrograd. Punitive expeditions only made things worse. Although the partisans did not seriously threaten the railway lines or the big towns until Kolchak's main front had disintegrated, they denied some resources, tied down forces, and hurt morale. The Bolsheviks had little directly to do with this growing popular unrest. Their political base in Siberia had been narrow. The few local Bolsheviks in the towns had great problems in establishing communications with the Soviet heartland, and Kolchak's counterintelligence units were effective against them. In the towns, the Whites would meet open opposition only after their armies had been smashed, and that opposition would be led not by Bolsheviks but by SRs. Bolshevik links with the partisans in the taiga were weak, and indeed once the Reds had recaptured the towns, many partisans turned against them. Kolchak's actual downfall between May and October 1919 came not so much from insurrection in the towns and villages of the rear as from the collapse of his military front. This came in part from the growing effectiveness of the Red Army. The Red path to military success was not without its twists and turns. Conflict over Eastern strategy led to one of the great upheavals in the Red High Command. Personal relations between Colonel Vetsidis, Red Army main commander-in-chief, and Colonel Kamenev, Eastern Army Group commander-in-chief, were bad. In May, Vetsidis had removed Kamenev, only to have him reinstated under political pressure. In early June, Vetsidis ordered the armies to shift over to the defensive in the east, holding the line of the Kama and Belaya rivers, 60 to 100 miles west of the Urals, and moving troops to other fronts, where the situation was more threatening. This was the time of White offensives toward Kharkov and Petrograd. Trotsky evidently supported Vetsidis. But Colonel Kamenev, the Red Eastern Army Group commander, urged a continued advance on his own front to the Urals. In mid-June, the Bolshevik CC backed Kamenev's offensive strategy, and in early July, Vetsidis suffered final defeat when he was dismissed as main commander-in-chief and replaced, against Trotsky's wishes, by Kamenev. Even then, Eastern Army Group received few supplies and no men from the center. It had to give up units to the more threatened southern front. And the September battles between the Ishim and the Tobol caused anxiety in Moscow, as they coincided with Denikin's drive from the south. Lenin thought the Republic Revmil Council, RVSR, was letting things slip. On the Siberian front, they have put some scoundrel called Old Rog and the old woman Posern in charge, and reassured themselves. An absolute disgrace. And now they are beginning to beat us. We will make the RVSR responsible for this, if energetic steps are not taken. To let victory slip out of our hands is a disgrace. In any event, as the narrative of operations has already made clear, the Reds outfought the Whites in the summer and autumn of 1919, especially in the capture of Zlatoust, Chelyabinsk, and Omsk. The Red Army was clearly getting better, and there were able officer commanders such as Kamenev, Shorin, Tukhachevsky, and Ike. Frunze was in command from late July to early August, followed by V.A. Old Rog. Lenin's scoundrel was a former Tsarist general. He stayed in command through a series of victories to January 1920. The old woman Posern was a veteran Bolshevik. In August, the White General Budberg noted in his diary that, "We are up against not the Sovdepy and motley Red Guard rabble of last year, but a regular Red Army." A White leader who visited Tobolsk after it was briefly recaptured was impressed at reports of how well the Reds had behaved. The White Army, meanwhile, was no better led than in the Ufa offensive. It was White ineptitude that made the big July battle around Chelyabinsk so decisive. In July, after the failure of the Ufa offensive, the White frontline command had been changed. The defeated commanders from the Spring, Kansan, and the uncontrollable Gaida were removed. The front command was unified under General Diderix, an experienced officer, as main commander-in-chief of the Eastern Army Group, Eastern, compared to Denikin and Yudenik. Diderix was a strongly religious man and railed against the Antichrist Bolsheviks. But his real control over events was limited, which became clear at Chelyabinsk. Sakharov, the young commander of the Central Third Army, formerly Kansan's Western Army, proposed a complex maneuver to turn the tide. The advancing Reds would be allowed to debouch from the Urals passes onto the West Siberian plain at Chelyabinsk. They would then be encircled by strong white forces, including 3 of the new divisions that had been forming in central Siberia, and the Urals would be retaken. Diderix did not approve the plan. He wanted to withdraw from the Urals and make a stand on one of the big Siberian rivers. General Knox, head of the British mission, also felt that Sakharov's was a risky operation, designed only to secure American support. Kolchak, however, approved the plan, and so did his chief of staff, General Lebedev. Lebedev, like Sakharov, was a young and inexperienced officer. The operation went ahead. As so often happened in these years, the trap failed to snap shut. It was one of the biggest battles of the Civil War, costing the Reds 15,000 casualties and the Whites at least 5,000. But in the end, the Reds held firm, aided by local workers fed up with White misrule. Kolchak's new divisions, thrown into complex maneuvers before their training was completed, fell apart. With them, the Whites lost their reserves and the ability to make a serious stand further east. There was another strategic failure in the White September offensive between the Tobol and the Ishim. The Reds were stopped and forced back 100 miles to the Tobol, but the White cavalry leader, a former police official named Ivan Afrinov, left much to be desired. At the critical moment, mid-September, the deep thrust of his steppe group failed to take the vital Tobol railway bridge behind the Red Army, and he was dismissed. The greatest example of White ineptness, however, was the fall of Omsk. When the Ishim River line broke in early November, General Diderix decided that Omsk could not be held. The army was breaking up. The Irtish would soon freeze, and then there would be no defensible line before the White capital. Kolchak at first accepted this, then changed his mind when General Sakharov said he could hold the town. Sakharov replaced Diderix, but one army had already been pulled back to central Siberia and refused to return, and reserves that Sakharov called in from the rear would not fight. Then the Irtish froze. Such was the confusion that a pair of understrength Red regiments dashed forward to Omsk and caught the White garrison by surprise. One unfortunate senior White general stopped en route to his Omsk office to reproach some soldiers who had failed to salute him. To his amazement, he found himself a prisoner of the Red vanguard. Omsk and 30,000 White soldiers stationed there were taken without a fight. All the shattered White field armies could do was flee to the east. Even with the most experienced and gifted battle commanders, the Whites would have had great military difficulties. Their army was very badly organized. It had been enlarged in the summer of 1919, but the overall quality was, if anything, worse than at the time of the spring offensive. The best units were destroyed on the Belaya-Kama line and in the Urals. As the retreat through the mountains developed, the Kolchak army, designed to rebuild the traditional Rossiyskaya army, became most like the revolutionized army of 1917. Gaida's Siberian army was particularly badly affected by indiscipline, and it pulled back through Perm and Ekaterinburg almost without a fight. In June 1919, there were incidents of whole units changing sides and soldiers shooting their officers. Desertion grew throughout the army. Soldiers went home as they withdrew through their native provinces. A mass of conscripts was finally sent to the front in October 1919, but in a completely disorganized fashion, and they melted away almost immediately. Supply problems remained acute. There were as many as 800,000 spoons, people dependent on army rations, but less than a tenth that number of fighting men. Many officers and soldiers had their families with them. When Siberian army pulled back out of the Urals in July, its numbers shrank from 350,000 eaters to 6,000 bayonets. The supply demands of units were met at the expense of the local population. Some regimental supply trains had 1,000 carts. These were not military units, one disgusted officer recalled, but some kind of Tatar horde. When Allied supplies finally began to get through in quantity at the end of the spring, the Kolchak army proved unable to incorporate them. At the end of September, writing to Kolchak's new chief of staff, General Golovin, Knox could only despair. At present all seems to me to be absolute chaos, and worse chaos than anything I have seen in the past 12 months. It is my wish to help you, but frankly at present you make help impossible. The Allies, for their part, could do nothing to prevent the change from stalemate into precipitate retreat. The Allies had sent no frontline troops even in the winter of 1918 to 1919. In the spring and early summer of 1919 nothing changed. An Anglo-Russian brigade with British officers and Russian soldiers began to form in Ekaterinburg in mid-1919, but it never got beyond the early stages. The Japanese troops were all in eastern Siberia, and the Czechoslovaks were still stationed in the rear protecting the railways. In the late summer, the European allies removed even the small garrisons they had stationed in Kolchak's rear and, more important, the British training mission. Allied policy in Siberia had been both opportunistic and ill-informed. Kolchak was supported, at least in a limited way, as long as his armies were advancing or thought to be advancing. This in turn pushed Kolchak into militarily foolish attacks at Ufa, Glazov, Chelyabinsk, and the Tobol. Influenced by the March-April 1919 Ufa offensive, and after long discussion, the Allied leaders in Paris on May 26 announced that they were disposed to assist the government of Admiral Kolchak and his associates with munitions, supplies, and food, to establish themselves as the government of all Russia. The qualification was that the admiral was to follow a democratic policy and accept the loss of some border areas. Kolchak quickly replied, agreeing to the conditions. Nothing came of this de facto recognition, mainly because from early May Kolchak's armies had actually no longer been advancing. By June-July they were rapidly retreating. By August they were 1,100 miles from Moscow and were no longer an effective threat to central Russia. Kolchak was losing and was given up by the Allies. If supplies were to be sent to the White Russians, Denikin's now victorious southern front seemed a much better bet. Kolchak's final problem, as before, was that his forces were numerically and qualitatively weak. It was true that the Red Army as a whole was under greater strain in the summer and autumn of 1919 than it had been in the spring. On the other hand, the total size of the Red Army grew as 1919 progressed. The Reds had a much larger population base, and they increased this base when they took the Volga and the Urals. They were able to support themselves with local reinforcements. The Reds, for example, raised 60,000 men in Ufa province in July 1919, and in mid-September the Volga military district contained 360,000 men, and the new Urals military district 40,000. Kolchak's potential population base, even on paper, was never more than a third that of the Soviets, and much of this was lost with the Urals. After the defensive battles on the far side of the Urals, white combat strength was down to 50,000 men. Numbers were built up after that. Meanwhile, the Reds sent whole divisions to the west and kept troops in the Urals or Turkestan, and the red-white numerical balance was closer than it had been before. But at the start of November 1919, as Omsk was about to fall, the two remaining Red Armies, 3rd and 5th, fighting Kolchak, had 6 rifle divisions and nearly 100,000 men, 12-11 machine guns and 304 guns. Against them were frontline white forces of about 55,000, and of much inferior quality. The 30,000 men in the Omsk garrison were all untrained conscripts. Kolchak understood his own weaknesses. In an order of mid-July 1919, just before the Chelyabinsk battle, he summarized 5 causes of failure: 1. Exhaustion after constant battles; 2. Poor army supply; 3. Weakness of officer-soldier links; 4. Bolshevik and SR propaganda; 5. Weak white propaganda. But there was nothing he could do. On November 4, 1919, on the eve of an even greater defeat, Kolchak again analyzed the situation in a speech. The army, he said, had had to retreat because it was outnumbered, and the essence of the problem was this: the enemy was able to reinforce his ranks with new forces more quickly than we could. How can this have happened? Our units, which were formed from men called up in the area behind the front, from Bolshevik-minded elements, crossed over to the Red side. This experience bred distrust of the new reinforcements among both commanders and veterans. We sent reinforcements, but detachment commanders refused to dilute their units with these reinforcements. We had to reinforce with great selectiveness, while the enemy freely used local manpower which was favorable to him. Clearly, political and military failures were closely connected. In the army disorganization, at the Stavka illiteracy and harebrained schemes, in the government moral decay, discord, and the dominance of the ambitious and egotistical, in the country uprisings and anarchy, in society panic, selfishness, graft, and all kinds of loathsomeness. At the top thrive various scoundrels and adventurers. Where will we get to with such baggage? North Russia, November 1918 to March 1920. Throughout late 1918 and 1919, the Whites, the Allies, and the Reds thought or worried about a link between Kolchak Siberians and the anti-Bolshevik forces in North Russia. But Kolchak was stopped and the Northern Front was stable. The lines established in 1918 on the Northern Dvina and the Murmansk, Petrograd, and Arkhangelsk, Vologda railways changed little. There were none of the spectacular advances and retreats of the other fronts. In September-October 1919, the Allies withdrew, and in February-March 1920, the Red Army completed the conquest of the region. The features of North Russia have already been mentioned. Geography and the climate limited campaigning and meant the North could not be a decisive front. The population of the northern provinces, Arkhangelsk, Olonets, and Vologda, was small and isolated, so neither side could raise large forces locally. Meanwhile, commitments to other fronts meant that no one had large numbers of troops in the north. The Northern Whites had a territory of 250,000 square miles, rather more than France, but a population of only 600,000 people. The Allies, for their part, were lukewarm about direct intervention in Russia. They certainly did not want to send large forces to an area that was cut off by the frozen White Sea from November to May. The largest anti-Bolshevik operation, the August 1919 attack down the northern Dvina, had only 3,000 British troops and 1,000 Whites. For the Reds, the north was remote. The main Arkhangelsk front was 500 miles from Moscow and with poor railway connections. Even at the time of their final victory, the local Red Force, General Samoilov's 6th Detached Army, HQ Vologda, had only 3 divisions, 1st on the Murmansk front and 18th and 54th on the Arkhangelsk front. Earlier, the Reds had repeatedly been forced to transfer troops to other fronts, especially during the May and October 1919 attacks on Petrograd. Even in late January 1920, Kamenev, the Red main commander-in-chief, was not confident that the Whites could be destroyed before the spring thaw blocked all movement. The Soviet railways were in such a bad state that the necessary reinforcements might not get through. Neither side could make progress across the vast expanses of forest and swamp, especially given the climate. Movement was channeled into a few routes: the 2 single-track railways, a few roads, and the northern Dvina. These routes could be effectively defended with blockhouses. The long winters were extremely cold, and all movement was impossible in the Rasputitsa, the spring thaw. The Reds did take the county town of Shenkersk from its Allied defenders at the end of January 1919. The attack took place in deep snow and 37 degrees of frost. But Red plans to take Arkhangelsk before a possible general armistice came to nothing. Their poorly clothed reinforcements could not cope with the blizzards and extreme cold, and then in April-May movement ended with the Rasputitsa. In the summer and autumn, the Reds had too few troops to think about offensive operations. Geography also blocked the White link with Kolchak. The only potential railway route was indirect via Vologda and across 850 miles of Soviet territory. The combined river rail route down the northern Dvina to Kotlas and then to Vyatka was better, but still 600 miles long. A few small long-range patrols from Siberia and North Russia did meet one another in the remote taiga, but this meant nothing. The North Russian Allied commander had very little idea what was happening on Kolchak's front, and it even took 2.5 months for Omsk to acknowledge Arkhangelsk's recognition of Kolchak as supreme ruler. Politically, the Arkhangelsk-based provisional government of the northern region was little different from the other White authorities. The power of the socialists had been broken by the abortive military coup of September 1918, and a more conservative government took over. The veteran socialist Tchaikovsky remained as figurehead, but in January 1919 he left for the high politics of the Paris Russian Political Conference. In the same month, General E.K. Millar, a Russian despite his name, arrived by ship to take up the post of Governor-General, and from that time on was effectively the local leader. Millar was in historical terms the least important of the White commanders, but on paper he was better qualified than Kornilov, Denikin, Diderix, or Vrangel. He had commanded a corps in the World War. The credentials of the commanders on both sides of the lines were impressive. Samoilov, who led the Red Sixth Army from November 1918 to April 1920, was a near contemporary of Millar's, and they had served together several times during the 30 years of their pre-1917 careers. Red propaganda made much of the internment of suspects in prison camps, but the regime does not seem to have been notably severe, and certainly it did not have the problems of peasant insurgency on the scale faced by the whites in South Russia and Central Siberia. Even so, it lacked effective power throughout its vast region. As far as internal policy is concerned, a senior general complained in July 1919, "Nothing has been done. The zemstvos are inactive and there is no power in the localities. The remote villages do what they want. There are no instructions. There is no leadership." A basic problem for the northern whites was their inability to fire active local support among the peasants. As Ironside, the British commander, noted in his diary, "They simply don't care, and you can do nothing with a nation that doesn't care." The nature and size of the population meant North Russia could not defend itself. There were no Cossacks and few officers to build the White Army around, and no surge to the anti-Bolshevik colors. The Anglo-French soup that Trotsky had described in September 1918 was still not thickening with Russian volunteers. Millar, meanwhile, was an administrator, not a charismatic leader like some of the Southern generals. The nature of his army, however, was complex. On the one hand, it suffered a number of serious mutinies. Several British officers were actually killed by Russian conscripts, the only such incident in the intervention. It took place in July 1919 with the mutiny of a company of the Dyer Battalion, part of a joint force, the Slavo-British Legion, that Ironside was trying to raise. The Dyer Battalion incident and the other mutinies were important in convincing the British that there was no future in the north. On the other hand, the Whites did raise a substantial force. They eventually had 13 regiments and a total of about 50,000 men, divided between Murmansk and Arkhangelsk. They mounted a successful attack in the autumn of 1919 and held their own for nearly 6 months after the Allied departure. The British, as they prepared to withdraw, offered to evacuate the White leaders. For a variety of reasons, partly the success of the other White armies, few accepted. But in the end, the fate of North Russia depended on those other fronts. By the winter of 1919 to 1920, Denikin's drive toward Moscow had been reversed. Kolchak's armies were destroyed, and the supreme ruler killed. Allied diplomacy was edging toward Soviet Russia. The Red Army began an offensive up the northern Dvina in February 1920, and the White regiments could not hold them. There were White plans to make the difficult overland trek from Arkhangelsk to Murmansk. But in the last days, the Whites degenerated into great confusion. Samoilov's Red troops entered Arkhangelsk on February 21, 1920, 3 days after Millar had boarded an icebreaker and escaped with several hundred of his followers. Millar would later succeed Generals Vrangel and Kutupov as head of the émigré White movement. He disappeared in Paris, presumably kidnapped by Soviet agents, in 1937. His opponent's fate was as remarkable, given the normal fate of Tsarist specialists in the 1930s. Samoilov served on as a Soviet military lecturer and survived the purges to get back his general's rank at 71 and write his memoirs. The end on the other northern front was as bad. The local commander was unpopular, and in February 1920 there was a revolt at Murmansk. The main White forces were trapped 400 miles down the Murman Railway, near Lake Onega, and disintegrated. Some were able to escape to Finland. The Reds only reached Murmansk 3 weeks later, on March 13. Arkhangelsk and Murmansk are mainly interesting for Allied intervention. The north was a strategic sideshow and differed little politically from the other White regions. Allied troops were actually fighting the Red Army here, and the local Allied commander had control over the White military effort and over the Whites' links with the outside world. The Soviet propaganda images of Allied intervention was closest to reality in North Russia. In fact, though, the Allies did little. During the winter of 1918 to 1919, the new British commander at Arkhangelsk, General Ironside, limited himself to defense. His troops were already overextended, and as most were still French or American, his hands were tied anyway, especially after the German surrender. In the following spring, the Allies decided to withdraw. The decision was not simple to carry out, partly because the ports were frozen. For the British, who had major responsibility for the theater, there were also a moral commitment to the Whites, and a desire to use every means to hit the Reds. Churchill was particularly keen on this. The British General Staff, for its part, was concerned that any withdrawal be carried out with as little loss of prestige as may be, and avoiding a repetition of the pitiable exhibition recently afforded by the French Sovkaput at Kherson and Odessa. In May 1919, Ironside was ordered to launch a preventative offensive, down the northern Dvina toward Kotlas and Kolchak. But it was not until early June that the Russian relief force, 2 British brigades, took over from the weary troops that had wintered at Arkhangelsk. By then, Kolchak's offensive had been reversed. In July, the British decided to implement the withdrawal. The August attack down the river covered the evacuation of Arkhangelsk, which was completed on September 27, 1919. The British also attacked on the Murmansk front, and then on October 12 left Murmansk. There was another international dimension. In May 1919, the British and Whites had launched an offensive down the Murmansk-Petrograd Railway. At the end of the month, they had gained a foothold on Lake Onega, but they never reached the biggest town in the region, Petrozavodsk. This was so despite the long Finnish border that flanked the Red positions, and even despite an unofficial invasion of southern Karelia by Finnish troops in April 1919. The Finns took the province town of Olonets and threatened Petrozavodsk, and with it the Petrograd-Murmansk Railway, from the southwest. But the British and Whites would not cooperate with a former German ally that claimed Russian territory in eastern Karelia. In the end, the Finns had to pull back when Red troops landed from Lake Ladoga behind them. Later on, General Millar begged Kolchak to recognize the Helsinki government in order to get cooperation in the Baltic and on the Murmansk front, but recognition never came. North Russia and Western Siberia had much in common. Both were remote, sparsely settled areas. Both were too distant and too weak to threaten the survival of Soviet Russia. In both regions, the Red armies were able to hold their own in the second half of 1919. The chief threat to Soviet power when it came would not be from the east or the north. Nor, despite Moscow's hopes and fears, would the decisive action be in the west or southwest. Of the ring of fronts, it was the south that would be the most important. The armed forces of South Russia, November 1918 to September 1919. Incidentally, a feature of Denikin's army is its large number of officers and Cossacks. It is this element which, having no mass strength behind it, is extremely well suited to swift raids, to gambles, to desperate ventures with the aim of sowing panic, with the aim of destruction for destruction's sake. In the struggle with such an enemy, what is needed is military discipline and military vigilance of the highest degree. Lenin, all out for the fight against Denikin. July 9, 1919. Volunteers and Cossacks. In the summer and autumn of 1918, behind the barrier of the Don Cossack region, Denikin's volunteer army had retaken the Kuban region from local Red forces. Then, at the end of 1918, the Whites prepared to complete their conquest of the whole North Caucasus. The Red forces in the area had been hastily organized into the Caspian Caucasus Army Group. The main strength of the army group was 11th Army, which faced northwest towards the Kuban. It held a front running 200 miles into the steppe from the Caucasus foothills. In early January 1919, the volunteer cavalry punched a hole through the Red lines and quickly took Sviatii Crest, Holy Cross, cutting Caspian Caucasus Army Group's supply line to the Soviet mainland. 11th Army broke up in panic. The Whites dashed southeast, following the railway line down the north edge of the Caucasus Mountains and taking one Red town after another. Kislovodsk and Pyatigorsk, capital of the North Caucasus Soviet Republic, fell on January 20th, and Vladikavkaz on February 10th. The capture of Grozny February 5th and Kislyar February 6th allowed a link-up with the Terek Cossacks on the Caspian Sea. The Red 12th Army, facing the Caspian, was also overwhelmed. The North Caucasus was now completely out of Soviet hands. Less than a tenth of Red forces in the region were able to withdraw across steppe and desert towards Astrakhan. The volunteers took 50,000 prisoners, 150 guns, and 350 machine guns. A whole army group, 150,000 men, had ceased to exist. It was the biggest single Red loss of the Civil War. Trotsky sent an outraged signal to Alexander Shliapnikov, the leading Bolshevik in the region, when he learned of the disintegration of 11th Army. Why did you give no warning of this? How could this catastrophe happen so suddenly? Shliapnikov, in reply, blamed the center's lack of support. The cause of the catastrophe is the extremely belated and weak attention given to this front. Isolation was certainly a factor. The Soviet Republic's military resources were limited. The north-south railways were held by Krasnov's Don Cossacks, and the sea route from Astrakhan was blocked by ice. The little material that reached the North Caucasus came by camel train from Astrakhan, along a badly organized 300-mile supply line across wild country. Astrakhan was 250 miles down the Volga from Tsaritsyn. Tsaritsyn, besieged by the Cossacks, was 550 miles from Moscow. Trotsky, in the faraway Soviet capital, gave his postmortem. A swollen army, really a horde rather than an army, has clashed with Denikin's properly organized troops and in a few weeks has been reduced to dust. For the illusion of partisanstvo, guerrilla warfare, we have once more paid a high price. Reorganization had been attempted at the end of 1918, when the independent Caspian Caucasus Army Group and its two armies were set up, on the model of the Volga forces. Some attempt was made to improve unit organization and training. New leaders were brought in from the center. The Army Group Revmil Council was supervised by Shliapnikov, a most experienced Bolshevik organizer. But time and distance were against the Reds here too. Even Shliapnikov was 300 miles from the main forces, with his Army Group headquarters at Astrakhan. There were other factors as well. Despite the organizational and supply problems of the new Army Group, the Red High Command had demanded that it join the general offensive against the Don region. 11th Army was supposed to march 250 miles up the railway to Rostov, the Don capital. The attack was launched early in January but immediately stalled, and at almost the same moment the volunteers counterattacked. The Caspian Caucasus Army Group was also riddled with disease. One report said that 3/4 of the army were suffering from typhus, and Denikin's properly organized troops had once again shown their mastery of the battlefield. At the start of the final battle, they opposed a force of 150,000 Red troops with only 25,000 men and 75 guns. Their supply position was, if anything, worse than that of the Reds. Allied support was still months away. For the Whites, the hero of this campaign was General Petrov Rangel. His 1st Cavalry Division led the main breakthrough, and at the end of January 1919 Rangel was made Commander-in-Chief of the Caucasus Volunteer Army, the beginning of a remarkable rise that would end in March 1920 with him replacing General Denikin as head of the Southern Whites. The Volunteers' brilliant winter success contrasted with the defeats of their Don Cossack allies. Ataman Krasnov's Cossacks had, in the summer of 1918, cleared all Red forces out of the Don region, and they even threatened non-Cossack Red territory beyond their borders, especially Tsaritsyn. In November they made one final bound as far north as the Lisky Junction, 50 miles from Voronezh. But Don Army had limited forces, and the war-weary Cossacks had to fight harder and harder to hold just their own territory. For the Reds, the Southern Front was no longer a stepchild. In late November 1918, the Bolshevik CC declared it the most important front, and Trotsky's train spent much of the winter there. The 1st Commander-in-Chief of Southern Army Group, General Sitten, had been challenged in the Tsaritsyn affair and left under a cloud in November. Sitten's replacements at the Kozlov HQ, Colonel Slavin and, from late January 1919, General Jidis, had more power. Their commissars were now obedient to the center. A major effort was made to improve discipline. In November, Vetsidis complained about 8th Army. Deployed on the approaches to Voronezh, revolutionary soldiers run like cowards from tiny Cossack detachments. Thousands of Red Armymen give away important positions at the mere approach of a few hundred Krasnovites. The Bolshevik CC agreed. Red terror is now essential. In Southern Army Group, not only against outright traitors and saboteurs but also against cowards, scoundrels, and their accomplices and concealers. Vetsidis later felt that the remedy had gone too far, with 2,000 death sentences in 8th Army alone, of which 150 were carried out. Most important, the Red Army had gradually been able to concentrate more forces against the Don. By mid-February 1919, Southern Army Group amounted to over a quarter of the active Red Army, with 117,000 men, 460 guns, and 2040 machine guns. The Cossacks, for their part, were reaching their manpower limits, especially as they could not call up the Inogorodny peasants. Cossack strength was only 38,000, with 1658 guns and 491 machine guns. The Don Cossack, as Krasnov put it, was like the mythical warrior struggling with the 100-headed Hydra. He cuts off one head, and 2 heads grow to replace it. The Don Army was also hurt by the concentration of its strength in the east for a third attack on Tsaritsyn. The Cossacks besieged the city in January 1919, but they were finally driven off. Meanwhile, the gradual withdrawal of Austro-German troops from the Ukraine opened up a long front on the other, western, side of the Don region, and many of the Red units transferred from Eastern Army Group were sent here. In January, the Reds attacked the neglected Cossack Northwest Front and crushed it in. All Krasnov's achievements of the second half of 1918 seemed to be swept away. Bolshevik propaganda was unusually effective in this campaign, and in the depths of winter Cossack morale began to break. Whole regiments surrendered to the Reds, other Cossacks went home, and the army of the Great Don Host dropped from 50,000 in November 1918 to 15,000 in February 1919. By early March, the Reds had swept through 250 miles to take back most of the northern Don region. Volunteer army successes and Don Cossack defeats changed the southern counter-revolution in a basic way. The volunteers and the Cossacks had a common enemy, but they had, since June 1918, fought independent campaigns. This came partly from geography. It also came from fundamental political differences. Despite similar conservative politics and similar leaders, the major leaders had all been senior officers in the Imperial Russian Army. Ataman Krasnov and General Denikin had both commanded divisions in the World War. Krasnov began with the notion of Cossack power. He was the elected ataman and could get nowhere without rank and file Cossack support. The Don Cossacks, moreover, numbered 1.5 million men, women, and children in one territory, and their leaders had a sense of representing a special group. Krasnov hoped to use the local patriotisms of different parts of South Russia to build an ever wider movement. He laid particular hopes on the Ukrainians, under another general, Hetman Skoropadsky. The volunteer army, dominated by officer refugees from Central Russia, was held by Krasnov and his followers to be an army not of the people, but of the rootless intelligentsia. Denisov, commander-in-chief of Don Army under Krasnov, cruelly described them as traveling musicians. The volunteer outlook was profoundly different. Krasnov's opinion of them was probably not far wrong. What was the Great Don Host to a volunteer army officer? Don region, Don province, and nothing more. Cossacks made up the 4th Regiment of Cavalry Divisions, the HQ Cavalry Detachment. They covered the supply train, provided the escorts. They were, in a disdainfully affectionate word, the Kazachki Little Cossacks. The volunteers saw themselves as the embodiment of a unified Russian state, and saw the Don Cossacks as provincials infected with a bogus Cossack nationalism. For Krasnov's intended allies, the separatists, they had nothing but contempt. And to the volunteer officers' great Russian nationalist notion of Russia one and indivisible could be added the professional soldiers' belief in the unity of command. The volunteers insisted on Cossack subordination, and they had already imposed this on their Kuban Cossack allies at Ekaterinodar. The different orientations of 1918 worsened relations. The volunteers had seen themselves as continuing Russia's world war against the Central Powers. The Don Cossacks, in contrast, had established close relations with enemy German troops in the Ukraine. The Cossacks had little choice in the matter, and they protected the volunteers from any attack from the north and gave them German-supplied arms. But the volunteers saw them as traitors. According to Krasnov, Denikin was particularly insulting. The Don Host is a prostitute, selling herself to whomever will pay. General Denisov's retort can hardly have improved relations. If the Don Host is a prostitute, then the volunteer army is a pimp living off her earnings. The struggle had to be decided one way or another. It was Denikin who won, and Krasnov who had to leave. A meeting between the Don and volunteer leaders at Torgovaya on January 8 agreed to operational unity. The Don Army and the Volunteer Army became parts of the armed forces of South Russia, with General Denikin as overall main commander-in-chief. Within 6 weeks, Krasnov had been replaced as ataman. Krasnov had been in an impossible position. The Don Army was falling apart after the January-February defeats. It had to have volunteer help on whatever terms Denikin offered. All the anti-Bolshevik forces looked to the Allies after their victory in November 1918, and Krasnov had hopelessly compromised himself. In July 1918, he had written to the Kaiser, comparing Cossack courage to that shown recently against the English by a people of Germanic stock, the Boers. However sensible that orientation was at the time, Krasnov had to write another letter, for months later, asking for massive aid from the Allied powers, which we now and always have seen as our true allies. The Ataman later became an out-and-out Germanophile. He was hanged in Moscow in 1947 as a Nazi collaborator. Krasnov also had enemies among the Don leadership, both from the liberals and from other factions within the military leadership. When a specially summoned Don Krug met in mid-February, it dismissed some of Krasnov's closest subordinates, including Denisov, the Don Army commander-in-chief. On February 15, Krasnov himself resigned. The new Ataman was a rival of Krasnov and a friend of the Volunteer Army, General Bogevsky. The whole counter-revolutionary movement in the south was now directed from Denikin's headquarters in Ekaterinodar. This centralization of command was essential for fighting a great southern military campaign against Bolshevism. With Kolchak's victory in Omsk 3 months earlier, the White movement had been made ideologically one. The Russian military elite, the believers in conservatism and centralism, were dominant in both Ekaterinodar and Omsk. In many ways, but not all, the Whites were stronger than ever before. The breakout. In late February 1919, Colonel Vatsidis reported to Lenin and Trotsky that victory seemed near. In the Southern Army Group area, the resistance of the enemy has been smashed and the situation may be considered firm. It remains, not weakening our efforts to exploit success and then achieve decisive results, the conquest of the Donetsk Basin, all the Don region with Novocherkassk and Rostov, and the liberation of the North Caucasus. Had Vatsidis been right, the Civil War would have ended in the summer of 1919. As things turned out, the Reds not only failed to achieve decisive results but suffered smashing defeats. By July, they had lost much territory and were on the defensive everywhere in the south. As the magnitude of the Red defeat sank in, Lenin blamed everything on foreign intervention. Now the foreign capitalists, he announced in July 1919, are making a desperate effort to restore the yoke of capital through the attack of Denikin, whom they have supplied, even more than Kolchak, with officers, supplies, shells, tanks, etc., etc. The British military mission to South Russia would have agreed. It reported that the White recovery from the desperate situation of March 1919 was due almost entirely to British assistance. In reality, however, the level of outside involvement should not be exaggerated. The first Allied representatives to arrive at the Don and Volunteer headquarters seemed to promise that large Allied forces would arrive soon. Krasnov asked the French Balkan commander for 3 or 4 corps, 90,000 to 120,000 men. In fact, French involvement was confined to the southwest, in accordance with the December 1917 Spheres of Influence Agreement, and ended in the humiliating withdrawal of April 1919. The British alone supported the Don Cossacks and the Volunteer Army, and they sent no army units to the battlefront. A British division guarded the Batumbaku Railway in the Transcaucasus, but this was far removed from the fighting. Commitment of British ground troops, even just covering the AFSR supply ports at Taganrog and Novorossiysk, would have prevented the disastrous vacuum in the White rear in the autumn of 1919. Diplomatic and political intervention were slight, partly because the White capital was with Admiral Kolchak in Siberia. Economic assistance was also minimal. What was sent was Den-Mis, a British military mission to supply and train Denikin's armies. During the course of 1919, 198,000 rifles, 6,200 machine guns, and 500 million rounds of small arms ammunition were sent to Denikin's soldiers. Heavy equipment included 11-21 artillery pieces, mostly 18 PR, 84 mm field guns, and over 1,900,000 shells. Even some 60 tanks, MKV and medium A, were sent to a tankadrome at Taganrog, and 168 aircraft were provided. British flyers and tank crews were the only ones who fought. The only unit involved was No. 47 Squadron RAF. Clothing supplies included 460,000 greatcoats and 645,000 pairs of boots. The Whites occupied an area without major munitions factories, so these supplies were tremendously important. But Allied material was most important in the later stages of the Denikin campaign, the battles of the late summer of 1919 and the final advance toward Moscow. It took time for military supplies to come even from the Allies' Mediterranean depots. The first ship arrived in March 1919, and only 14 had arrived by the end of May. 21 more arrived before September, and the final 10 arrived by the middle of December. It took time to move material to the front and instruct the Russians in its use. In the campaigns of February-June 1919, the effect of Allied aid was mainly psychological. The promise of Allied supplies was a great boost to white morale. Photographs of tanks on flat cars featured in their propaganda. But the fighting in the first half of the year was done mainly by the whites using their own resources. More important as a general factor in explaining the whites' early victories were the difficulties faced by their opponents. The Reds' problems came from the very success of their winter 1918 to 1919 campaign. For one thing, the Soviet armies were now a long way from their bases. Supply lines to the core Soviet territory were weakly developed. The railways were badly damaged. Furthermore, the Red advance had swept south into politically dangerous country, and the Don region presented the greatest challenge. The collapse of Don Cossack units had allowed the Reds to make their great advances in February 1919. In March, however, many of the same Cossacks rose in revolt around Veshinskaya on the Upper Don, now deep in the rear of Southern Army Group. Farther south, Cossacks not yet overrun by the Reds were more willing to join a revived Don army. Bolshevik policy in the captured Cossack lands had thrown petrol on a smoldering fire. At first the policy came from the top. On January 24, 1919, a circular from the Bolshevik CC's Organization Bureau called for the most merciless war with all the Cossack leaders by exterminating the lot of them, putem pogolovnogo ik istreblenia, and for merciless mass terror in relation to all Cossacks involved, directly or indirectly, in the struggle with Soviet power. Cossacks found with arms were to be shot, and Red detachments were to occupy the stanitsas. Power on the Don was to be given to the non-Cossack Inagorodny. Raskazakivany, decossakization, was the order of the day. Local Bolshevik militants abolished the name Cossack and forbade Cossack dress. A more diplomatic policy was adopted in later months, at least by the highest Bolshevik leaders, with an attempt to split the Cossacks between rich and poor. But this distinction was lost on the Red leaders on the spot, and even Trotsky in the heat of the battle with the Veshinskaya rebels could talk about cauterizing the boil with a red-hot iron and exterminating the canes. The Veshinskaya rebels had as many as 30,000 men in arms and tied down a Red expeditionary force of 15,000. The Reds also received little support from another large part of South Russia, the Ukraine. The Red Ukrainian Army Group absorbed supplies and gave little help against the AFSR. The Grigoriev anti-Bolshevik mutiny in early May brought chaos to the western Ukraine. Meanwhile, the right flank of Southern Army Group was operating in a part of the Ukraine that had been in uproar for months. The Reds attempted to use the peasant anarchist leader Makhno to cover the western side of the White Bulge, but in late May white cavalry cut through Makhno's troops, who fled in disorder. Moscow declared Makhno himself a traitor to the revolution. So neither the Ukraine nor the Don proved favorable territory for the Red Army. Vatsidis concluded in late June, after his last attack had failed and then turned into a rapid retreat, that the only course was to withdraw into the secure zone, that is, the northern Great Russian provinces. Another reason the Whites were able to gain the initiative was that the whole Red Army was overextended. In the spring of 1919 it fought battles against the border states in the west, against the Allies in the far north in the Ukraine, and, especially, against Kolchak in the east. The decisive months on the southern front coincided with Kolchak's spring race towards the Middle Volga, and at the time Kolchak seemed much more dangerous. Trotsky was one of those who underestimated the southern threat. In mid-April, he announced that Denikin's army fought only because Kolchak was in the field. The collapse of the Kolchakites will lead at once and inexorably to the complete collapse of Denikin's volunteers under the lash. This was a difficult time for the Red Army in terms of replacements and munitions, but when either became available they were sent east rather than south. The Red Army was still less effective than its enemies. In May 1919 Vatsidis could claim that the Southern Whites had a local numerical superiority of 3:2 and better troops, while Trotsky's verdict in July was that Denikin's success was wholly and entirely due to the superiority of larger over smaller numbers. In reality, it was the Reds who had the larger numbers. In February 1919, the forces facing Denikin and the Cossacks were officially given as 152,000 men. In May they were 228,000, and by the first half of June 259,000. The number of Red combat troops must have been at least 80,000, and their equipment included 1,500 to 3,000 machine guns and 400 to 550 artillery pieces. Compared with this, Denikin had on his northern front 45,000 men, volunteers and Cossacks, in March and 50,000 in May. Total AFSR strength was 64,000. The balance were in the North Caucasus. One reason the larger Red Army was defeated by a smaller White one was that Trotsky's regularization, begun in the autumn of 1918, was still incomplete. The relationship between Ukrainian and Southern Army groups did not begin to be sorted out until June 1919. The leadership of the Southern Red Armies, while an improvement over 1918, was inferior to that of the Whites. Gittes, the commander-in-chief, was a professional soldier but a fairly young, 38-year-old colonel. Two of the rising stars of the Red military served as army commanders, Tukhachevsky, 8th Army, and Igorov, 10th, but both were still inexperienced. Skachko, 2nd Ukrainian Army, Voroshilov, 14th, Kozevnikov, 13th, Kvizin, 8th, and Nyagnitsky, 9th Army, were men of little command experience or ability, mostly former wartime subalterns or NCOs. Most were removed after the defeats. One commander of 9th Army, Vsevolodov, was a former general, but at the end of June 1919 he deserted to the Whites, driving across the front with his family. He had been in command since early June and chief of staff for 8 months before that. His earlier activities may help to explain the spring failures of the Red Offensive. Overall, the cooperation of ex-officer specialists, Bolshevik commissars, and peasant soldiers was not yet assured. The peasant-based mass Red Army that had developed in the winter of 1918 to 1919 had poor organization and shaky morale, and the Reds suffered high rates of desertion. The quality of the White armies was still higher than that of the Reds. The Don Cossacks had very good cavalry, which they used constantly to outmaneuver the Red infantry. Even better as a fighting force was the Volunteer Army, and the immediate cause of the failure of the Red Spring Offensive was the arrival of Volunteer Army on the open west flank of Don Army in the Donbass. This had not been part of the original plan of Denikin's staff. In January 1919, it had decided that when Volunteer Army had cleared the North Caucasus, it would march northeast toward Tsaritsyn, where it might link up with Kolchak. The worsening situation of the Don Cossacks, however, meant that the transfer had to be to the northwest into the Donbass. Denikin really had no choice. Red occupation of Rostov and the lower Don would have been an impossible threat to the rear and flank of any army moving from the North Caucasus to Tsaritsyn. If Vetsites's hoped for early victory in the southeast is an interesting might have been, so is stiffer Don resistance, providing an effective cover for a volunteer advance to Tsaritsyn. In any event, the Donbass was brilliantly defended by volunteer troops under a general named V.Z. Maimevsky. General Vrangel described his extraordinary appearance. A provincial comic actor, short, stout, red-faced with a big nose and little piggy eyes. Later in the year, Mai developed into an alcoholic, unwilling to control undisciplined troops, but he was a general of great ability, courage, and experience, having commanded I Guards Corps during the World War. He was 52 in 1919, 5 years older than Denikin. He led the 1st Division to be sent to help the Don Cossacks at the start of 1919, and he fought one of the most brilliant campaigns of the Civil War. With only 300 to 600 men, he used the interior lines of communication and the dense rail net of the industrial Donbass to beat off a series of attacks by as many as from 10,000 to 30,000 Red troops. Volunteer forces built up, and in May General Maimevsky became commander-in-chief of the whole Volunteer Army, under Denikin, who was main commander-in-chief of the AFSR. The fighting in the south can be divided into 3 Soviet offensives against the Donbass, in late March, mid-April, and mid-May. The first was stalled by the thaw of the Donets River, then disrupted by the superior White cavalry, and the later attacks were effectively blocked by the growing Volunteer Army. The last attack by Southern Army Group stalled in mid-May. Volunteer units then smashed through 2nd Ukrainian Army, thanks to the unsteadiness of Makhno's partisans and the confusion caused by the Grigoriev mutiny. The right flank of the next army, 13th, was thrown open, and simultaneously it was attacked with stupefying effect by the first handful of British tanks. 13th Army rolled back, taking the whole of Southern Army Group with it. Retreat only ended after the Whites had advanced 200 miles and gone beyond Kharkov. the main political and industrial center of the eastern Ukraine and one of the most important towns in Russia. On June 4, Trotsky had assured the city's population that, "I think that Kharkov stands in no greater danger than Tver, Penza, Moscow, or any other city of the Soviet Republic." 3 weeks later, the volunteer army rode in triumph into Kharkov. All local Red efforts, the creation of a Kharkov fortified region, the total mobilization of 15 age groups, and the founding of an extraordinary military revolutionary tribunal could not prevent it. While these gains were being made on the left of the AFSR front, the Don Army in the center, now commanded by General Sidorin, regained most of the lost host territory and pushed north beyond the Upper Don, joining hands in early June with the Veshinskaya rebels. Meanwhile, the Red attacks on the Donbass had been coordinated in April with an attack from the other eastern end of the front. Colonel Igorov's Red 10th Army attacked southwest along the railway line from Tsaritsyn to the Kuban. His cavalry commander, Demenko, got within 50 miles of Rostov from the south and threatened the encirclement of the main white armies operating north of the Don. Denikin personally commanded the first counterattacks, the last time he would personally direct operations. Then General Vrangel, who had led the victorious winter campaign in the North Caucasus, took over control of the white counterattack. At the end of May, 10th Army was outflanked on the Manik River and driven back in disorder. Igorov himself was badly wounded. Both north of Rostov on Sidorin's Don front and east of it on Vrangel's, the Reds' anti-Cossack policies recoiled against them. Along the route, Vatsidis candidly reported, the whole population rose in revolt. Vrangel advanced to Tsaritsyn itself and tried to take it by storm with his cavalry in mid-June. He was beaten off, but once the Kuban-Tsaritsyn railway was repaired, Vrangel could move up heavy equipment, including tanks. Tsaritsyn, the Red Verdun of 1918, fell on June 30, 1919, and with it were captured masses of Red military supplies. All out for the fight against Denikin. General Denikin traveled to Tsaritsyn to celebrate its capture. From that city, on July 3, 1919, he issued Secret Order No. 08878, better known as the Moscow Directive. The directive outlined, in less than a page, the projected future strategy of the armed forces of South Russia. The ultimate goal was the occupation of the heart of Russia, Moscow. In pursuit of this goal, the armies were given basic tasks. In essence, their commanders were told to fan out and then advance along the railway lines that converged on the Soviet capital. Vrangel's Caucasus Army was to follow one rail line through the western Volga region to Nizhny Novgorod, where it would turn west along the Vladimir-Moscow line. Sidorin's Don Army was to advance on a wider front, partly along the Voronezh-Ryazan-Moscow rail line and partly along the parallel line to the west. Maimevsky's volunteers would take the next line to the west, Kursk, Oral, Tula, Moscow. These were all very considerable tasks. Mai and Sidorin would have to cover 350 to 400 miles to reach their objective, and Vrangel 750 miles. For this directive, Denikin had boasted, "I had to use the 100-verst, small-scale map." In June, the AFSR's front was bounded on the west by one of the great rivers of Russia, the Dnieper. Denikin evidently wanted to confine his advance to the east bank of the Dnieper, using the river as a first-class natural barrier to cover his flank. The Moscow Directive only envisaged taking the Dnieper bridgeheads. But the corps commander on the left flank, General Shkuro, had already, on his own initiative, crossed the river to seize the province town of Ekaterinoslav, now Dnipropetrovsk, on the west bank. White troops were soon involved in rapid advances beyond the Dnieper into the western Ukraine. The White Three Corps broke out of the Crimea and marched across the lower Dnieper and west along the Black Sea coast, taking Kherson and Nikolaev, August 18. Odessa itself fell on August 23 to a white landing, aided by the gunfire of the dreadnought General Alexeyev. White detachments also advanced rapidly up the east side of the Dnieper, taking Poltava on July 29 and Kiev, the Ukrainian capital, 200 miles to the northwest, on August 23. The extreme advance in this direction was Chernigov, taken on October 12. Trotsky's train moved to the threatened part of the Ukraine, where he had been born 40 years before. On August 9, the Politburo ordered him to hold Odessa and Kiev to the last drop of blood. The fate of the entire revolution is in question. Once again, the Ukraine proved a very hard place to hold. Red forces were the poorly organized remnants of Antonovchenko's Ukrainian army group. 14th Army on the Dnieper bore the brunt of the AFSR attack from the east. The new Red 12th Army faced west towards Petlura's Ukrainian People's Army and a potential Romanian intervention from Bessarabia. The large area between these two enemies was full of insurgent peasant bands. In the end, all the Red forces could do was get out as rapidly as possible. Iona Iakir, a young commander and later a prominent victim of Stalin's military purge, made his name by extricating several divisions from the trap of the southern Ukraine and marching them 300 miles north. The Ukrainian campaign has been described as a major distraction for the AFSR and a cause of its defeat. But although Denikin needed every man he could get, the best white units were kept in the center, and only 10,000 to 15,000 committed to the Ukraine. It was also an inescapable fact of geography that the course of the Dnieper ran to the northwest, and the farther north Denikin went, the more his western flank opened out. The Ukraine was potentially valuable for food and recruits, and Odessa and Kiev boosted white prestige. The Red armies thrown from the Ukraine could no longer threaten the deep rear of the AFSR, as the Red High Command had indeed intended. On the opposite, eastern flank of the AFSR was Vrangel's Caucasus Army. Having taken Tsaritsyn, Vrangel pursued Soviet 10th Army up the Volga. On July 28, his cavalry took Kamyshin, and by the beginning of August was within 60 miles of Saratov. Meanwhile, at the end of July, in the empty steppe on the other side of the Volga near Lake Elton, detachments from Caucasus Army made contact with the Ural Cossacks. The southern and eastern white armies had finally joined hands. Vrangel later argued that he should have been given reinforcements to develop his attack and effect a real link with Kolchak. Indeed, one of the main reproaches he threw at Denikin in the following winter was that, having subordinated himself to the supreme ruler, which he did on June 12, 1919, Denikin failed to save him. On the other hand, Kolchak's armies had been broken in May, 2 months earlier, and it was a 300-mile march up the Volga from Kamyshin to Samara, and another 400 miles east from Samara to the Urals, through which Eastern Army Group was pursuing Kolchak. Supply for a northern thrust would have been difficult. There was no railway along the west bank of the Volga, and the Reds had been able to evacuate most of the river shipping when Tsaritsyn fell. And the Reds were concentrating their main strength precisely in this direction. Despite the Moscow directive, the Whites did not immediately carry out a general offensive in the part of their front closest to Moscow, the center. Maimevsky's Volunteer Army, the most powerful part of the AFSR, stood on a line north of Kharkov and made almost no progress from early July until early September. This was partly because it had to regroup after the last long bound, and partly because of the counterattacks by the Red Army. The Don Cossacks did mount a spectacular raid. Their commanders had realized the value of mass cavalry after the spring campaign, and they concentrated their cavalrymen under General Mamontov in the newly formed 4 Don Cavalry Corps. Mamontov rode north from the northern tip of the Don region on August 10, and 8 days later rode into the Soviet province town of Tambov, 125 miles behind the Red Army's lines. He then moved west to Kozlov, an important railway junction and headquarters of the Red Southern Army Group. Before breaking back through the Red lines in the middle of September, he even briefly took Voronezh. It is sometimes argued that Mamontov should have continued north to Moscow, but it was 250 miles from Tambov to Moscow, and Mamontov only had 9,000 men. He could only have had decisive success had the peasants risen in his support, but this did not happen. Mamontov's corps was badly disciplined and engaged in looting, hardly the way to win over the peasants. Trotsky called Mamontov's corps a comet with a filthy tale of robbery and rape. Ironically, Tambov province was to be the seat of the great anti-Bolshevik Antonov uprising, which began a year after Mamontov's raid. The looting also hurt the Whites by demoralizing their best cavalry forces. By the time Mamontov broke out to the south again in mid-September, many men had gone home with their loot. The corps was in no condition to give much help to the decisive operations which were about to begin. By midsummer 1919, the Soviet Republic had suffered unprecedented defeats. Between June 24 and July 1, the Whites captured Kharkov, Ekaterinoslav, and Tsaritsyn. Trotsky reported that Southern Army Group had lost 200 guns in the retreat. Lenin issued a circular on July 9, all out for the fight against Denikin. Calling for a concentration on the war effort, the Soviet Republic, he said, must be a single armed camp. The Red High Command was shaken up. Colonel Vatsidis had been main commander-in-chief since September 1918. In February 1919, he had reported that in the south the enemy had been smashed. Now, in late June, he had to tell Trotsky that things were grave. The enemy is directing his blow at the weakest place in our republic, leading him to our Tula arms plant on the approaches to Moscow, and pushing our southern armies back into the Hungary center. Vatsidis had suffered too many defeats, and there was even talk of treason. On July 3, the Bolshevik CC decided to replace Vatsidis with Colonel S. Kamenev, the rising star from among the specialists, the officer who, as commander-in-chief of Eastern Army Group, had broken Kolchak's offensive. This was a hard blow for Trotsky, as he and Vatsidis had effectively dismissed Kamenev only 2 months before, after debates about strategy. Trotsky demonstratively left the CC meeting, slamming the door behind him and offering his resignation. The reply to Denikin's Moscow directive was worked out by a new team at the Red Army's Serpukhov headquarters. Colonel Kamenev's General Directive No. 1116 was issued on July 23, 1919. The essence of the plan was that the main attack was to come at the eastern end of the front, from a striking group made up of 9th and 10th Armies and commanded by General Shorin. This attack began on August 15, drove the Whites 140 miles down the Volga, and in early September nearly took Tsaritsyn. Once again, however, Vrangel's Caucasus Army outfought its enemy, aided by some British tanks, and the Reds were stopped just north of the city, with the loss of 18,000 prisoners. Mamontov's cavalry raid also helped to stall the attack, as Shorin had to divert troops to chase him. The secondary Red attack, in the center of the Red Southern Front and led by General Solovychev, had begun 2 weeks late on August 14. It made considerable progress on the boundary between the Volunteer and Don armies. Kupiansk, 95 miles south of the starting line, was taken by the Reds after only 10 days on August 25. The London Times correspondent, ever ready to find Berlin's influence behind Moscow, described this as a typically German maneuver. Nevertheless, the White counterattacks nearly succeeded in trapping the Red salient, and Solovychev only narrowly escaped encirclement. The retreat began in early September. By the 15th, Solovychev was back at his starting line, and his disorganized units were about to be swamped by the final White offensive. General Solovychev died on September 17, supposedly of typhus, but it is possible that his death was connected with his failure. Kamenev's plan for an attack southwest from the eastern Volga end of the front set off one of the great strategic debates of the Civil War. Vatsidis had in June 1919 proposed a more direct attack, massing strength not in the east, but in the center and the west. 14th, 13th, and 8th Armies would advance southeast to Novocherkassk. Trotsky supported this plan, even after Vatsidis was sacked. An advance to the southeast, Trotsky and others argued, would be the shortest route to the enemy's vital regions, and one that would march through the industrial and pro-Bolshevik Donbass rather than the Cossack Don region. And as Kamenev's attack got bogged down, more and more voices were raised against it. In early September, 3 weeks after Kamenev's planned attack began but before the full-scale White counteroffensive, Trotsky and the commissars of the Southern Army Group Revmil Council wrote to Kamenev urging a concentration in the center. Kamenev refused to do this, and the Politburo backed him up, expressing amazement at the counterproposal. The Kamenev plan did not achieve its objective, the destruction of Denikin's forces. It was later criticized by supporters of both Trotsky and Stalin, both of whom eventually opposed it. On the other hand, it was at the time backed both by the General Staff specialists of the Red Army High Command and by the Supreme Bolshevik leadership, and had much to recommend it. An attack in the center would merely have confronted the main White advance, and Kamenev was not a believer in simply plugging holes. His strategy promised Red initiative, and moreover offered the possibility of destroying the enemy, not just of pushing him back. The capture of Rostov and Novocherkassk would cut off Denikin's armies in the Donbass and the Ukraine from their North Caucasus base. Indeed, Kamenev's plan was not unlike the one he had used effectively against Kolchak's Western Army in April 1919. Shorin, the striking group commander, had led Second Army in the east, and he brought his staff with him. The open steppe of the Volga attack was favorable for a rapid advance, unlike the Donbass, which Mawdsley had defended so tenaciously in the spring. A concentration in the east would engage a dangerous part of the enemy forces, Don Army, which was larger than Volunteer Army. In addition, the Red Striking Forces base area, the Middle Volga, was one of great importance. New Red units were being raised on the Volga. Experienced troops from Eastern Army Group were more easily transferred there than to the center and west of Southern Army Group, which was up to 400 miles farther away. Concentration in the Middle Volga also blocked any white advance up the river to effect a link with Kolchak's Siberian armies. This was just what Vrangel was arguing for. In May, the Reds had found documents suggesting such a link when they captured a high-ranking courier between Denikin and Kolchak aboard a Caspian steamer. The suggestion that Kamenev's strategy was adopted simply as a means of getting at Trotsky is far-fetched. After the Civil War, even Vrangel wrote that the Red concentration at the eastern end of the front was sound strategy. Shorin had pushed the White front line 140 miles down the Volga and had also taken a large part of the northern Don region. On 5 to 6 September, Red 10th Army very nearly succeeded in storming Tsaritsyn itself. Ironically, at the very moment Trotsky and the Southern Army Group Revmil Council were calling for a change of plan, Vrangel had evacuated what he could from Tsaritsyn, and his headquarters train was waiting with steam up, ready to abandon the city. But the Red Army's attempt, over 2.5 months, to mount a counterattack on the southern front had failed. Thanks to the failure of the secondary attack, Solovychev's divisions, in the center of Southern Army Group, were now in disorder. Volunteer Army was poised to undertake a deep pursuit. Whether the Soviet Republic could withstand this final shock would depend on its internal strength. The armed camp, Savdipia, November 1918 to November 1919. The Soviet Republic is besieged by the enemy. It must be a single armed camp, not in words but in deeds. Lenin, all out for the fight against Denikin. July 9, 1919. The Red Army. In 1919, there was no change in Trotsky's regular principles of army organization. Centralization, command by appointed, not elected, ex-officers, supervision by appointed commissars, rigid discipline, conventional units, and general conscription. The issue, however, was only finally decided at the 8th Party Congress, March 1919. Trotsky's critics were known as the military opposition, but the fact is that they made up a large section, perhaps a majority, of the party elite in the army. Lenin had much in common with the critics. In November 1918, Izvestia quoted him as saying that the old command staff was made up mainly of the spoiled and depraved darling sons of the capitalists who had nothing in common with the ordinary soldier. So now, in building a new army, we must take our commanders solely from among the people. Even during Kolchak's spring 1919 offensive, Lenin considered sacking the officer specialists and giving a party man, Lashevich, the post of main commander-in-chief. But Lenin came down on Trotsky's side at the Congress, partly from his confidence in the war commissar, and partly because of the way he saw the general situation. Few proletarians served in the army. Iron discipline is needed here, Lenin told the opposition. And if you say that this is an autocratic feudal system and protest against saluting, then you will not get an army in which the middle peasant will fight. What would have happened had Trotsky's opponents carried the day is a matter for speculation. It is true that they wanted a modification of the system rather than a complete turnabout. But a vote of no confidence in Trotsky, less cooperation from the officers, and concessions to the ever-present centrifugal forces might have fatally weakened the Red Army at a time of great danger. The victory of regular principles did not mean that Trotsky kept total control, and 4 months later his authority was much diminished. The very important Bolshevik CC meeting of July 3, 1919 has already been mentioned. After catastrophic military defeats, the loss of Kharkov and Tsaritsyn, the Bolshevik CC shook up the high command system that had evolved under Trotsky's leadership. Colonel Vetsidis, Trotsky's chosen main commander-in-chief, was replaced by a man Trotsky had argued with over strategy, Colonel S. Kamenev. The Central Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic was purged. Trotsky and his deputy, Sklyansky, remained, but the new members were people the war commissar had differed with in the past. S. Kamenev, Guzov Smilga, head of the political administration, and Rykov, the new dictator of army supply. Stung by this rebuke, Trotsky walked out of a CC meeting and resigned from his army and party posts, but this was refused. Lenin gave him a blank check endorsing any order he cared to make. All the same, Trotsky's authority would never be what it had been before. Yusov later claimed that before the July shakeup, a planned, centralized, businesslike military center did not exist, and that Trotsky's improvised methods had been a system of organized panic. This lays too much blame on Trotsky personally and ignores the difficult conditions of 1918, but the reorganization did strengthen the Red Army. The Tsarist officers, brought into the army in the spring and summer of 1918, were given more power in 1919. This did not always seem to be a wise course. In June 1919, specialists nearly opened the gates of Petrograd to the Whites. The commander-in-chief of 9th Army in the south defected. The chief of the field staff, General Kostyaev, was arrested in mid-June, along with many general staff officers, and even Vetsidis was imprisoned for a time. In the end, however, Vetsidis and Kostyaev were released, and the response to defeat and treachery was not a Bolshevik commander, but the new regular command team of S. Kamenev and P.P. Lebedev. The new main commander-in-chief, Colonel Sergei Kamenev, was, at 38, 8 years younger than Vetsidis, but was otherwise a more conventional appointment. Kamenev was more typical of the Tsarist officer corps. He was a great Russian, while Vetsidis was a Latvian. His origins were not as humble. Kamenev's father had been a senior military engineer. Despite backwardness in the political sphere, as his dossier put it, Kamenev prospered with the revolutions. He progressed from command of a regiment in February 1917 to senior staff posts. Luck had played a part in his key promotion to command of Eastern Army Group in October 1918. General V.N. Igorev of the Western Screen declined the honor on medical grounds, and Kamenev happened to be his deputy. But Kamenev was distinguished by more than just an enormous military mustache. In the East, he finished off the Comic Army and stopped Kolchak. From July 1919 to the end of the Civil War and beyond, he led the whole Red Army to victory. General P.P. Lebedev, the new chief of the field staff, helped Kamenev plan the victorious campaigns. During the World War, the British attaché had described little Lebedev as one of the most able officers in the army and a most ardent patriot. Former officers were called up in large numbers and dominated command posts from battalion level upwards. The new development in 1919 was the large-scale training of more junior, company, and platoon commanders. Special Courses produced 2,000 Red Commanders in 1918 and 11,000 in 1919 and 25,000 in 1920. Although this was small compared to the output of Tsarist courses, 220,000 wartime officers, praporshchiki, it did mean that by the end of 1920 half of the command staff were Red Commanders. These command corps also gave elite troops, the kursanty, who were taken from their lecture rooms to the battlefield in emergencies. In addition, some 215,000 Tsarist Army NCOs were called up during the Civil War. Some, like the future Marshal Zhukov, became commanders. Others provided the military backbone of the Red Army. Political control over the army was consolidated. By the autumn of 1919 there were about 120,000 party members in the forces, and a further 40,000 were added in the party weeks during the October crisis. Something like half of all party members were in the army, and about 5 to 10% of Red Army men were party members. The Bureau of Military Commissars became in May the Political Administration, PUR. This organization not only maintained army morale and loyalty but also carried out political work in captured regions. Great effort went into raising conscious discipline through army newspapers, lectures, and concerts. The Order of the Red Banner was used to reward bravery. At the same time, there was the threat of harsh repression. The army was supervised by the Chaika Special Department, O. A succession of important figures led it, including, in the crisis autumn of 1919, Felix Dzerzhinsky himself. Cordon detachments blocked desertion and retreat. Punishments were severe. In January 1919, Vetsidis complained to Lenin that in 8th Army, fighting the Don Cossacks, no fewer than 2,000 had been sentenced to death and 150 actually executed. Such bloody discipline, he argued, would create only mechanical obedience and not a combat-ready army capable of showing initiative. Lenin and Trotsky, however, wanted iron discipline to hold the peasant conscripts, and a stern regime was kept. According to one senior Denikin officer, Red deserters were amazed at the looser discipline found in the White Army. The greatest change in the Red Army was its rapid growth. The Army's strength in October 1918 was about 430,000 men. The figure given by one official source of 3 million men in October 1919 seems exaggerated, but numbers were probably approaching that at the end of 1919. There were certainly 61 rifle and 12 cavalry divisions then. It is worth considering why the Red Army was built up to such a size. The huge armies of the Central Powers had gone home. The combined combat forces of the White Armies never exceeded 250,000. The Red forces, meanwhile, put a great strain on Savdipia's resources. Lenin, as we have already seen, had been the first to call for a 3 million-man army in October 1918, and he linked this to the German Revolution. By the start of 1919, however, the army was concentrated in the east and south, not in the west. Another explanation was given by the émigré historian Bernstam, who argued that large garrisons were needed to control the Soviet population. This may have been a secondary factor, but there is little evidence of large-scale fighting in the interior of the Soviet zone. A more obvious justification for a big army was the need to be ready to defend Savdipia against widely spread opponents. In June 1919, for example, the Red High Command estimated enemy strength at 657,000. Of these, only 111,000 were placed in Denikin's armies, the main threat in reality. A further 129,000 were reckoned to be with Kolchak, 39,000 in the far north, and no fewer than 378,000 on the western border, mostly Poles and Finns. Vatsidis had to think about campaigns, as he put it, on all points of the compass, a potential front totaling 8,000 versts, 5,300 miles, at a time when the disorganized railways could not move reserves from front to front. Quantity also solved problems of quality. Vatsidis told Lenin in January 1919 that all Red victories had come from local numerical superiority, and speaking later of a possible campaign against Allied troops in the Ukraine, he recommended that we must outnumber the enemy by a factor of 2 or 3 to 1, because in terms of equipment the enemy has the hugest advantage. Also, a given combat strength demanded from the Red Army a much larger overall total. In June 1919, Vatsidis gave Red combat strength as 356,000, but the army groups, the frontline troops, actually contained a grand total of 899,000, including commanders and non-combatant troops. Furthermore, the military districts, in the interior of Savdipia, added 538,000, and the paramilitary forces 111,000. So the total Red strength was really something like 1.5 million, and the ratio of combat troops to the total was less than 1 to 4. The reasons for such a ratio include lack of equipment, the painfully slow conversion of mobilized peasants into combat soldiers, duplication of support facilities in each of the scattered army groups, and the army's non-military tasks in the newly conquered areas. Finally, size came partly from the fact that the Red Army was a very leaky bucket, one that needed constant refilling. As many as 2 million Red soldiers were lost in the course of 1919 due to illness, desertion, including draft dodging, and, much less significant, battle casualties. At one time, it was hoped to realize the socialist ideal of a militia army. A decree on universal military training, Sevabush, was issued in April 1918, and this militia system was approved as late as March 1919. But by this time, the militia had ceased to be a major factor. The military specialists were hostile, and they could show that Sevabush tied up commanders and equipment. In the difficult spring of 1,919 functioning units of any kind took precedence over the militia ideal. Manpower for the regular Red Army was raised, for the most part, in more traditional ways. In September 1918 came the first general mobilization of the class of 1898, i.e. 19-year-olds, and the 1899 class followed on March 1st. Kolchak's offensive led to the early call-up of the 1900 class. Between late September 1918 and April 1919, the younger World War classes, 1890 to 1897, were called back into service. This recall of veterans was something most of the White Armies did not dare do, and it gave the Reds some manpower with a modicum of training. But the veterans were very reluctant to take up arms again, and in any event the local machinery for mobilization was still poor, and extraordinary methods had to be used to get additional, older men. The special mobilization of workers, trade unionists, and Communist Party members gave backbone to the army, but the numbers available were small, tens, rather than hundreds of thousands, and their mobilization hurt political and economic work. And in the countryside, the attempted voluntary mobilization of 10 to 20 peasants from each rural district, volist, produced far fewer than expected. The battle with deserters became very important, as most of these were actually men who simply ignored the call-up. In May 1919, the machinery for dealing with them was revamped. The carrot included words of sympathy for the middle peasant and better support for soldiers' families. But the stick was equally important. Systematic roundups were introduced, and everywhere there was tighter discipline and widespread propaganda. As Trotsky put it, "It is necessary to create such a situation, such a feeling in the country, that a deserter cannot find a place to lay his head, like Cain, who committed a treacherous act against his brother." The results were impressive. Nearly 1,426,000 deserters were returned to the army in July-December 1919, compared to 334,000 in February-June. The total was nearly the same as those called up by normal means. The creation of the mass army did not come from strict centralization. Yusuf, one of the party's top military men, felt that one of the Red Army's distinguishing features was that two-thirds of it was formed or reformed near the front by the army groups themselves. The army groups controlled large territories, and while advancing they came upon fresh reserves of manpower and many POWs. Front mobilizations were estimated as 500,000 in 1919. It was in theory more efficient to train and organize reinforcements in the rear, but the 11 complete new divisions the main staff tried to raise in the winter of 1918 to 1919 were dispersed in penny packets as emergency reinforcements. It was only after the decisive battles of 1919 that a reserve army of the Republic in the Volga region really began to form proper units to reinforce the front. Units also did not take shape according to plan. A November 1918 regulation envisaged a giant standard rifle division of 58,000 men, but in practice even 10,000 was a rarity. There were typically 3 regiments in a division, and the average size of each regiment was 1,200 men, growing to perhaps 2,000 by the end of the war. Little attention, moreover, was paid to standardization. The Reds did not set out to create any elite troops, but a British defector source indicated that the best were very good, while many others were exceptionally poor. The mass army needed equipment. The most important weapons were the .30, 7.62 mm rifle, M1891, and the Maxim machine gun. The standard field gun was the 3 in 76.2 mm Model 02. Heavier artillery was seldom used in the mobile campaigns. Most of the Russian weapons that had survived the World War ended up in the Soviet zone. The total weapons acquired by the old regime were 11 million rifles, 76,000 machine guns, and 17,000 field guns. About 5 or 10% seemed to have survived the World War in 1917 and to have stayed in the hands of the Soviet government. According to Vatsidis's estimate, the Red Army began 1919 with about 600,000 rifles, 8,000 machine guns, and 1,700 field guns. The inheritance was crucial, since Soviet war production was low. The following figures compare Tsarist production in 1916 with Soviet production in 1919. The 1928 official history of the Civil War admitted that Soviet production only became important in the second half of 1919. Up until that time we were kept going by the legacy of the old army. This showed the extreme value for eventual victory of Soviet control over the arms depots of Central Russia. Artillery production was negligible, but even rifle production in 1919 cannot have brought the total to more than 1 million. There must have been losses. At a time when the army numbered nearly 3 million. But it was rifle ammunition that caused most worry. In early May 1919, as his eastern and southern fronts collapsed, Vatsidis reported to the Defense Council that the supply of small arms ammunition, SAA, was heading for catastrophe. The army was shooting off 70 to 90 million rounds a month, and the main arsenal at Tula was producing only 20 million. In December 1919, Trotsky was to look back on this as the Great Crisis, when there was the danger that we might perish from lack of cartridges, rifles, machine guns, and artillery. Fortunately, production, especially of SAA, improved somewhat over the summer. The Civil War was fought largely with 19th-century technology. The main exception was the machine gun. Mechanization was minimal due to backwardness and the lack of fuel. The condition of roads limited the usefulness of the few armored cars, and the Tsarist army had no tanky. The mobile weapons were the armored train, of which the Red Army had 59 by October 1919, and the Tachanka, a cart carrying a machine gun. Horse-drawn carts, mostly taken from the peasants, provided the main transport. The Reds had only a few hundred airplanes, whose condition won the nickname flying coffins. Naval forces were only a fraction of World War strength, largely due to the lack of coal and fuel oil. The Reds did, however, succeed in improvising many river gunboats, which were especially useful on the Volga, Kama, and northern Dvina. The first Red Army uniforms, identical for all levels from war commissar to the humblest peasant infantryman, were designed at the end of 1918, after a competition organized by Trotsky. The distinctive winter cloth hat with its pointed top, folding ear flaps, and Red Star badge was nicknamed the hero's hat, Bogaturka, from its strong resemblance to a medieval warrior's helmet. The new overcoat was officially called a kaftan and was based on the coat of the 17th-century Muscovite Streltsy. One wonders what the more foppish staff officer veterans of the old army felt parading around like extras from Kovenshkina. These uniforms only gradually became available in quantity. Some units made up their own uniforms, others, toward the end of 1919, wore British battle dress captured from white stores. But most common was Tsarist army issue, modified with red ribbons or Soviet insignia. In general, there was a great lack of proper uniforms, underclothes, footwear, and overcoats, which is not surprising given the economic ruin and the need to clothe 2 to 3 million men. The growing Red Army needed more and more food. The army ate much of what was procured by the civilian supply organs, but it had to take on itself a good deal of the work. Soldiers in the rear were supposed to be fed by an elaborate organization set up by the food supply and war commissariats, but the Tsarist tradition of the regimental economy, by which units procured and even grew their own food, continued. The element of self-supply was even stronger in the fighting army groups. Transport and administrative weaknesses meant that they got little from the center, and in any event they were nearer the food-producing areas of South Russia, the Volga, and western Siberia. Far from being well supplied, their task included shipping food back to the hungry interior of Savdipia. Was it then a mistake to create a huge Red Army in 1919? It imposed a huge strain on a feeble economy, and yet it was still a poorly equipped force. On the other hand, the vital supply problem could only be solved by taking the rich territories of the enemy. Proper bases in our own rear were spectral, birds in the bush, recalled the official history. Realism led us to bases in front of us, these were the birds in hand. And manpower was the greatest advantage that came from the vast zone controlled by the Bolsheviks. It could be, and was, used to overwhelm better led and better equipped opponents. War economy. In 1919, Savdipia's economic position differed little from that of the second half of 1918. The provinces that grew surplus food were in the battle zone or held by enemies. These same provinces held essential raw materials and fuel. Large-scale industry in the Soviet zone was in a state of decay, internal trade was at a low level, and there were no commercial links with the world outside. In the summer and autumn of 1918, the countryside had been exasperated by crop seizures, the Komdi, and the extraordinary tax and conscription. After November 1918, there were no major concessions to the peasants in the interlinked areas of food supply and general agrarian policy, but the rural population were treated more carefully. In the winter of 1918 to 1919, socialist farming was verbally encouraged, but there was no peasant response and collectivization was not forced in the core of the Soviet-held zone. The few state farms showed the failure of the food supply policy. These sovkhozy were formed by townspeople who realized that to eat they would have to grow their own food. The real focus of 1919 became not the collective farm but the middle peasant, Serednyak. Lenin admitted to the Eighth Party Congress, March 1919, that grave mistakes had been made. The enemy was the kulak, prosperous peasant. But very often, owing to the inexperience of our Soviet officials and to the difficulty of the problem, the blows which were intended for the kulaks fell on the middle peasants. Here we have sinned very badly. In contrast to its policies of 1918, The party now revealed that the goal was not to mobilize the supposed rural proletariat, the poor peasant, bedniak, against the kulak. Now, at the Congress, it was said that most peasants were middling and had to be won over. When food, conscripts, and internal order were essential, at least lip service had to be paid to the peasant majority. One important symbol of this was Kalinin, the peasant worker who succeeded Sverdlov as head of state in early 1919. He would supposedly be aware of peasant feelings, and he spent much of his time on propaganda tours. Tokens and propaganda, the avoidance of collectivization, and the worst mistakes of 1918 all helped the Red victory. The range of real concessions, however, was limited by the food supply system. It was not thought desirable, on either practical or ideological grounds, to bring back private trade. In November 1918, this was completely nationalized. But the alternative to the market, collective barter, still yielded little, and the government had to fall back on the food levy Prodrazverska law of January 1919. The law formalized the arrangements by which the peasants were, on a province-level basis, obliged to give up their surpluses. The first food crisis had been eased by the 1918 harvest, but supplies ran short again, and the absolute low point in food supplies to the towns was probably reached in the late winter of 1918 to 1919. Gradually, the collection apparatus became more effective. Officially 108 million PUDs, 195,000 t. of grain and fodder were obtained in 1918 to 1919, as opposed to 73 million in 1917 to 1918. This improvement has to be compared with 393 million in 1916 to 1917. What made the situation tolerable was that most Russians lived in the countryside and that there were now fewer mouths to feed in the towns than in 1917. Furthermore, the requisitioning system had only a paper monopoly of trade. The black market and the ubiquitous bagmen may well have played a dominant part in the food supply system. Meanwhile, the Red Army was only a third the size of its Tsarist predecessor, and the front-line units were to some extent able to supply themselves. In industry too, there was no basic change, but rather continued shrinkage and more stress on war production. The state-run economy should not be confused with the centralized and planned system that socialists had long talked about. Soviet war production concentrated resources on a few key factories and simultaneously placed much reliance on the artisan production of small workshops, especially for clothing. Planning could not work in Savdipia, with its new institutions, vast and ravaged territory, and poorly educated population. Kritzman, the historian of war communism, admitted that the whole system had no real center, only an ersatz one, a completely unsatisfactory center, in the form of the Defense Council, Council of Workers and Peasants Defense SRKO, Lenin's inner cabinet, set up in November 1918. The so-called Supreme Economic Council VSNKH of early 1918 survived, but even its control over industry was challenged. In November 1918, a special organ, Kreskomsnab, was charged with war production, and this was further developed in July 1919 when control of all war production was given to one person. The elegantly named Defense Council's extraordinary plenipotentiary for the supply of the Red Army, the Chusosnabarm, was the veteran Bolshevik Rykov. But even Rykov did not control food, which remained under the Food Supply Commissariat, and there were other strong and competing institutions in Moscow and the provinces. Rather than planning, one key concept was Udernost, shock production, the concentration of scarce raw materials, fuel, and labor in a few key defense factories while starving the rest. Despite all these shortcomings of their war economy, the Reds won the great campaigns of 1919. This was partly because the Whites were even worse off. The Whites' one local resource was an abundant food supply. They inherited few factories or military depots. They were dependent on Allied supplies that arrived late or were pilfered en route to the front. The Reds had the advantage of a vast territory to which the Volga, the Urals, and Western Siberia were added in 1919. This meant that even if resources were not used efficiently, the overall amount was very large, compared with what the Whites could muster. The general system created by the economic revolution continued, but with more of a feeling for peasant sensitivities and more concentration on the military essentials. Great popular sacrifices were still demanded, but Red political control within Savdipia, as we shall see, contained the protests and made the system workable. The workers' and peasants' state. In 1918, the new Soviet state had benefited from considerable popular support, an inherited bureaucracy, a reasonably united ruling party, and the use of political terror. Also crucial was the political weakness of its internal opponents. In 1919, Savdipia faced a different challenge, but now had the additional advantage of a more developed administrative machine. At the top of the structure, the process is evident since the middle of 1918 went on. Sovnarkom and its apparatus, especially the Defense Council, became more effective. Despite extravagant claims in the 1919 Communist program that the Soviet state realizes. In an immeasurably wider form than ever before, local self-government, without any sort of authority imposed from above. The fact was that Soviet democracy had atrophied. No Congress of Soviets was held for 13 months, from November 1918 to December 1919. The Central Excom, the main elected organ of the Soviet Congress, did not meet at all. Power was concentrated in its presidium. The decline in the importance of the Central Excom was furthered by the death of Sverdlov in March 1919 and his replacement by the peasant figurehead Kalinin. Across Savdipia, real power was concentrated in the local Soviet Excoms, and even further within their presidiums. This came partly because so many local activists were drafted into the forces, and partly because debate had to be kept from getting out of hand. It was dangerous to tap mass support at a time when the state was making great demands for food and conscripts. This was shown when relatively free elections to a provincial Congress of Soviets at Tver, between Moscow and Petrograd, produced as many non-party delegates as Bolsheviks and bitter open criticism of government policy. In the end, arbitrary methods had to be used here and all over Savdipia to ensure Bolshevik majorities at province and county congresses. Meanwhile, the local agencies of central commissariats, ministries, referred questions back to their centers in Moscow, rather than leaving the decision to local Soviets. This happened with the army, the economic agencies, the Chaika, and especially the Interior Commissariat (NKVD). And in districts just behind the front, in recently captured areas, and places where there were armed uprisings, even the managed local Soviets did not provide the necessary authority. Supreme power was given to an appointed Revolutionary Committee, Revcom, in which the Red Army played a large part. The greatest check on Soviet power, and yet an important factor in explaining the success of the Red Home Front, was the development of the Russian Communist Party. It was only at the 8th Party Congress, March 1919, that the central institutions were clearly defined. The Inner Political Bureau, Lenin, L.B. Kamenev, Krestinsky, Stalin, and Trotsky. The Organizational Bureau, and the Secretariat. These developments had long-term implications, such as Stalin's rise through the Secretariat's apparatus. But their immediate importance was that they made the party's center more solid. The Politburo in particular became the linchpin of the political system, a body that made it possible to bind together or bypass the various state and party institutions. A major effort was made to improve communications between this center and the national network of party organizations. At the 8th Congress, the extraordinary weaknesses of the party machine had been clearly shown. Only 3 out of the 36 provinces, it turned out, sent in regular reports to Moscow, and nearly half of the 219 counties had never bothered to report at all. Now the demand for tighter coordination came, as it had at the end of 1918, from both the center and the grassroots, where local leaders welcomed the support that only Moscow could give. Locally, full-time party officials held more and more real power. Province party committees rarely met, and urgent decisions were left to a few members of the Pravcom Bureau, the local equivalent of the Politburo, which became the center of local power. The 8th Congress spelled out the party's task to create groups, frakции, inside the Soviets with the aim of undivided political supremacy in the Soviets and of actual supervision, control, over all their work. But state institutions were not to be replaced by party ones, a development seen as leading to fatal confusion. The party strives to direct the work of the Soviets, not to replace them, and under Russian conditions this proved a sound way of creating institutions of mass democracy and keeping tight control over them. Party size in March 1919, 350,000, was not very different from that of late 1917, but the center felt that the Bolshevik monopoly of power had attracted a careerist element of margarine communists. The result in April 1919 was the first general purge which, coupled with the resignation of faint-hearted comrades during mobilization, brought membership down to an extraordinarily low 150,000 by August 1919. Policy changed again in September at the height of the White Offensive. As the CC Bulletin put it, in such conditions our party's membership card clearly meant being a candidate for Denikin's gallows, and this was felt to be enough to deter the careerists. An additional 160,000 party members were recruited in various party weeks that autumn, and for the rest of the war the number increased. Altogether, this complex and unplanned process did temper the steel of the party, providing a small but effective core for the popular movement, and at the same time it enhanced the role of the party veterans in Moscow and in the provincial towns. Political terror was still an important part of the formula. Despite the Sixth Soviet Congress's, November 1918, approval of an amnesty and a release of hostages, and despite the strong resentment of the Chayka by many senior Soviet leaders. In January 1919, the county Chaykas were closed and the political police concentrated at the province level. But this was the only major change. Although the Chaykas' right to sentence offenders was ended, this did not apply to areas under martial law. In mid-March, the long-standing rivalry between the Interior Commissariat and the Chayka was resolved by making Dzerzhinsky head of both. Terror was still directed against both the masses and conscious political enemies. An extreme case involving the former came during the Great Transport Crisis of February 1919, with the threat to shoot peasant hostages if the railway lines were not cleared of snow. Bolshevik civilians and trade unionists were formed into Special Duties Units, CHAN, in order to safeguard Soviet power during the April 1919 crisis. More important were the 100,000 men of the Chayka's Internal Security Troops, VOKHR. The Corps of Internal Security Troops was created in May 1919 and combined several smaller organizations. The number of people executed in the 20 central provinces in 1919 was officially put at 3,500, only half the figure for 1918. Even if the figures for both years are understated, it is possible that the scale of executions in the central provinces was lower once the Soviet system was more firmly in control. However, the Chayka's activities in the reconquered periphery, in the Ukraine, the Baltic, the Urals, and Siberia, must have been much bloodier. Denikin's advancing troops uncovered large-scale atrocities, and their retreat must have been followed by others. One British report said something about the author's own prejudices, the evidence of wholesale executions, of the cold-blooded and refined tortures carried out by Chinese experts, and of the revolting sadism sick of young Jewesses is irrefutable. Large numbers of people were held prisoner. The official Soviet figures for 1919 were 7,500 concentration camps and 21,700 prisons, respectively 17% and 46% greater than 1918, and there were also 4,100 labor camps. The anti-Bolsheviks failed to build an effective underground within Savdipia. There were incidents, but nothing on the scale of the 1918 Yaroslavl or Izhevsk risings. The biggest organization was probably that of the National Center, which had a cadet orientation and British support. As Denikin's offensive developed, the Moscow group apparently planned some kind of uprising, but in late August 1919 its head, Shepkin, was arrested, and in September the Chayka rounded up hundreds of suspects. 67 were executed. A second National Center group in Petrograd had vitally placed supporters, including the Chief of Staff of 7th Army, but achieved no decisive results. The leftist underground was also effectively impotent. An anarchist bomb thrown into the Bolsheviks' Moscow Committee headquarters in September 1919 killed the Moscow party chief and 11 others, and wounded 55, including Bukharin. But the incident was an isolated one. The Chayka kept control. In the first 7 months of 1919, it uncovered in Central Russia some 270 counter-revolutionary organizations. This, on a monthly average, was 3 or 4 times the number uncovered in 1918. On the other hand, 99 uprisings were reported, which was fewer per month than in the previous year. All these figures must be treated with great caution, but together they seem to suggest, at a time when the external white threat was at its greatest, a higher level of internal control. As important as repression was the continuing inability of the anti-Bolshevik political groups to stimulate mass opposition. In 1919, as in 1918, the opposition lacked roots, had thin popular support, and suffered from poor organization. But an additional problem in 1919 was the polarization between the Bolsheviks and the white generals. There was now little middle ground. This made only a marginal difference to the cadets and the right. They would have had little popular support anyway. But for the SRs and Mensheviks, the choice was more agonizing. The new SR line stressed the party's role as a third force, but more and more the centrist socialists had to choose one extreme or the other. For many, the Bolsheviks became clearly the lesser of the two evils. Particularly striking was the case of the socialist leaders of Kamik. Mawdsley, the most prominent Menshevik in Kamik, was stunned by Admiral Kolchak's coup and withdrew from politics, disinfecting his mind in the winter of 1918 to 1919 by reading Sherlock Holmes and Sienkiewicz. He then had the pleasant and unexpected surprise, given to us by history, that the immediate transition to socialism was possible. The Bolsheviks exploited this situation. After the Kolchak coup and the end of the World War, there was within the Soviet zone a political thaw of sorts. In November 1918, the restrictions placed on the Mensheviks in the early summer were lifted. Volsky, the SR chairman of Kamik, took refuge in Savdipia and was, briefly, in February 1919 given some freedom for political activities. But the Bolsheviks never entertained thoughts of a genuine partnership. The legal Menshevik newspaper in Moscow was banned on the grounds that it called for the end of the Civil War, and in March the Cheka arrested a number of Menshevik leaders. The left SRs were attacked after a big strike at Petrograd's Putilov factory. Nowhere were the rival socialists allowed to build a base in the Soviets or to have continuous access to the press. Central Russia, Savdipia, with its great resources of manpower and its still considerable economic potential, was the key to Bolshevik success in 1919. The nature of the Bolsheviks' grip on Savdipia had changed. The Soviet program, a positive political appeal, was less decisive. The Whites had even less mass appeal, and the Reds were now sensitive to the middle peasant. But the Bolsheviks had little to give and had to demand more and more. One new Bolshevik advantage in 1919 was the polarization between white and red, caused by the very success of the white movement, which led to the center and center-left moving towards the Bolsheviks. Perhaps the main difference between 1917 to 1918 and 1919, however, was that the Bolshevik government was more firmly established. The Bolsheviks had had time to consolidate the Soviet structure and the party, and to get the Red Army and the Cheka past the infant stage. The state was no monolith, but it gave the Reds the power to enforce popular sacrifices and to build and supply a war-winning army. When faced by the greatest military threat of the Civil War, Denikin's Moscow offensive Savdipia would prove a firm base. The turning point, September-November 1919.
Lenin s Trockým, nascha dvojka, vod poprobujka, pokrojka. Naschej dvojky nechem krít. Gdez he tvoja, Denikin prít.
Lenin and Trotsky are our pair. / just try them. Just cover them. / our pair can't be trumped. / what have you got, Denikin, that can match them? Red Army propaganda poem, 1919.
Za Rosiju I svobodu lomítko esli v boji zovut, lomítko to, kornilovci, I v vodu lomítko I v ogon, idut.
For Russia and freedom / if they call for battle. / the Kornilov men will go / through fire and water. March of the Kornilov Shock Regiment. To Moscow. It is not easy to say when in the Civil War Soviet rule was most threatened. The choice is probably between the Volga campaign in 1918 and General Denikin's offensive in 1919. In the late summer of 1918, during the battles for Kazan, the Bolsheviks had only a small, disorganized army and a primitive and unstable political base. It may be that the relative threat was greatest at that time, because by the autumn of 1919 Moscow had had another year to build up its Red Army and consolidate its internal structure. On the other hand, the main anti-Bolshevik force was much larger and better organized, in military terms, in late 1919. Soviet Russia, moreover, was now surrounded by a ring of active white fronts in western Siberia, North Russia, the Baltic, and South Russia. This, then, was the time that anti-Bolshevik military potential reached its peak, and Soviet power was certainly gravely threatened once again. The crisis reached its peak at the end of October 1919. 6 weeks before, in the middle of September 1919, General Denikin's Armed Forces of South Russia, AFSR, renewed the great offensive that had begun with the capture of the Donbass, Kharkov, and Tsaritsyn and had been formalized in his Moscow directive of July 3. The Whites had withstood the Soviet counterattacks of August and early September. Now they grasped the initiative and thrust north again. Fundamental to the Moscow directive, to the outlook of the individual white commanders, and probably to the logic of civil war, was continued advance right along the front. Vrangel's Caucasus army on the Volga flank was the exception, but it did hold on to the northern approaches to Tsaritsyn. Sidorin's Don army, on Vrangel's left, drove the Reds back throughout September and October. The Cossacks only came to a halt at the beginning of November after they had covered 100 miles, threatening the rear of Red 9th and 10th armies and even the strategic Volga town of Saratov. Meanwhile, on the extreme western flank of the AFSR, the troops of General Dragomirov's Kiev district reached Chernigov on October 12, squeezing the Red defenders against the Polish positions. It was in the center of the AFSR front, between Sidorin and Dragomirov, that the main blow was struck. The line of advance was the railway running north from Kharkov through Kursk, Oryl, and Tula to Moscow. The shaft aimed straight at the Red capital was still Maimevsky's volunteer army. The spearhead was I Corps with the veteran Kornilov, Markov, and Drozdovsky units from the Kuban campaigns now transformed into divisions. The Whites benefited from the failure of the August counterattack by the Red Solovychev group, whose exhausted remains retreated north before them. The extent of the threat became clear when volunteer armored trains captured the province town of Kursk by a coup de main on September 20th. Whole units were deserting to the Whites. The two Red Rifle divisions in the direct path of the Kornilov division were shattered. The 9th, which repeatedly ran away, is of interest because one of its battalion commissars was the young Nikita Khrushchev. The 55th actually ceased to exist due to casualties and desertion. Its commander, Stankiewicz, was captured by the Whites and hanged. His remains were later given the rare honor, for a Tsarist major general, of burial in the Kremlin wall. On October 14th, having taken 8,000 prisoners, the Kornilov division captured Oryl, a province capital with a population of 100,000. Only 120 miles north of Oryl was Tula, the armory of the Red forces, and 120 miles north of Tula was Moscow. Maimevsky sent a telegram of congratulations. Oryl, Orlum. The Eagles have taken Oryl. Oryl also means eagle. As Skoblin, the Kornilov commander, rode his gray stallion into the main square of Oryl, a piece of Soviet monumental propaganda, covered in red cloth, was knocked over, in a cloud of lime dust. Could Red Square be far away? On September 27th, Moscow province had been put under martial law and a Revcom had been put in charge. 11 days later, the British military mission to Denikin reported that, in the face of resistance, judging from the progress hitherto made, Moscow might be reached within 2.5 months. Bad weather might add 3 weeks to that, but if Bolshevik morale cracked, the time could be much less. There remained, it was added, many factors to take into account, and the situation was one of great uncertainty. Petrograd. Denikin's Moscow offensive was not the only immediate threat to Soviet power that October. At the height of the fighting around Oryl, a white northwestern army unexpectedly advanced to the outskirts of Petrograd, the cradle of the revolution. The formation of a small white Russian force, then called the Northern Army, had begun under German protection at Pskov in October 1918. Germany soon collapsed and the Red Army moved west, but the Whites were able to withdraw into the new independent state of Estonia. The eastern border of Estonia was a natural barrier, Lake Chud, Peipus, and the Nerova River, behind which the Whites could regroup, and in May 1919 they crossed back into Soviet territory. They made rapid progress in the direction of Petrograd, pushing back in disorder the larger Red 7th Army. The Red authorities were very alarmed. The evacuation of Petrograd's factories was ordered, and the local commander warned that he might have to give up the city and pull back 75 miles southeast to the Fokhov River. Petrograd was, briefly, declared the most important front. Stalin, sent to the city in May, later claimed credit for saving it, but the invading force numbered only 6,000, supported by a few thousand Estonians, and their object was not Petrograd but a base of operations outside Estonia. This limited white aim was achieved. Despite successful Red counterattacks in July and August, the White forces, renamed Northwestern Army, now had their own territory, a wedge 100 miles wide and 60 miles deep to the east of the Nerova, Lake Chud line and inhabited by Great Russians rather than Estonians. The first weakness of the Baltic Whites was their leadership. Great hopes were placed in General N. Yudenich, who was recognized by both Kolchak and the Allies as main commander-in-chief of the Baltic theater. Yudenich was one of the few Russian heroes to emerge from the World War, a general who never lost a battle and the man who stormed the impregnable Turkish mountain fortress of Erzurum in 1916. But at 57 he was nearly a generation older than Denikin or Kolchak. An American officer described him as a man 5 foot 2 inches in height, weighing about 280 pounds. Body shaped like a coupe with unnoticeable legs. Yudenich only took over direct control of Northwestern Army's operations in early October 1919. The earlier fighting was led by other men, most notably General A.P. Rodzianko. To Rodzianko, Yudenich was a decrepit old man, lacking any energy and ignoring requests for support and information. Yudenich was supposedly occupying himself with coordinating strategy, developing a political program, and negotiating Allied support, but in none of these areas did he have success. Yudenich coined the slogan, "Against the Bolsheviks without politics," and like Kolchak and Denikin, he was not prepared to embrace political and social reform. There would be no popular upsurge in favor of the whites in the rural counties they controlled, let alone in Petrograd. The army was a force unto itself. A northwestern government claiming authority over Petrograd, Pskov, and Novgorod provinces was set up in August 1919, but it was important only as the product of the crudest interference from outside. Exasperated by the Russians' inability to work together, a British general had given them 40 minutes to form a government. White military resources were tiny. The western counties of Petrograd province had a total population of only a few 100,000. There were no Cossacks and few prosperous peasants, so the local levies were hardly enthusiastic. A major source of manpower were Red POWs and deserters, but these too were poor fighting material. At its height, in October 1919, the Northwestern Army had only 14,400 men. Discipline was poor, especially in partisan units led by a deserter from the Red Army, Bulak Balakovich. For supplies, the army had to rely for most of 1919 on what little the Estonians gave them, from Tsarist depots. The first British equipment arrived only in August 1919, and then in small quantities. In October, the army had only 44 guns. Had the Allies intended a serious and general anti-Soviet campaign, Petrograd province would have been an ideal theater. The Baltic Sea provided a short line of communications. Immediately to hand was the imperial capital with all its moral significance and its great seaport, and the distance from Petrograd to Moscow was much shorter than that from Omsk, Ekaterinodar, or Arkhangelsk. But in 1919, the Allies for the most part concentrated their limited resources either where they had sent forces in 1918, North Russia, or where they felt a commitment to pro-Allied forces, Siberia and South Russia. Yudenich himself was untainted by compromise with the enemy. He spent 1918 underground in Petrograd. But the nucleus of his army had been sponsored by the Germans. The Allies looked on Northwestern Army with mistrust rather than with any feeling of obligation. So while British warships blockaded Petrograd and even raided the Kronstadt naval base, no Allied land units were sent to the Baltic. The supplies sent were late in arriving and small in quantity. Northwestern Army's success depended on the small states that had broken away from the old Tsarist Empire in 1917 to 1918. Its line of supply ran through Estonia, and the White Russians were so few that to succeed they needed a joint advance with at least the Estonian and Finnish armies. Both Reds and Whites saw the potential value of Finnish intervention. The Finnish border was only 20 miles from Petrograd. The Finnish army had broken the Red Finns in mid-1918 and given Estonia vital help in the following winter. The first Soviet fears for Petrograd's safety in 1919 had come not from the White Russians in Estonia, but from Finnish partisan operations between Lakes Ladoga and Onega in April-May. Yudenich and his staff were based in Finland in the first half of 1919, and their original plan had been to mount the main attack from Finnish Karelia. In June 1919, Red Army intelligence reckoned on Finnish forces numbering 100,000, including 25,000 directly facing Petrograd, and much of the Soviet manpower and artillery around the city had to be directed toward the Finnish border. But in the end, the Finns did not let White Russian units operate from their territory, and their army took no part in the fighting. Kolchak, the White supreme ruler, would not guarantee Finnish independence, and there certainly would have been disagreement about how far the Finnish frontier would run east into Karelia and north to the Barents Sea. But a more practical factor was that most Finns did not want to fight in Russia, and this was reflected in the political leadership of the country. Parliamentary government resumed in Helsinki, Helsingfors, in the spring of 1919, and in July General Mannerheim, an advocate of an active policy against the Soviets, was replaced as head of state. The Allies were not prepared to offer Finland material or diplomatic advantages in exchange for intervention. Meanwhile, the Reds alternated peace offers and dire threats. In a September Pravda article, Trotsky threatened the Finnish bourgeoisie with merciless extermination if they attacked. In particular, he gleefully promised to unleash the Asiatic hordes of the Bashkir cavalry with the slogan "To Helsingfors." The Estonian army under General Leitner, another Tsarist officer, did take part in the White Russian operations in May, June, and October 1919. But the independent Tallinn regime did not commit major forces, despite the experience of the Red Army invasion in November 1918, and despite the setting up on Soviet territory of an alternative government, the Estland Labour Commune, and a Red Estland Army. Independent Estonia's army was small, the population were unenthusiastic about adventures in Russia, and so was the parliamentary government that was elected in April 1919. The supreme white authorities, Kolchak included, were even less willing to concede independence to Estonia than to Finland, and given this attitude, the Allied leaders declined to give Tallinn full recognition. The Estonians had more than the Bolsheviks to worry about. The German Free Corps and a rogue West Russian army, under Colonel Berman Tavalov, threatened the neighboring Latvian nationalist government, especially in June and October 1919, the months of the White Petrograd offensives. This tied up Estonian army units 300 miles from the Petrograd front and doubled suspicions of the Whites. It also dominated Allied diplomatic activity and diverted British warships from the Petrograd area. The British, meanwhile, could provide little concrete aid to Estonia. When in August 1919 Moscow began to put out peace feelers, the Allies had to let Tallinn negotiate freely. The final offensive of Northwestern Army began with a feint by its right flank corps on September 28, 1919. The main blow on the direct route to Petrograd began on October 12. By October 21, the Whites had marched right across Petrograd province to enter the palace towns of Pavlovsk and Tsarsko Selo. From their forward positions, the Whites could see the great golden dome of St. Isaac's Cathedral, only 20 miles away in the heart of Petrograd. Given all its shortcomings, Northwestern Army was remarkably successful. One explanation was that the Reds were caught by surprise. They were preoccupied with Denikin's great offensive and saw Northwestern Army as a spent force. On September 26, the Bolshevik CC had ordered the transfer of the best units from the Petrograd area to Southern Army Group, and a week later Pravda published an article by Lenin praising the mobilization of workers away from Petrograd. A second explanation was that the quality of the local Red troops was low. 2 months after the event, a leading commissar explained why we needed fully 250,000 men in order to get the upper hand over Yudenika's 15,000 White Guards. Units were badly supplied, and they start to disintegrate before they have finished their formation, and they produce a huge percentage, up to 70%, of deserters. The Whites also had the peculiar advantage that Colonel Lindqvist, the chief of staff of the army defending Petrograd 7th, was sending them details of Petrograd's defenses and actually helped to work out their attack plan. In the end, Yudenika's lunge failed. Trotsky is often given the credit. He arrived with his special train on October 17th. The mercurial Zinoviev, the Petrograd party chief, was, according to Trotsky, in a state of near collapse. Trotsky doubled the food ration and urged the mobilization of the whole population to turn the city into a stone labyrinth. Lenin's helpful proposal was to mobilize another 20,000 or so Petrograd workers plus about 10,000 Borgis, set up machine guns behind them, shoot several hundred, and assure a real mass assault on Yudenik. Trotsky toured the Red units, and at one point actually got up on horseback to turn around panicking troops. For his efforts, he was awarded the Order of the Red Banner, and the frontline town of Gachina was renamed Trotsk until Trotsky was disgraced in the 1920s. But also important were Colonel Jitis, Western Army Group Commander-in-Chief, who coordinated the defense, and General Nadezhny and Colonel Kharlamov, who commanded the main formations on the spot 7th Army and a special striking group. Whoever was giving the orders, the battle for Petrograd was not one of a handful of Reds against the White Hordes. Northwestern Army numbered only 14,400 men and 44 guns. By the time they got near Petrograd, they were exhausted and desperately short of supplies. The Estonians only covered the coastal flank. The local British advisors had urged an attack to make some use of the arms that had been sent, but the Royal Navy was diverted to Latvia and the 6 British man tanks were held back from the final assault. Red Petrograd, on the other hand, still had a population of 600,000. Yudenich might have had to fight his way street by street through the industrial suburbs, and he would certainly have been faced with the task of feeding the great city. And by November 1st, Red 7th Army in Petrograd and the neighboring 15th Army south of the White Bulge had no fewer than 73,000 men, a 5:1 advantage, and 581 guns. The Reds would in any event have had a great numerical advantage, but at a time of critical battles around Orel, desperately scarce reserves were moved from Tula, behind Southern Army Group, to Petrograd. This reserve, recalled Main Commander-in-Chief Kamenev, was called our Queen of Spades, the last trump which was needed to take the game. The Queen of Spades had cost a great deal. The feeling of responsibility for this decision literally burned the brain. According to Kamenev, Lenin himself made this crucial strategic decision. Trotsky, in his memoirs, had a different account. By about October 14th, Lenin had concluded that Petrograd could not be held, and only the insistence of Trotsky and others made him change his mind. In any event, the arrival of reinforcements was very important. According to Kamenev, these units were free from the contamination of the totally demoralized units of the old front, and with them it was possible to form a new front line able to take the offensive. The arrival of reinforcements was only possible because of a white blunder when a unit failed to cut the Moscow-Petrograd rail line. Superior numbers and better coordination turned the tables on the battlefield. 7th Army's counterattack began on October 21st, and the Whites withdrew to avoid being cut off from their base. Another of Yudenich's disadvantages, compared to Denikin and Kolchak, was that his position had no depth. 3 weeks after giving up Tsarsko Selo, his army had been thrown back to the barbed wire of the Estonian frontier. It was finally allowed through in the middle of November, but only after being disarmed by its erstwhile allies. The refugees suffered terribly that winter from hunger, cold, and disease. Many slipped back into Soviet Russia. Yudenich resigned in November. Trotsky had favored hot pursuit into Estonia, the kennel for the guards' dogs of the counter-revolution, but this would not be necessary. Northwestern Army ceased to exist. Soviet-Estonian negotiations in Tartu resulted first in an armistice, December 31st, 1919, and then a peace treaty, February 2nd, 1920. This was an event of great significance, Moscow's first settlement with a border state. Lithuania signed a peace treaty in July 1920, followed by Latvia in August and Finland in October. Red propaganda posters depicted Denikin, Kolchak, and Yudenich as 3 slobbering guard dogs of the Entente, all equally large and fierce. In reality, the Yudenich army was a very small pooch indeed, and hardly the favorite of the Allies. It is just possible that it might have taken Petrograd. Given the threat from Denikin, the Reds might not have reinforced the city. But to suggest, as Trotsky did, that in Petrograd Yudenich will find huge industrial resources and manpower, or that there are no serious obstacles between Petrograd and Moscow, is going too far. Yudenich would have been very hard-pressed just to hold Petrograd and feed it. The October attack on Petrograd was to a large extent a diversion to take pressure off Denikin's front. Significant Soviet reserves had to be shifted away from the critical southern front, and given the distance involved, it was really a remarkable piece of White grand strategic coordination. But it would not be enough. The Red counterattack. Petrograd was saved, but for more than a month, from mid-October until mid-November, fierce battles continued in the south. The success or failure of the Moscow offensive hung in the balance. The Volunteer Army had taken Orel on October 14th, and seemed on a direct route to Moscow. Since late September, Colonel Kamenev had been concentrating reserves northwest of Volunteer Army, and these were now thrown in. The new striking group included Red Cossacks and some cavalry, but the Iron Corps were the Latvian Rifle Division, leather-jacketed veterans. The unexpected appearance of the Latvians in the rear of the tired and overstretched Kornilov Division forced the evacuation of Orel. The town was occupied by Red troops, the Estonian and 13th Rifle Divisions, on October 20th. Neither side yet realized it, but the long Red retreat was over. Volunteer army had been halted at Orel by the appearance on its left flank of the striking group. What turned pause into precipitate retreat was the appearance on its right flank of Red Cavalry. On October 24, Seaman Budany's Red Cavalry Corps recaptured Voronezh from General Shkuro. A more important prize than Orel, the city was a province capital, a railway junction, the key to the upper Don River crossings, and the link between Volunteer and Don armies. Its loss threatened Volunteer army communications with Rostov. The next step was to tighten the grip around the neck of the Volunteer salient. On November 15, after ferocious delaying actions by General Shkuro, Budany's horsemen rode out of a blizzard to take the vital little railway junction at Kastorno, on the Voronezh-Kursk Railway. One of the best-known paintings of the Civil War, by Avalov, 1930, shows Red cavalrymen, sabers drawn, taking the surrender of the snow-covered marshalling yard, as the Whites throw down their arms. The loss of Kastorno threatened the immediate encirclement of the whole Volunteer army and forced abandonment of its forward positions. The Volunteers were able to retreat south out of the trap, but the grudging withdrawal from Orel became a desperate race south, and the retreat would not end until all the White armies had been pushed beyond Rostov and the Don River in the first week of 1920. The Moscow offensive had been utterly defeated, and never again would White armies pose a serious threat to the Soviet heartland. It was not skillful handling of the Red Southern armies that beat Denikin. The basic Red strategy had been set in July 1919, when Colonel Kamenev became main commander-in-chief. The main blow was supposed to come from the east. Shorin's Special Group, 9th and 10th Armies, would assemble near the Volga and march southwest across the Don Cossack region to the Sea of Azov, cutting off the Whites in the huge area north and west of the Don River. Kamenev told the Bolshevik leadership at the end of September that taking units from Shorin and shifting them 400 miles west to cover Moscow would mean passive defense and withdrawal to a line further north, from Saratov to Orel, until winter came. Continuing Shorin's attack, on the other hand, would lead to decisive victory. Lenin publicly accepted this view in an article published on October 4. Denikin's men count on causing panic in our ranks and making us think only of defense, only of this Kursk-Orel area. Our forces have been deployed according to a carefully thought-out and strictly executed plan. Our offensive against the enemy's main source of strength continues. The victories won in the last few days show the successful advance of our troops, i.e. Shorin's armies, to the center of Cossackdom. Red strategy had to be fundamentally changed at the last moment. This was done in the panic on October 15, the day after Orel fell. The seven-man Politburo decided, without consulting main commander-in-chief Kamenev, to give the Moscow-Tula area the highest priority. Shorin was to transfer troops there and go over to the defensive. Nothing like the successful counterattack that actually occurred a few weeks later was mentioned, however. Instead, it was noted that preparations are to be made during the course of the winter for a general offensive. Both Trotsky and Stalin later claimed credit for the successful counterattack, neither with much justification. Trotsky said his plan was finally adopted on October 15, but this plan dated from earlier in the summer and reflected a different situation, before the worst of the Red retreat. It was an attack from Voronezh southeast across the Donbass. In reality, Budany's main blow was struck west through Voronezh toward the rear of Volunteer Army. Trotsky was also away from the southern front in the critical weeks, rallying Petrograd's defenders. His claim to have planned the counterattack before he left, everything was prepared, the concentration of units for the attack was almost completed, is not convincing. Indeed, it has been claimed that Stalin only agreed to become Southern Army Group Commissar from October 3, if Trotsky did not interfere. Stalin, for his part, may have tightened up control over Southern Army Group in the same way that Trotsky did at Petrograd, and his assignment showed how highly he was valued. The best, Lenin had urged, the most energetic commissars must be sent to the south, not sleepyheads. But the assertion that Stalin worked out the counterattack plan is a myth developed in the 1920s and 1930s, and based in part on a misdated letter. Colonel A.I. Igorov, the Red Field commander, was a leader of questionable talent. He certainly had little time to settle into the job, being made commander-in-chief of Southern Army Group only on October 11. Igorov's main qualification was his political reliability. A Volga peasant's son, he had welcomed the February Revolution so enthusiastically that his fellow officers drummed him out of his regiment. It is true that he first supported the SRs, but in July 1918 he joined the Bolshevik Party and was one of very few more senior officers to do so. After the Civil War, he made a great career in the Red Army, becoming chief of the General Staff and one of the first 5 marshals. He replaced the purged Marshal Tukhachevsky in 1937, before being shot himself. His courage was unquestioned. He had been wounded 5 times in the World War and again in May 1919. But in 1919 he was poorly qualified. He was 36, had only commanded a battalion in the World War, and was not a general staff officer. Igorov had led individual Soviet armies, 10th, then 14th, since December 1918, but Kamenev had little confidence in him. In September 1919 he had warned Trotsky against giving Igorov the much smaller Solovychev group. By his personal abilities he is hardly suited to such a difficult task as the command of 2 armies. In such a complicated situation, the details of the Red counterattack suggest improvisation rather than design. Kamenev and Igorov hoped to use the Latvian division and the rest of the striking group for a deep flanking movement into the rear of the volunteers. The loss of Orel and the poor quality of many of the other Red divisions meant that the group was thrown only at the very tip of the White Wedge, coupled with crude head-on attacks. Throughout, units were committed piecemeal, and Budany's sudden appearance at Voronezh on the other side of the volunteer wedge was as much chance as strategy. At the start of October his cavalry corps, located on the Don front 150 miles southeast of Voronezh, was ordered by Kamenev and Shorin to move even farther away from Voronezh to support Shorin's eastern offensive. It was only because Budany disobeyed his orders and rode northwest in the hope of countering a new white cavalry breakthrough that he was, by mid-October, in place to strike the decisive blow via Voronezh and Kastorno. White mistakes were as important as Red strategic planning. There was, however, no clear mistake in White grand strategy. It is true that by the late autumn of 1919 the Whites posed a serious threat from only one direction, the south, and that the Reds were able to concentrate their strength there. Yudenich was not even seen as a danger until early October, and was weak. The North Russian Whites were distant and insignificant. Most important, Kolchak's Siberian army was a spent force, despite its Tobol River offensive in September. But it is hard to call this a conscious mistake of Kolchak or Denikin, or the result of intra-white rivalry. It was just the way the war unfolded. The West was perhaps different. In April 1920 the Polish army would march to Kiev, occupying the western Ukraine and setting off full-scale war. 6 months earlier the Poles just watched and waited. There had been a gradual Polish movement to the east in the summer of 1919, but by October a representative from Moscow, Marklevsky, was engaged in secret talks with Polish leaders. The Reds were sufficiently sure of the situation to move units from Western Army Group, facing the Poles, to the Denikin and Yudenich fronts. Denikin later, in 1937, wrote a pamphlet entitled Who Saved Soviet Power from Destruction? And laid the final blame on Warsaw. Denikin himself has to bear some responsibility, since his policy of Russia, one and indivisible, and his inflexibility on the question of the Polish-Russian border gave the Poles little reason to back him. On the other hand, no Russian government, including Lenin's, would have been willing to give up the territory Warsaw wanted. In any event, it is arguable whether a full-scale Polish offensive supporting Denikin was possible. It was 400 miles to Moscow, and influential Polish politicians opposed Eastern adventures. Even leaders like Marshal Pilsudski wanted only to gain territory, not to destroy the Soviet regime. As regards Denikin's strategy in the south, 2 distinct and partly contradictory criticisms have been made. First, that he advanced in too many directions, and second, that he moved too quickly. The Moscow Directive of early July both set a daring objective and proposed an advance by widely spread armies. Baron Vrangel, Denikin's successor and one of his main critics, called the Moscow Directive the death sentence of the South Russian armies and stressed the dispersal of effort. Striving for space, we endlessly stretched ourselves into a spider's web, and wanting to hold on to everything and to be everywhere strong, we were everywhere weak. Denikin defended the spread and pace of his attack by saying that the normal laws of strategy did not apply to civil war. We lengthened the front by hundreds of versts and became from this not weaker, but stronger. In South Russia, the offensive took grain, military supplies, and manpower from the Reds and gave them to the Whites. At the time, even Trotsky saw the situation much as Denikin did. On the Donets and in the Ukraine, we left Denikin complete freedom of action and gave him the chance to obtain a huge reservoir of new formations. Vrangel had a counterplan. In July, he questioned the order to march his Caucasus army north through the Volga region. Instead, the bulk of Caucasus army, a major cavalry mass of 3 or 4 corps, should be transferred to Kharkov between Don Army and Volunteer Army. This concentration in the center of the AFSR front might just have brought Moscow's capture. Denikin's response, according to Vrangel, was, "Aha, you want to be first in Moscow." Kakarin, the Soviet military historian, felt this to have been the best plan, and Lahovich, Denikin's biographer, saw it as the point where history might have been changed. Denikin himself, however, later claimed that he rejected Vrangel's plan because Tsaritsyn had to be held to protect Rostov, and it is hard to see how such a transfer could have been effected in the face of Shorin's August offensive. In addition, shifting a large force 400 miles from Tsaritsyn to Kharkov would have been difficult. Vrangel's July 1919 proposal shows that he at least could not fairly make the other main criticism of AFSR strategy: that Denikin moved too quickly. The involvement of Vrangel's cavalry would have led to an even more precipitate lunge. "To Moscow" became the motto of the Southern Whites from July, and the September-October advance on the Soviet capital ended in disaster. But in Moscow, Denikin did find a goal, both symbolic and concrete, for his troops. Certainly this was what the army wanted. Denikin admitted that he had been optimistic in July, but so had the whole army leadership. The Cassandras were silent. The rapid occupation of territory kept a larger enemy army off balance. "Our strength," Denikin recalled, "lay in the upsurge Podem, brought about by victory, in maneuver, and in the momentum of the advance." Denikin made several important misjudgments. He did not realize how poorly consolidated his rear was, and he saw Soviet power as unpopular and unstable, ready to break under pressure. But had he, correctly, assumed effective Bolshevik consolidation, he would have been even more justified in attacking, because time was not on his side. Every passing week let the Reds shift more combat veterans from the Siberian front and raise fresh formations from their huge territory. The Moscow offensive failed, but that does not mean that another strategy would have succeeded. The Red Army historian Kakarin believed that Denikin's best chance would have been the earliest possible attack on Moscow. But given that he was embarking on a dangerous strategy, Denikin should have kept more control. The White advance into the central Ukraine began with Shkuro's insubordination in crossing the Dnieper. And the march north, according to Lukamsky, saw frontline units carried away by their success, drawn north as if by a magnet. Denikin accepted the pleasant surprise but forfeited control. In the case of Sidorin's Don Army, the loss of control had fatal consequences. Denikin had since early September been trying to make Sidorin form a striking group on Don Army's left flank, next to the Volunteers, but he failed to overcome passive resistance at Don Army headquarters. Rapid Cossack advances to the northeast in October and November pushed the Reds out of nearly all the Don region. But this served no general strategic purpose, and it opened up a gap between Don and Volunteer Army. This was, then, perhaps Denikin's greatest military failing. As Igorov, the Red commander-in-chief, later put it, Denikin reigned but did not rule. The AFSR had other military shortcomings. Replacement units were not as good as the veterans of 1918. Lukamsky, Denikin's war minister, recalled that a basic problem was the lack of a stable base where trained units could be formed. Although the AFSR grew rapidly, many of the reinforcements were raised just behind the front line from unreliable conscripts and POWs. The British mission used the word astonishing to describe the contrast between new units formed from mobilized peasants and the elite Markov, Kornilov, and Drozdovsky regiments. As infantry, the latter would have been hard to beat anywhere, whilst it would have been hard for any other infantry not to beat the former. But even the elite units were being watered down. The rear of the AFSR, however, was its real military Achilles heel. Even the best organized army, had it been in the AFSR's position, would have had trouble with its supplies. In October 1919, the leading White units were 400 miles north of the nearest supply port, Taganrog, and 600 miles from their bases in the Kuban. The railways suffered from neglect and war damage, and the fleeing Reds had taken much of the rolling stock with them. But on top of this, the AFSR supply organization, and the rear in general were in a very poor state. Vrangel in December 1919 gave 2 reasons for white failure, faulty strategy, and the absolute disorder of our rear. The British mission complained of an entire absence of what we understand by good quartermaster work and administrative efficiency. Administrative inefficiency and poor supply lines made the advancing whites rely on samosnabzany, self-supply. The requisitioning of supplies from the local people often degenerated into looting, with extra booty being shipped to rear bases, further disrupting the railways. Self-supply was used to reward success, as Mawdsley told Vrangel. If you demand of officers and soldiers that they be ascetics, then they won't fight. Your Excellency, in such a case what would be difference between us and the Bolsheviks? Asked Vrangel. Well, came the reply, the Bolsheviks are winning. Self-supply led the volunteer army, known by its Russian abbreviation as Dobrarmia, to be nicknamed Grab Armia or Looter Army by its victims. In September, Denikin wrote to Mawdsley that he had learned from his supply officers of this gloomy picture of grandiose looting and plunder, the bacchanalia of arbitrary rule, which reigns unchecked in the whole frontline zone. Denikin, then, was aware of the problem and its bad impact on public opinion and the troops themselves, but he could apparently do nothing about it. Denikin was no fool, and he saw that the basic cause of failure was political rather than strategic. His strategy, his armies, had successfully taken most of southern Russia, over 40 million people. But that, he saw later, had not been enough. Our liberation of vast regions was supposed to bring about a popular upsurge. Would the people come over to us, or would they, as in the past, remain inert and passive between 2 waves, between 2 mortally opposed camps? For a series of complicated reasons, some independent, some dependent on us, life gave an answer that was at first indecisive, and then negative. First of all, Denikin fought under the slogan of Russia, one and indivisible, in a region that was Ukrainian in the west, Cossack in the east. The Cossacks were for the most part Great Russians, but there was still a tension between their desire for self-government and the centralist principles of the white leaders. The Kuban host was the most difficult, as many were Ukrainian speakers, and unlike the Don and Terek hosts, they could enjoy the luxury of politics in an area not directly threatened by the Reds and other hostile outsiders. The Kuban fought a tariff war against its neighbors and was slow in providing reinforcements for the main battlefront. The radical leaders of the Kuban Rada legislature attacked Denikin's military dictatorship, while the great Russian press in the south vilified the Kuban politicians as samostyaniki, separatists, and traitors. By early December 1919, things had reached a point where Denikin ordered a virtual coup against the Rada. Under the heavy hands of Generals Vrangel and Pokrovsky, one of the most extreme Kuban Mirabeaus was hanged and others were exiled. Although conflicts with the Cossacks' leaders often preoccupied Denikin, these conflicts were not a major cause of his failure. Even the Kuban Cossacks were on balance an asset, making up the mass of Caucasus army at Tsaritsyn. There was much less trouble with the other Cossack hosts, at least after Krasnov's fall in February 1919. It would be wrong, too, to say that Denikin brought problems upon himself by ignoring Cossack rights. If anything, Denikin's problem was that so much of his main base territory, the Don and the Kuban, was administratively outside his control. Attempts to create a government uniting all anti-Bolshevik territories in the south were not implemented. What Denikin called the Southern Authority, Vlast Yuga, was a fiction, and reliance on the Cossacks and acceptance of Cossack autonomy meant alienation of the large non-Cossack population. Nevertheless, the Cossacks were an essential part of the AFSR, which could not have existed without them. The Ukraine, whose inhabitants eventually made up half of Denikin's population, was different. It gave the AFSR little of value. This was only partly because the whites had such little time. There was also a basic antipathy between the white leaders and the Ukrainian nationalists. In any event, Denikin could not have played the Ukrainian card. The whites, whose main ideology was Russian nationalism, could never have come to terms with Ukrainian nationalists, real samostyaniki, and furthermore Petlura had betrayed the motherland to the Germans in 1918. The nationalists, for their part, could hardly cooperate with a conservative movement that did not even see the Little Russians as a separate people. In any event, the Ukraine was in too confused a state to offer help to anyone. There was no Ukrainian government and no Ukrainian army worth the name. The region had suffered years of revolution, occupation, reoccupation, anarchy, and banditry. Denikin and his governors general could no more mobilize the Ukrainian population than could Pyatakov, Rakovsky, Antonofosienko, and their Soviet organizers. And Petlura's nationalists themselves were no more successful in rallying the population in the winter of 1918 to 1919, and again in May 1920. The white pogroms against the Jews in the Ukraine must be mentioned here. The pogroms combined normal, undisciplined looting with ideological antisemitism, which identified the Jews with Bolshevism. Jewish victims of murder, rape, and theft may have numbered in the hundreds of thousands, but the AFSR was not the only perpetrator of pogroms. It only reached Jewish areas in the high summer of 1919. Also guilty were Petlura's armies, bandits, the local peasants, and even on occasion Red troops. The pogroms had no effect on the outcome of the Civil War, although they perhaps turned some public opinion in the West against the white cause. Although anti-Jewish outrages were not directly ordered by the White High Command, any more than normal looting was. Denikin deserves criticism for not condemning them fully. Other problems that blocked Denikin's hoped-for popular upsurge were common to the white movement as a whole. It is true that conditions were bad in the Soviet zone and that Denikin's area had the enormous advantage of being Russia's granary. But social and economic conditions were bad. Economic prosperity was hardly to be expected after 3.5 years of World War and 2 of Civil War, and in a region cut off from its industrial heartland. The whites made little attempt to sort out the economic problems of the South or to encourage foreign trade. The Allies provided no economic aid. Inflation was high throughout 1919, which prevented stable wages and encouraged looting and bribe-taking. The greatest white failure was their alienation of the peasant majority. White army self-supply meant at best taking the peasants' property, at worst criminal looting. More important, Denikin's movement was identified with the Sharabin, the landlord returning in his buggy, char-a-bank, in the trail of the white armies to take back the land he had lost to the peasants in 1917 to 1918. Denikin personally favored limited land reform, breaking up the large estates while compensating their owners, but even his proposals got lost in government commissions. Denikin's advisors were conservative, and the local officials were more conservative still. In part, this was because the white movement was essentially a movement of property owners and officers, but in mid-1920 Vrangel would show what could be done with more dynamic leadership. Only in January 1920 did Denikin advance the slogan "Land to the peasants and the laboring Cossacks." And by then his armies had been driven back into the Kuban. Not only did the whites fail to provide concrete gains in the form of social reform and political representation, they even failed, like Kolchak's armies, to make promises. One of the major white weaknesses was a failure to match the scale and quality of Bolshevik propaganda. Denikin's information department, known as OSVAG, was poorly organized, underfinanced, disliked by both right and left, and did little to try to reach the population, especially the peasantry. Politically, too, the whites had learned nothing from the revolution. Peter Knez, in his 2-volume History of the Southern Whites, made his central argument the idea that the whites lost above all because they failed to build those institutions which would have enabled them to administer the territories under their nominal rule. Denikin's formal central government was the Special Council Osobo Suvshcheny. A dozen conservative officials led, in the autumn of 1919, by General Lukomsky. The Special Council was inefficient, but it was not modified until the very end of 1919. The cabinet of experts that replaced it was little different. A South Russian government, set up in February 1920, had a wider, partly Cossack base and a more radical program, but it was ephemeral, and Denikin's toleration of it was more a gesture of despair than anything else. Denikin first publicly advocated a constituent assembly at about this time. Worse still, there was no effective local administration, institutions at the rural district/county level that would have direct contact with the people. Why the side that made the restoration of order a major plank should have presided over such chaos is a fundamental question, as it was in the case of Kolchak's regime. Denikin complained of a lack of trained and willing civilians to take on the work of administration. "I searched for people, but I couldn't find any. This came partly because the military dictatorship repelled the intelligentsia and partly from the generals' prejudices. Denikin would not work even with the moderate socialists of the Union for the Regeneration of Russia. He had to draw his support from the cadet-oriented National Center and the more conservative Council for State Unity. Only a tiny part of the South Russian population supported either group. There were mitigating factors. The Whites had little time to set up a proper administration. Until May 1919, they controlled only the North Caucasus and part of the Don region. Between May and July, the AFSR offensive brought great gains: the Crimea, the Lower Volga, and perhaps most significant, the eastern Ukraine, but the Whites had only 4 to 6 months to consolidate their hold here. They had even less time in the central Ukraine, which was occupied between July and early September. As for provinces such as Kursk, Oryol, and Chernihiv in the north, they were in White hands for only a few weeks before the retreat began. And most of the captured provinces presented special difficulties. They had been run effectively by no one, not even the Soviets, for more than a year since the 1917 revolution. One reason why the Red Army had suffered such defeats earlier in 1919 was that it too could not control the region. There existed what Anishev, a Soviet historian of the 1920s, called a dead zone, and the Red Army could only counterattack once it had retreated safely north of it. In the late autumn, Denikin was perched on the dead zone. It has to be said that opposition to the White administration was not the work of the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks had little following on the Don as a result of the earlier Soviet campaigns. The one major underground organization at Rostov was broken up in May 1919, and the Bolsheviks' Don Bureau had little success. Elsewhere, the unexpected speed of the Red retreat left little time to think about creating an underground. The Ukrainian Bolsheviks set up a Transfront Bureau for operations behind White lines, but this had slight impact. White counterintelligence was as effective as the Chaika in suppressing an organized enemy underground. The Left SR contribution was a plot led by Irina Kakhovskaya, a friend of Maria Spiridanova's, to assassinate Denikin, but nothing came of this. Even without Bolshevik help, armed resistance groups formed in the countryside behind the White lines. The worst area was the southeastern Ukraine, and the key figure here was the anarchist Nestor Makhno. In the early summer of 1919, Makhno's peasant bands, then fighting with the Reds, had fallen apart and let General Maimevsky break out. Makhno and some followers fled. Then, in the first days of October, Makhno suddenly raced back across the Dnieper to his home base at Gulaipol, from where he could raid Ekaterinoslav province. He even briefly took the province capital, a sizable city, and he tried to put anarchist theory into practice there. This region was vitally important. Volunteer army supply lines passed through it, and it was near places vital to the whole AFSR, supply depots, ports, and even Denikin's new GHQ at Taganrog. Denikin was able to drive Makhno off, but at the cost of committing his reserves and stripping units from the front line. Some White veterans later maintained that it was the removal of half a dozen regiments from an already overstretched volunteer army that allowed the Reds to turn its open flanks at Oryol and begin the successful counterattack. An unstable rear was not a problem unique to the Whites. The rear of the Red Army, with its gangs of deserters, has been called a bubbling volcano. Farther behind the lines, provinces like Smolensk, Kaluga, Tula, Ryazan, Tambov, and Saratov also had major problems. The Bolsheviks did not, to be sure, bring back the landlords, and they had had more time to consolidate their administration, but these provinces on the southern fringes of Savdipia suffered heavy grain requisitioning from the hungry north. For all the Bolshevik wooing of the middle peasant, Tambov province would be the scene of a major peasant uprising in 1920 to 1921. Everywhere outside the province capitals, the institutions of the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet state were thinly spread. So it may be an oversimplification to say that White maladministration was the cause of White failure. The great damage done by a few thousand of Makhno's partisans shows more than the Whites' failure to create a stable rear. It also shows how thinly stretched their armies were. Denikin estimated that he controlled 350,000 square miles of territory and a population of 42 million people. This, however, was only at the very height of his success. Perhaps 8 million of these were in White territory, for only a few weeks during the final offensive. No administration could have raised effective military forces quickly here. The same must be said of the 10 to 11 million, many of them Ukrainian, who were liberated between July and early September. Another 11 to 12 million people lived in the southeastern Ukraine and the Donbass, captured between May and July. Troops were raised here, but the territory had only been under white control for 5 months at the longest, and it was in any event near the heart of Makhno's country. The only area the whites had held for more than 5 months, what might be called their real base, was the North Caucasus and part of the Don region. But the first parts of this area had been captured only in the middle of 1918 at the earliest, and much of the rest had been a battle zone until February 1919. The total population of this base territory was only 8 to 9 million people, with the Cossacks, the most valuable part, numbering only 3 million men, women, and children. By contrast, the core of Savdipia, the heartland of European Russia, had a population of over 60 million, 6 times the AFSR base, and one that was mostly Great Russian. The Bolsheviks had had a relatively long time, 20 months by October 1919, to consolidate their hold without serious internal warfare. It is true that in 1919 the Red Heartland faced not just the AFSR, but military threats from several directions. But by the second half of 1919, as we have seen, none of these was any longer a serious danger. The much smaller white population was reflected in the size of the armies. Denikin claimed a total strength of 97,000 to 99,000 combat troops at the start of November 1919. The flanking armies numbered 26,500 to 28,500, and the Don Army 50,000, volunteer army, spearheading the drive on Moscow, had only 20,500 men, the equivalent of 2 normal understrength divisions. Volunteer Army's elite I Corps was never more than 11,000 to 12,000 infantry and 500 to 1,500 cavalry. The vast breadth of the front meant that the whites advanced not as a solid front but as mobile columns with great gaps between them. This showed the skill and flexibility of the white leaders. It also opened their front to counterattacks. The Red combat forces facing Denikin were numerically at least half again as strong as his. Official figures for combatants in the Red Southern and Southeastern Army groups on November 1st were 127,000 infantry and 21,000 cavalry. In fact, the total personnel, including non-combat troops, of these 2 army groups on October 3rd were no fewer than 677,000, and behind the front were the Volga, Moscow, and Oral military districts with a further 575,000 men. British figures suggest that Denikin's second-line forces were as many as 130,000, although according to the best Soviet authority, Kakarin, the figure in October 1919 was only 46,000. Denikin's armies may have been relatively well equipped. British supplies alone comprised 6,177 machine guns and 1121 artillery pieces. The reported strength of the 2 Red Army groups facing Denikin was 3,974 machine guns and 864 artillery pieces. In their officer volunteers and Cossacks, the whites had more experienced and better trained fighters. But more important was the fact that in terms of manpower the whites were greatly outnumbered, that they were trying to advance on a 700-mile front with 100,000 men, that their supply lines were increasingly overstretched, and that they were the attackers with all the extra effort that required. How close were the whites to victory in October 1919? White victory probably depended on a Soviet internal collapse. The loss even for a few weeks of Petrograd, the imperial capital and the cradle of the revolution, would have been a major blow to Red morale and a boost to the exhausted whites. The capture of Tula, the next major town north of Oral, would have cost the Reds their main arsenal. Further defeats might have broken the confidence of the Bolsheviks in their specialist high command and might have encouraged the anti-Bolshevik underground. On the other hand, even at its furthest advance the volunteer army was not actually at the gates of Moscow. It was 240 miles from Oral to the Soviet capital, roughly the same distance as from the German border to Paris. Even the loss of Moscow need not have meant the end for the Reds, since they still would have possessed much of the central industrial region, the Middle Volga, and the Urals. The whites had only been able to advance as far as they had by stretching their forces very thinly. They were far from their bases, and further advance would have been deeper into the food-short provinces in the middle of winter. Seen in conventional military terms, the white campaign faced great difficulties. Seen in political terms, white prospects became even dimmer. The British mission told Denikin in February 1920 that The procedure hitherto adopted would have led to complete shipwreck if you had reached Moscow, because you would have left behind you an occupied area which would not have been consolidated. Part 3. 1920 Year of Victory. With the devil, but for Russia and against the Bolsheviks. General P. N. Vrangel, 1920. The end of Denikin, November 1919 to March 1920. The Caucasus, 1918 to 1921. Proletarians to Horse. Trotsky, September 1919. Soldatiki, K. Nam / Dobroval, Sei. Podomum / Officeriki, Pogrobam. Soldiers, to us / volunteers. To your homes / officers, to your graves. Red Army leaflet. To all those who honorably accompanied me in the heavy struggle, a low bow. God grant victory to the army and save Russia. Denikin's last order, April 4, 1920. Retreat to the dawn. From the sublime to the ridiculous is only one step. What Napoleon said about his Moscow campaign could apply equally to Denikin. In October 1919, his armies raced, unstoppably it seemed, toward the Red Capital. At the end of the month they were checked, attacked from both flanks. Then, between the middle of November and beginning of January, in 7 weeks, the Whites collapsed. They retreated in disorder for 450 miles, not stopping until they had crossed the Don River. By the start of April 1920, the Cossack bases had been lost forever, the AFSR liquidated, and Denikin himself deposed and exiled. The same things that kept Denikin from Moscow in the autumn: numerical weakness, poor organization, lack of mass appeal, explain his inability to hold firm at the end of 1919. The price of self-supply was now paid. Vrangel reported that volunteer army retreated through places where the population had learned to hate it. There were no organized reserves and no fortified fallback positions. The railways were choked. By December, Denikin had 42,700 sick and wounded, compared to a peak combat strength of 100,000. Probably no army, the British mission reported, has ever been so handicapped from a medical point of view. The speed of the retreat is also explained by the Red Cavalry. The mobility and striking power of the Cossack cavalry had helped in the early White victories. The Reds had been slow to respond. For the Bolsheviks, cavalry was counter-revolutionary. For their officer specialists, it was obsolete. The Mamontov raid was the shock that changed Soviet attitudes. The Red Army's principal misfortune is its shortage of cavalry. Trotsky announced in September 1919, and there followed his famous and bizarre slogan, "Proletarians to horse." Large cavalry units were formed, though these were not factory workers on horseback, except for commissars and party organizers. Most were Don and Kuban Cossacks, or cavalry veterans of the World War. New cavalry units were raised in the rear, existing units were merged into a mobile war-winning mass. The most famous formation of the Red Army, 1st Cavalry Army, Konarmia, was formed in mid-November with 4th, 6th, and 11th Cavalry Divisions. By the beginning of 1920, it had 15,000 riders, 19 guns, 238 machine guns, and 8 armored trains. Seaman Budany, commander of 1st Cavalry Army, came from a family of poor Don Inogorodny. He had been a Tsarist cavalryman since 1903, serving in the wars of 1904 and 1914, winning medals for gallantry and rising to the rank of Sergeant Major Wachmeister. From the spring of 1918, he led forces in the southeast, first a detachment, then a brigade, a division, a corps, and finally Konarmia. The cavalry army was closely associated with Stalin, and its leaders, mostly of humble origin, would flourish while others perished. Marshal Budany was buried with great ceremony in Red Square in 1970. Despite his fearful defeats in 1941, Marshal Timoshenko, commander of 6th Division, led the Red Army at the start of the Second World War, and Marshal Zhukov, Stalin's greatest soldier, began his career in Konarmia as a young squadron commander. Main Commander-in-Chief Kamenev described the happy situation. The enemy's main trump, by the will of fate, passed to us. He was helped by Denikin's slowness to grasp the potential of mass cavalry. Only after Budany's success did a stunned Denikin try to concentrate northeast of Kharkov a big cavalry force for Don, 2 and 3 Kuban Corps. The conflict with the Kuban Rada hurt the morale of the Kuban units, and the Don Cossacks were outraged when their beloved General Mamontov was replaced by General Ulagai, who had led Kuban units under Vrangel. In any event, Ulagai's cavalry force was swept away in the Red advance before it could complete its assembly. In late December, Ulagai reported the worst. In general, we have no cavalry. The breakup of the White cavalry was matched by the breakup of the White High Command. Early in December, Denikin moved Vrangel from Caucasus Army to Volunteer Army, replacing the shattered Maimevsky. But Vrangel, the daring cavalry leader, the conqueror of the North Caucasus and Tsaritsyn, failed. He inherited an army in full retreat, he squabbled with the volunteer commanders, and he was ill with typhus. He did avert Budany's attempts to cut him off from Don Army, but on January 3 he himself was replaced. All along the front the AFSR was in retreat. Kiev fell on December 16, Tsaritsyn on January 3. Denikin hoped to make a stand with his main forces on the north side of the Don, building up a defensive zone around Rostov and Novocherkassk. He later argued that the AFSR was superior in manpower and equipment to the overstretched Red spearheads and could have stopped them, but what the Whites now lacked was spirit. As the remnants of Volunteer and Don armies came together near the mouth of the Don, the main desire of the White soldiers was to get through the neck of the bottle and put the river between themselves and the Red cavalry. Nature favored her own sons. As one Don officer put it, the river froze, allowing the Whites across, and then thawed to block the Reds. Novocherkassk and Rostov on the north bank were taken by the Reds on January 7. The Whites had saved themselves from encirclement, but they had lost everything captured in 1919. The destruction of the AFSR. From a strictly military point of view, Denikin should not have suffered final defeat as quickly as he did. The Reds took 10 days to prepare a Don crossing, and when it came on January 17, they were driven off with heavy losses. Budany's cavalry suffered most heavily. Then, in an abortive crossing of the Manik River in early February, 1st Cavalry Army lost most of its artillery. The Red command was in turmoil. Colonel Shorin had back in August 1919 been charged with the main blow against the AFSR. When, after 5 months of battle, he finally reached his objective, he was dismissed. Budany complained directly to Lenin about the way Shorin had used the cavalry army. It is clearly a criminal matter, but the decision to relieve Shorin had come a week earlier, after the first pause on the Don. In another incident, Sergeant Demenko, commander of the second-largest Red cavalry force, was arrested and shot after a murky affair involving the killing of his corps commissar. The main Red force was Caucasus Army Group, Shorin's old Southeastern Army Group, plus 1st Cavalry and 8th Armies. It is true that at the beginning of February the new Army Group comprised 215,000 men, as opposed to 60,000 Whites. But Red combat troops were only 48,000 infantry and 23,000 cavalry, men who had just completed a lightning winter campaign of up to 450 miles. They too suffered from typhus. A vast gap of unstable territory separated them from the Soviet heartland. The Red forces were as exposed as they had been in the spring of 1919. As for Denikin's armies, Kamenev had had to report to the Soviet Defense Council on January 27 that they are able to offer renewed strong resistance, making use of this breathing space to put themselves in order. Squeezed by our armies into a limited front, they are in the middle of their base where reinforcements can easily be raised, given the readiness of the population of the North Caucasus for a bitter battle where even women and children fight. In fact, Denikin was not able to take advantage of this situation. He did make unprecedented concessions to gain support. Bogevsky, the Don Ataman, replaced the Russian conservative Lukomsky as head of the Council of Ministers, itself a replacement for the discredited Special Council. When the Supreme Krug, an assembly of all the Cossack hosts, met in January 1920, Denikin promised a constituent assembly and land reform. Sidorin, the Don army commander-in-chief and a Cossack, was put in overall charge of the main front, including the volunteers, now reduced to a corps. A separate Kuban army was set up for the first time under Shkuro. But all this was to no avail. Kuban army fell apart, opening gaps in the white lines. The Cossacks argued among themselves. The Russian officers felt that Cossack traitors could not see beyond their own interests. They asked themselves, as Denikin put it, "What are we? cannon fodder for the defense of the hated separatists. The crumbling of the Cossack rock on which Denikin's movement had been based was the greatest disaster, but it was not everything. In late January 1920, a new green movement suddenly emerged in the deep rear of the White armies in Black Sea Province, where the beautiful wooded hills sheltered bands of white deserters. The Greens were led by the SRs and brought turmoil to the rapidly shrinking rear areas of the AFSR. Morale among the defenders of the Kuban was also damaged by the failure on the other white fronts. General Yudenich was interned in Estonia. In early February, Kolchak was shot. The last Ukrainian foothold, Odessa, was lost on the same day. At the end of February, Arkhangelsk fell. Allied support disappeared. Lloyd George made a speech in the London Guildhall on November 8, 1919, prefiguring an end to British support. In January, the blockade was lifted, and in February the border states were called to make terms with Moscow. The Reds had meanwhile weathered their command crisis. The new commander-in-chief of Caucasus Army Group from early February 1920 was Mikhail Tukhachevsky. He was only 26 and had been a mere lieutenant, but he had already had great success as commander of 5th Army against Kolchak. A strong team of commissars was brought in, including Smilga, Guzov, and Ordzhonikidze. Denikin hoped to exploit the Reds' difficulties by an attack to the north across the Don with Volunteer and 3 Don Corps. On February 20th, Rostov was again in his hands. This was, as it turned out, the last success of the AFSR. Had the attack been mounted just a little earlier, the tables might have been turned, as Kamenev himself later admitted. The Reds, however, had struck first on February 14th. After the failure of its head-on attack on the Don, 1st Cavalry Army was moved east around the White flank. Now it pushed in, opening the White rear with a drive southwest along the Tsaritsan-Ekaterinodar Railway into the heart of the Kuban. Denikin sent his own cavalry to cut off the Red spearhead. A forced march by 2 and 4 Don Corps over the deserted steppe in temperatures of -15 degrees Fahrenheit froze men and horses to death. Less than half arrived, and in a confused series of battles around Egerlikskaya, the White cavalry, Denikin's last mobile reserve, was defeated. Denikin had to pull back, first from Rostov, then from the whole Don River line. The key junctions at Bataysk and Tykharetskaya fell on the 1st and the 9th of March. The last line of defense was the Kuban River, but by now the Whites were incapable of serious resistance. Ekaterinodar was abandoned on March 17th. Denikin's staff lost control. His troops simply marched, blocked by refugees and harried by the Greens, toward the apparent salvation of the sea. One white officer looked at the crowds of soldiers, Cossacks and refugees, the strings of loaded carts, Kalmyk families driving herds of cattle and sheep. The exodus of the Russian people reminded me of biblical times. Safety, temporary at least, lay 150 miles across the Black Sea in the Crimea. General Slashchev had fought a successful defense there against the Reds, thanks to his own abilities and the easily defended Perekop Isthmus, but he was helped by the fact that Moscow did not consider the Crimea a first priority. This was to prove a costly mistake for the Soviet side. The British provided ships to carry White forces from Novorossiysk in the Kuban to the Crimean ports, but there was not room or time to take everyone. They also landed a battalion of the Royal Scots Fusiliers to cover the withdrawal. Novorossiysk was an anthill of demoralized troops and refugees. British stores were thrown into the sea. Cossacks shot their horses. Some 34,000 were taken off by March 27, 1920, including 19,300 from Volunteer Corps and 11,850 from Don Army. Don Army was considerably larger, which suggests Denikin's men were put first in line. The Reds captured 22,000 Whites in the town. Other White troops retreated south down the coast. Some were picked up by White ships at Tuapse and taken to the Crimea, others slipped into Georgia. The end for 60,000, however, came in late April when they surrendered at Sochi. Denikin was among the last to leave Novorossiysk, but his leadership did not survive the Kuban debacle. At the start of January, just before Rostov fell, there was talk of a general's revolution, in which Vrangel tried with little success to organize the senior commanders against their commander-in-chief. Denikin struck back. On February 21st, Vrangel, Lukomsky, and a number of other White leaders in the Crimea were dismissed from the army and went into exile. By the end of March, the AFSR had failed, and the search for scapegoats led to attacks on Denikin's chief of staff and closest friend, General Romanovsky, who was to be assassinated, probably by a disgruntled officer, in April. Denikin's will to command was broken when Kutupov, the volunteer corps commander, demanded that Denikin's Stavka not embark before the army. For Denikin, this was the worst personal blow he had suffered, and he resolved to resign once he had drunk to the bottom the bitter cup of the Novorossiysk evacuation. But there was still affection for Denikin, and a council of war in the Crimea in April had great difficulty choosing a successor. The problem was partly repugnance at electing a commander, partly the apparently hopeless task of continuing the civil war. In the end, Vrangel emerged as the leading candidate, and Denikin was prevailed upon to appoint his rival as successor. Anton Denikin was in some ways a humble figure who had been thrown up by history, and he had no strong ambition to rule. "My program," he said, "consists of restoring Russia and then raising cabbage." An excellent young division commander in the World War, he failed to give the soldiers of the counter-revolution the firm operational and political control that might have given them victory. Less of a narrow conservative than many of the men around him, he failed to force through flexible policies that might have won public support. Denikin was before all else a Russian nationalist. That explains his self-defeating policies and his ignoring of social issues. It also explains those remarkable strengths his movement had. It was part of Denikin's tragedy that he lost what he most believed in. Exile followed resignation. In April 1920, he left for Constantinople in a British destroyer. He would never see his country again. 6 years later, he described his leave-taking. "When we put to sea, it was already night. Only bright lights scattered in the thick darkness marked the coast of the receding Russian land. They grow dimmer and vanish. Russia, my motherland." The Caucasus, 1917 to 1920. The fighting in the Don and the Kuban in 1918 to 1920 had been bounded to the south by the Caucasus Mountains, which stretched 930 miles between the Black and Caspian Seas and included peaks over 18,000 feet high. Pro-Soviet forces dominated the lowland parts of the Terek and Dagestan regions until early 1919, Denikin Terek Cossacks until early 1920, then the Reds again. None of these fully extended their power into the remote mountain valleys. Even after the final Red victory, there was a Muslim rising, September 1920. The Gortsi, mountain people, were divided into many small ethnic groups, mostly poor and backward. Their relations with one another and with the lowland Russians were complex. Fighting began with the October Revolution and continued for 3 years. The region's fate was decided elsewhere, but the Reds found a local political base by supporting warlike and land-hungry tribes, especially the Chechen and Ingush, against the Terek Cossacks. The Reds eventually formed 2 autonomous republics here, the Mountain and Dagestan ASSRs. More important was the region beyond the mountains, the Transcaucasus. There were few roads through the high passes, and the only railway ran along the Caspian coast. In May 1918, after a brief experiment in federation, 3 states appeared: Azerbaijan, on the Caspian, Georgia, on the Black Sea, and Armenia, sandwiched between Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey. The Transcaucasus was one of the few places to miss the first, triumphal march of Soviet power. The exception was the Caspian oil town of Baku, run by Bolsheviks from April 1918. The Baku commune was overthrown in July. Its leaders, the famous 26 commissars, were shot by anti-Bolshevik Russians. Foreign intervention was important, but the new states were independent of Russia. By the end of 1918, the Reds had no contact with the region, given white control of the North Caucasus and the Caspian. Denikin, meanwhile, was preoccupied with the Moscow campaign. But victory in the Kuban, March 1920, opened the Red Army's road to the Transcaucasus. Azerbaijan passed to Soviet control in April 1920, Armenia in November, and Georgia in February 1921. The Russian Civil War was a war of liberation for some minority peoples. In the 1920 treaties, Moscow accepted the independence of the Estonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians. The Georgians, Armenians, and Azerbaijanis, however, were incorporated into Soviet Russia. One factor working against the Transcaucasian peoples was size. There were 2 million Georgians, 1,800,000 Azerbaijanis, and 1,600,000 Armenians. Azerbaijan and Georgia were each about 30,000 square miles in area, while the Russian core of Armenia was about half that size. An area of 30,000 square miles is not that small. It was twice the size of Estonia and comparable to modern Austria. But it was very little compared to the Soviet Russia of 1920. National consciousness was also limited. The Transcaucasus, it is true, had only been part of the empire for about 120 years and had very different languages and cultures from that of Great Russia. Only about 5% of the population, moreover, were Great Russians. But modern nationalism was restricted to a small intelligentsia. Some 80% of the population were rural, mostly poor peasants. The minorities had not even seized their independence in 1917. It came about with the collapse of the empire. Although the republics had several years' grace, much more than the Ukraine, and there was one dominant political faction within each, the nationalist Musavat and Dashnak parties in Azerbaijan and Armenia, and the Mensheviks in Georgia, they did not create successful state structures. The nationalist governments of Azerbaijan and Armenia undertook little social reform, and Marxist Georgia's reforms made her only marginally stronger. Their armies were all weak. There were no Cossacks, no foreign-trained force, and little military aid from outside. Within each of the three states there were also large ethnic subminorities. The three small Transcaucasian states might have survived had they cooperated, but they were as different from one another as from the Russians, and had a long history of bitter feuds. The Armenians and Georgians were Christians, but traditionally hostile to one another. Both were deeply suspicious of the Muslim Tatars, Azerbaijanis. It was this, coupled with the Turkish advance of 1918, that broke up the Transcaucasus Democratic Federative Republic after only 2 months. But even separate statehood could not sort out areas of mixed population, where no ethnic frontier could be drawn. Each state squabbled with the others. Most striking was the Azerbaijan-Armenia border war, which tied up the Azerbaijan forces in 1920 at the moment the Red Army took Baku. Some or all of the republics might have survived with outside backing, but no outsiders had lasting influence. The Germans protected Georgia, but only in 1918. Turkey invaded the region in 1918, supporting Muslim Azerbaijan. But in 1919 to 1921 Turkey was shattered by defeat and lacked a common border with Azerbaijan, and neither Georgia nor Armenia would use their traditional enemy to counterbalance Russia. The Armenians, in particular, made great territorial claims against Turkey, leading to a successful Turkish invasion in late 1920, which in turn precipitated the Red Takeover. Nationalist Turkey and Soviet Russia, both victims of the Allied peacemakers, worked together. The Treaty of Moscow, March 16, 1921, formalized Russia's hold over the Transcaucasus at the cost of confirming the loss to Turkey of most of the territory, to the west of Armenia ceded at Brest-Litovsk. The Allies did little, despite great efforts by Transcaucasian diplomats at the Paris Peace Conference. The British had landed a small force from Persia in 1918, and in 1919 a British division garrisoned the Batum-Baku, Black Sea-Caspian, railway. Whatever the region's economic and strategic potential, the British lacked the strength and will to hold the Transcaucasus, despite Soviet accusations and Denikin's sense of British duplicity. The British theater commander, at least, was unimpressed by the region's value. I cannot see that the world would lose much if the whole of the country cut each other's throats. They are certainly not worth the life of one British soldier. Italy and the United States considered, but rejected mandates. The Allies even recognized the three republics de facto, January 1920, but this had no real impact. The Transcaucasus governments were meanwhile unwilling to throw in their lot with the White Russians, whom they knew opposed their independence. Georgia had a prolonged conflict with Denikin over part of the Black Sea coast. She also gave aid to the Greens and, with Azerbaijan, to the anti-Denikin Gortsi tribesmen. In the end, it was the attitude of Moscow that was decisive. For the Bolsheviks, Transcaucasian independence was a sham. In general, they had contempt for bourgeois nationalism, and these states in particular were seen as the creatures of imperialism. Some leading Bolsheviks had a special interest in the region, including the Georgians Ordzhonikidze and Zugashvili Stalin. Stalin called his homeland the kept woman of the Entente. and any Russian government would have wanted the mineral wealth of the region. Baku had been the center of the world's largest oil field, and the whole of the Transcaucasus, not just Azerbaijan, was needed to defend Baku against foreign attack. Indeed, the Reds began to move into the Transcaucasus as soon as Denikin's defeat made it physically possible. On March 22, 1920, in the last stages of the Kuban battle, Colonel Kamenev ordered occupation of the whole of the former Baku province, i.e., eastern Azerbaijan. A Caucasus Bureau, Kavkazko Bureau or Kavbureau, of the Bolshevik CC had been set up behind the Red Army in April 1920, led by Ordzhonikidze. Several divisions of 11th Army were massed on the Caspian rail line. This confusion in Azerbaijan's nationalist Musavat government and an uprising in Baku led to the surrender of power to a Bolshevik Revcom. The Revcom requested Soviet military assistance, which was already on the way. The first armored trains reached Baku on April 28, 1920, and an Azerbaijan Socialist Soviet Republic was declared. The Reds paused after the Azerbaijan coup. On May 7, 1920, a treaty promising non-intervention was signed with Georgia. The general situation was unfavorable. Moscow was trying to come to terms with London, and there were still British troops in the Georgian Black Sea port of Batum. In March 1920, Colonel Kamenev had urged caution, given the state of the Red Army, and then came the Polish War, April 1920, followed by Vrangel's attack out of the Crimea, June. Once the Polish and Vrangel campaigns had stabilized, however, the pressure was renewed. The Turks invaded southern Armenia in September 1920. In the crisis, the Dashnak government surrendered power to a Bolshevik Revcom of Armenia, which had been organized in Azerbaijan and which arrived with Soviet troops. The Armenian SSR was set up in November 1920. Georgia survived Armenia by 3 months, and the Soviet takeover was a confused affair. The Menshevik government in Tiflis had been stable, had been recognized by major Western states, and had the support of foreign socialists. Turkey's position was still unclear. Soviet Russia, meanwhile, faced economic and political problems, and the Red Army was being demobilized. Sovietization, when it came, had much to do with the fait accompli of Ordzhonikidze's Kavbureau. The Moscow CC approved the action only after it had begun, and apparently neither Trotsky or main Commander-in-Chief Kamenev had had advance warning. A Revcom of Georgia was set up in February 1921. It declared a Georgian SSR and called in Red Army support. In violation of the May 1920 treaty, Gecker's Red 11th Army advanced from western Azerbaijan, with some support from 9th Army moving down the Black Sea coast. The Red Army met more opposition in Georgia than elsewhere in the Transcaucasus. There was a week-long battle for Tiflis, but resistance was still limited. The takeovers of all 3 republics by Soviet Russia were not without internal support. Social revolution had its appeal. Most of the population was poor, and economic hardship had been increased by war, revolution, and separation from Russian supplies and markets. In Azerbaijan, a working-class movement and a Bolshevik underground had survived the 1918 Baku Commune. Georgia also had a radical left. Armenia had no significant underground, but the Bolsheviks represented the protection of Russian power against Turkey. The Bolsheviks had also learned from their mistakes. Nominally separate communist parties were set up in 1920 in Azerbaijan, February, Georgia, May, and Armenia, July. And even national independence could be granted in the form of the 3 Soviet republics. But there was no sign of a strong local desire for union with the Russian proletariat. Attempts in Georgia and Armenia in May 1920 to seize power by internal uprising alone failed. Even after the invasions, the Soviet grip was weak. 2 major anti-Soviet revolts broke out in Azerbaijan in 1920, and Ordzhonikidze reported in June that the whole 11th Army was needed to keep control. The Armenian capital was retaken by the Dashnaks in February-April 1921, and in 1924 there would be a great rising in Georgia. The threat, potential or actual, of the victorious Red Army was a vital element in maintaining the Soviet hold on the region. Storm over Asia, Siberia, November 1919 to 1922, Central Asia, 1918 to 1920. Within a year, one of 2 things will have happened. Either the Constituent Assembly will have met in Moscow or I shall be dead. Admiral Kolchak, Spring 1919. Kolchak destroyed. Kolchak's armies were broken at the same time as Denikin's, although their retreat had begun earlier. Omsk, the supreme ruler's capital, fell on November 14, 1919, as the AFSR pulled back from Oral. By March 1920, as Denikin was making his last stand in the Kuban, the Red Army had advanced another 1,500 miles, taking all of central Siberia as far as Lake Baikal. The Whites might have made a better showing. I.N. Smirnov-Sibrevkom and the Bolshevik CC Siburo were hard put to regain some control over the vast captured territory of central Siberia. Olderaga's Eastern Army Group headquarters was dispersed. Finally, in January 1920, a number of Red divisions were sent back to European Russia. Third Army became a labor army, committed to the economic reconstruction of the Urals. Only the 5 divisions of Fifth Army, commanded by Major Ike in place of Tukhachevsky, continued beyond Omsk. They started 1,900 miles from Moscow, with only a badly damaged supply line back to the Bolshevik heartland, and they were to cover the same distance again in midwinter. The White armies, however, were in a terrible state. Never very effective, lacking a fighting corps, their will had been broken. Tens of thousands of POWs and much of Kolchak's stores were taken at Omsk. As more and more of Siberia was occupied by the Reds, so most of Kolchak's remaining peasant conscripts slipped away home. What was left of the armies was riddled by typhus. The frozen railway was choked with trains, and partisans moved in from north and south. The White Command was in spectacular disorder. General Diderix had resigned as main commander-in-chief over defending Omsk. General Sakharov then lost the city and was overthrown in turn early December by rival leaders. The conspirators installed the most able White commander, Kappel, who had nearly trapped Trotsky at Sviazhsk in 1918. But it was too late. The great rivers of Siberia were now frozen and presented no obstacle to the Red advance. The White Second and Third Armies were unable to make a planned defense of the Ob, 400 miles east of Omsk. Novonikolayevsk, now Novosibirsk, fell on December 14, 1919, and First Army, reforming behind the Ob at Tomsk, simply disintegrated through mass desertion. Some 450 miles east of the Ob, at Krasnoyarsk on the Yenisei River, things were even worse and military defeat was followed by urban revolt. In early January 1920, the city was seized by anti-Kolchak forces, including SRs, the garrison, and its commander. The main White Army's path of retreat along the railway was blocked, and they were too weak and disorganized to fight their way through. 3 days later, on January 7th, the Red Fifth Army and partisans reached the city. 200 guns were captured and 60,000 prisoners, bringing to 100,000 the number taken in the Red pursuit. Only a few Whites, under General Kappel, escaped, abandoning their trains and road transport and taking to small sledges. The 5-week retreat from Krasnoyarsk to Lake Baikal, through the Siberian wilderness, was called the Ice March. Kappel himself was struck by frostbite and pneumonia while leading his survivors along a frozen river in 40 degrees of frost. He died on January 26. Krasnoyarsk was a symptom of Kolchak's catastrophic political weakness. His civil administration had never been strong, but after the loss of Omsk he had hardly any state at all. Kolchak made changes in his government personnel and promised a state assembly. But these were just signs of desperation. The ministers moved to Irkutsk, but lacked authority. Kolchak had not remained with his armies, but neither had he moved east with his government, where he might at least have secured control of Irkutsk. One thing that greatly slowed him down was the 36 heavily laden freight cars carrying the gold and silver of the Imperial Reserve, originally captured at Kazan. Instead, the political collapse continued further east. The power vacuum made it possible for the socialist opposition to reappear for the first time since mid-1918. Even before the Krasnoyarsk disaster, an anti-Kolchak political center had begun to seize power around Irkutsk. The town was completely in its hands by January 4th. At first, the Mensheviks and SRs were dominant because of their roots in the region and the earlier destruction of the Bolshevik underground. They hoped to create their own state in Siberia and even to get the cooperation of Kolchak's commanders. The political center might have let Kolchak pass through Irkutsk to the east unharmed, until some of their supporters were massacred as hostages by pro-Kolchak forces. Admiral Kolchak's own fate was determined by his foolishly cutting himself off from both his army and his government. But the action and inaction of foreigners were also important here. The Czechoslovak Corps, withdrawn from the front in late 1918 and assigned to patrol the railway west of Irkutsk, now had life-or-death control over who passed along it to safety. The Czechoslovaks had never liked Kolchak's regime. They were sympathetic to the Irkutsk socialists, and they did not want the political center to block their own escape route. The result was that the Czechoslovaks first trapped Kolchak's trains for 2 weeks west of Irkutsk, and then, on January 15th, handed him over to the political center. It seems, Churchill sadly recalled, that for a while these legionaries forsook the stage of history on which they had hitherto acted and mingled with the ragged and demoralized Siberian audience. The British and French representatives did little to save the man they had supported for so long. 6 days after Kolchak was handed over, the political center was replaced by the Bolshevik-dominated Irkutsk Military Revolutionary Committee. The admiral was interrogated secretly by a Bolshevik lawyer, a Menshevik, and 2 SRs between January 21 and February 6, 1920. He spoke candidly and with dignity. It was planned to try him in Moscow, but the Red Army was still far away. The White Army, now under General Wojciechowski, was on the highway between it and Irkutsk. The night before the White troops arrived, on 6 to 7 February, Kolchak and his prime minister were shot, and their bodies thrown through the ice of a frozen river. Lenin had ordered that Kolchak not be killed, probably because he did not want to stiffen the White resistance on other fronts. After the execution, he tried to keep the news secret. In any event, of the leaders of the All-Russian White movement, only Admiral Kolchak was caught and executed. He was the supreme ruler of the White movement for 14 months, but he was not its most important or capable leader. His fate, one minister recalled, was to wear on his honest head not the cap of Monomac but a crown of thorns. The cap was the Tsarist crown. In the end, he died a victim of the chaos that had dominated so much of his regime. Wojciechowski's troops passed Irkutsk without entering it and then crossed the ice of Lake Baikal to eastern Siberia. The Czechoslovaks, for their part, arranged an armistice with the Reds. In exchange for Kolchak's gold reserve, they were allowed to withdraw without hindrance. On March 5, 1920, the Red Army reached Irkutsk and completed the capture of central Siberia. The Reds created a military and administrative bridgehead on the far side of Lake Baikal. But Soviet power was not victorious throughout the Russian Far East until 32 months after Kolchak's death. Lenin told Trotsky in February 1920 that everyone in Siberia should carry out the slogan, "Not a step farther east," all-out efforts for the rapid movement of troops and locomotives to the west, to Russia. We would be idiots if we were to allow ourselves to be distracted by a stupid advance into the depths of Siberia, permitting Denikin to revive and the Poles to strike. A special problem was the Japanese army's presence in Transbaikal region and farther east. Early in 1920, the Bolshevik Smirnov set up a government, the Far Eastern Republic, FER, with nominal control over all the territory from Lake Baikal to the Pacific. This had originally been proposed by the SR Menshevik political center, although their proposal envisaged real independence. In fact, the new republic was closely supervised by the Dalbureau, Far Eastern Bureau of the Bolshevik CC, and its role was to act as a buffer. The FER had the value of being an acceptable government. The outside world would deal with the FER when it would not deal with Soviet Russia. The People's Revolutionary Army of the FER was composed of Red Army units, commanded by Major Ike, formerly of Red Fifth Army, and controlled by the new Assistant Main Commander-in-Chief for Siberia, General Shorin. At first, not only the independence but the territory of the FER was a fiction. The bulk of even Transbaikal region was still controlled by Ataman Semenov in Chita, and the Chita Kork blocked any advance along the railway to the Pacific. Semenov had been a thorn in Kolchak's side in 1918 to 1919, but in his last weeks the admiral had made him overall commander of White Siberia, mainly because Semenov alone seemed to have the strength to rescue him. There was a parallel in time and situation with General Vrangel, who shortly afterwards succeeded General Denikin. Vrangel had the Crimea as a base, Semenov Transbaikal. There the resemblance ended. Unlike Vrangel, Semenov lacked the resources and skill to counterattack or even make a stand. A Red attempt to take Chita in the spring of 1920 was beaten off, but Semenov could not hold out for very long. The natural barrier of Lake Baikal had been broken by the Reds. Transbaikal was sparsely settled and backward, and the population were thoroughly alienated by the demands of Semenov's lieutenants and of the Transbaikal and Ushuri Cossack forces. The refugee survivors from Kolchak's army, the Kapel men, disliked Semenov and had no desire to fight for him or Transbaikal. And Transbaikal was isolated, with no support in the three other East Siberian regions. Yakutsk region was remote and empty, Amur region was controlled by pro-Soviet partisans, and Primorsky region was run from Vladivostok by a leftist Zemstvo government. The decisive element was the Japanese withdrawal from Transbaikal, which was followed by an attack by the FER army and the partisans. Chita fell on October 22, 1920, popping the cork. Semenov was able to fly out of his capital. The survivors of his forces had to fight their way to the Manchurian border. In November 1920, the moment when Vrangel's Crimean army was making the final white departure from European Russia, Transbaikal passed to the control of the FER, and with it most of eastern Siberia. With the loss of Transbaikal, one of Semenov's lieutenants, Baron Ungern Sternberg, took a small force south into Outer Mongolia, nominally part of China. This region had a large area and a tiny nomadic population. After prolonged fighting, Urga, now Ulaanbaatar, was taken in February 1921. Ungern Sternberg, an unbalanced Baltic nobleman, was already notorious for his atrocities in Transbaikal, and his regime in Urga was bloody. He intended to use Mongolia as a base for war against Soviet Russia, but he was overthrown in the summer of 1921 by an expeditionary force from the Red Fifth Army. Ungern himself was captured and executed. A pro-Soviet government was set up, which became the Mongolian People's Republic. This was the one area beyond the 1914 imperial borders to which Soviet power was spread. It happened also to be among the most backward and remote places on Earth. Most white survivors of the Transbaikal defeat went southeast across Manchuria to the Pacific. There followed 18 months of three-sided confrontation between them, the Far Eastern Republic, and the crucial Japanese garrison. The surviving white zone, the southern part of Primorsky region, had an area about that of Norway, but its population was only 200,000 to 300,000. The leftist government that had taken power in Vladivostok in January 1920 was overthrown in May 1921 by the right, supported by the Kapel veterans. The politics of the region were a shambles. The last ruler, from June 1922, was General Diderix, one of Kolchak's commanders. Diderix was notable for giving his state and army medieval titles. He even summoned a Zemsky Sobor. In the winter of 1921 to 1922, encouraged by successful operations against Red partisans, the Whites made their last offensive. They marched on Khabarovsk, hoping to spark off an uprising across Soviet Russia. But the FER army, now commanded by the Red veteran Blücher, recaptured the town in February 1922. One factor above all dominated the situation: Japan. The Japanese army remained in Siberia after the departure of the last Americans and Czechoslovaks. In April and November 1920, Tokyo declared that a military presence was needed to prevent chaos and cited the killing by Red partisans of several hundred Japanese at Nikolaevsk, near the mouth of the Amur, in the spring of 1920. In early April 1920, the Japanese army took effective control of Primorsky region, driving the Bolsheviks underground, and in one infamous incident handing over Lazo, a member of the Dalbureau, to the Whites, who burned him alive. The Japanese garrison alone kept the Whites in power, and its withdrawal in October 1922 meant the end of the White foothold. The last Whites withdrew to Korea and Manchuria. Emigration was hard for all the Whites, but those in the Far East would suffer the most bitter conditions. Soviet troops under Ubarevich entered Vladivostok on October 25, 1922. In November, the puppet Far Eastern Republic was absorbed by the RSFSR. 2 years after the fighting had ended in Europe, the last part of Russian territory was cleared of counter-revolutionary and foreign forces. Central Asia, 1918 to 1920. Kolchak's defeat in late 1919 opened the way not only to eastern Siberia but also to Central Asia. This region covered 1,500,000 square miles, over a third of the area of the United States, but much of it was empty steppe or desert, and the total population was only 14 million. In the north, Kazakhstan, about 20% were Russian, while in the south, Turkestan, it was only 5 to 10%. The great majority were Muslims, most of them Turkic-speaking Kazakhs, Uzbeks, Kyrgyz, Turkmens, and Tadshiks. Central Asia was the closest thing to a Tsarist colony, and the last regions had been conquered as late as the 1890s. Despite this, and despite the 2,000 miles between the core of the region and Petrograd, Central Asia shared in the triumphal march of Soviet power, thanks to the efforts of Russian soldiers and workers living there. Most remarkable was Turkestan. Tashkent, the capital of the region, declared for Soviet power in 1917, only a few days after Petrograd, and in April 1918 it became the center of a Soviet republic. The Turkestan Soviet Republic was at the heart of the civil war in Central Asia. For 2 years, from October 1917 to September 1919, it was cut off from the Soviet mainland. The most dangerous counter-revolutionary center, the Orenburg Cossack host, was far from Tashkent, 1,200 miles to the northwest, but it controlled the Orenburg-Kork, the region of the South Urals through which the Tashkent-Samar-Moscow Railway ran. The town of Orenburg was captured by the Reds in January 1919, but a planned Tashkent operation had to be cancelled when Kolchak launched his spring 1919 offensive. Troops from the Central Red Army held on to Orenburg through a long siege, but the Cossacks blocked the railway line south of the town, and in the summer they pushed Tashkent's forces as far south as the Aral Sea. Civil war in Turkestan, even in 1919, was a railway war. The fronts numbered only a few thousand on each side, mostly Russians. Final Red victory became possible with Kolchak's defeat. North of Orenburg, the Reds had been building up their forces, now called Turkestan Army Group. Their commander was M.V. Frunze, a Bolshevik who had grown up in a Turkestan settler family. Kolchak's Southern Army was finally crushed between Frunze's First Army and the Tashkent forces. In mid-September 1919, the two Red groups joined hands on the railway, 300 miles from Orenburg and 900 from Tashkent. Turkestan Army Group then devoted the winter of 1919 to 1920 to destroying the remnants of the Orenburg and Ural Cossack armies in the wild country between the southern Urals and the Caspian. A few survivors of the Ural Cossack host eventually reached Persia, after an 800-mile trek across the Trans-Caspian Desert. Successes on this front, together with the main advance along the Trans-Siberian, assured Soviet dominance in the vast but thinly populated steppe region, modern Kazakhstan, between Siberia and Turkestan. A vast Kyrgyz autonomous SSR was set up in August 1920, with its capital at Orenburg. In addition to the lands of the Kazakh nomads, then known as the Kyrgyz, the new ASSR incorporated the former lands of the Ural and Orenburg Cossacks. The Kyrgyz ASSR should not be confused with the modern Kyrgyz SSR, which is in southeast Central Asia. In late 1918 and early 1919, the most active front had been along the Turkestan's other railway, which ran west from Tashkent to the Caspian port of Krasnovodsk. The enemy here were, curiously enough, anti-Bolshevik Russian railway workers. Their Trans-Caspian government was set up after an uprising in Askabad, 800 miles west of Tashkent, in July 1918. This government's closest parallel was Izhevsk. Transcaspia benefited from the support of the British, who, worried about German-Turkish penetration, sent detachments overland from Persia in August 1918. But with the British withdrawal in the spring of 1919, the Trans-Caspian government was gradually forced back toward the Caspian. The Reds were able to concentrate here once the Orenburg-Kork had been popped, and the front was liquidated with the capture of Krasnovodsk in February 1920. Then the only non-Soviet centers in western Turkestan were the feudal Muslim states of Bokhara and Khiva, Tsarist protectorates made independent by the revolution. A combination of the Red Army and revolt by Muslim reformers toppled the feudal rulers, Khiva's in February 1920, and Bokhara's in September. Tashkent had had another, smaller, front, to the northeast in Semireki. The main town, Vernii Almayata, was 500 miles from Tashkent, and Soviet power was threatened by the small Semireki Cossack host. The remains of Kolchak's southern armies withdrew here after a 350-mile desert march, when their Siberian line of retreat was cut in late 1919. In the following spring, Soviet forces took the region, the white survivors fled over the border to China, where 12,000 were interned in terrible conditions. Dutov, the Orenburg Ataman and one of the first to rise against Soviet power in 1917 to 1918, was killed there in February 1921. Central Asia had a different history from other regions on the eastern periphery. In the Transcaucasus, nationalists were strong enough in early 1918 to form their own governments, independent of Soviet Russia. Siberia and the North Caucasus were swept up in the first wave of Soviet power, but the first was lost to Moscow in the summer of 1918 and the second in the winter of 1918 to 1919. In contrast, the Turkestan Soviet Republic was never defeated, although the northern steppe and Transcaspia were lost. The survival of Soviet power in Turkestan is another testament to the popularity of the Soviet Revolution and the weakness of other forces. The situation was confused. There had been few Bolsheviks in Turkestan in 1917, and many of the Tashkent government's leaders were SRs. The Muslims were excluded from power and exploited economically. The Bolshevik War Commissar Osipov tried in January 1919 to seize power and actually killed many of the senior leaders of Soviet Turkestan. The Tashkent army was run by committees and was desperately short of weapons. But all the same, its base in the Great Russian minority gave Soviet power the towns, the railways, the telegraph, and what modern weapons there were. Tashkent had the peculiar advantage, too, of its internationalist troops, Austro-German POWs. There had been 155,000 of these in Turkestan at the start of 1917. Most were trapped in the region and many joined the Soviet forces. Later, the complete victory of Soviet power was assured by the breaking of the blockade and the support of the Central Russian government. A general from Frunze's staff, Novitsky, led the conquest of the outlying parts of Turkestan in 1920. Moscow also limited abuses against the natives by sending south special organs of the Moscow regime, the Turkomissia, Turkestan Commission, of the Central Excom and later the party's Turkbureau. In 1919, Muslims were given more of a role in state and party, thanks to Moscow's influence. The center kept overall control, but more than a semblance of power was given to progressive natives. Kyrgyzia and Turkestan emerged from the fighting as autonomous republics, ASSRs, and Khiva and Bokhara were given unique status, at first, as the Khwarezm and Bokhara People's Soviet Republics. The Tashkent government was lucky that, unlike the Bolsheviks of Siberia or the North Caucasus in 1918, it did not have to face serious military opposition. Russian anti-Bolshevik forces, including Cossacks, were both weak and far from Tashkent. Denikin tried to organize a Turkestan army in Transcaspia in early 1919, but with little effect. Kolchak made little attempt to win over the Kazakhs, Kyrgyz. Foreign involvement was limited to small British detachments in Transcaspia, but they left in the spring of 1919. Despite Britain's long interest in the Great Game and the forward defense of Persia and India, it did not intervene in strength. Russian Central Asia was very remote. The British Empire's forces were already overstretched, and the feelings of the all-Russian white government had to be considered. A more basic factor in keeping Russian control over Turkestan and other parts of Central Asia was the political impotence of the Muslim majority. There was an attempt to form an all-Muslim government at Kokand, southeast of Tashkent, early in 1918, but this was ruthlessly crushed by Great Russian, Red troops from Tashkent. Another ephemeral pan-Turkic government, set up in Orenburg by intellectuals of the Alashorda party, was suppressed at about the same time. In any event, the Muslim population was fragmented. Nearly all the Kazakhs were nomads. In Turkestan, the population was scattered among separate oases. Terrible famine wore the population down even further. The great bulk of the Muslim population were alien to modern politics. Pan-Turkism was a meaningless concept for most, and Islam, although a way of life as much as a religion, did not form the basis of political movement. Indeed, there were splits between reformist and conservative Muslims. Some of the Muslim reformers were won over, at least temporarily, to Soviet power. Muslim armed resistance was unsuccessful. The most serious fighting for the Tashkent government was not against the Muslims but against Russian Cossacks or, in Transcaspia, Russian railway workers. Bokhara and Khiva had only primitive armies and made no attempt to form a united front with Russian anti-Bolshevik forces. The greatest Muslim challenge came from guerrilla bands, known to the Russians as the Basmachi plunderers. But these operated only on the fringes of settled territory, never threatening the Russian centers of power, and they frequently fought among themselves. Russian Bolshevism was, on one important level, an internationalist movement, and in 1919 to 1920 the Bolsheviks began to talk more and more about revolution in the colonial world. In June 1920, a pro-Soviet regional government was set up at Resht in northwestern Persia. In July, as the Red Army raced across Poland, the Comintern announced a Congress of Peoples of the East, which met in Baku in September and seemed to embody the prospect of Eastern Revolution. But despite all this activity, revolution in Asia, in the short term, proved even more illusory than revolution in Europe. This came, in part, from the situation in the Asian countries. The mass of the Asian population had been relatively little touched by modern politics. Communism had no organizational links, and the European empires were strong enough to contain unrest. The Baku Congress was unrepresentative and brought to the surface the difficulties of a Bolshevik partnership with Asian nationalists. Moscow became more and more aware of these difficulties by 1921, and perhaps that is why it was prepared to make concessions in Asia to ensure peace in Europe. In particular, the 1921 Anglo-Soviet trade agreement included a rejection of agitation against the British Empire. The failure came too because in the Civil War period there was little the Bolsheviks could do to influence events in Asia. The Red Army did not even get to the western Manchurian border until the end of 1920. Southwest Asia was little better. When the Baku Congress met, the host territory, Azerbaijan, was the one part of the Transcaucasus in Soviet hands, and the Red Army was needed to hold it down against Musavat nationalists. Armenia and Georgia would be taken only with the help of Soviet troops. It was Turkestan, however, that had seemed the best potential area. Stalin, for example, wrote in February 1919, following the capture of Orenburg, that Turkestan is a bridge connecting socialist Russia with the oppressed countries of the East. The consolidation of Soviet power in Turkestan may exert the greatest revolutionizing influence on the entire East. Trotsky was even more excited. In August 1919, after the Red Army broke through the Urals, he urged the Bolshevik CC to begin long-term preparations for a military thrust against India. The road to India may prove at the given moment to be more readily passable and shorter than the road to Soviet Hungary. In late September, when Frunze opened the rail line to Tashkent, Trotsky asked the CC to be allowed to concentrate resources for a possible offensive by us from Turkestan southwards. But Turkestan also showed most clearly the problems behind Soviet revolutionary rhetoric. Although Delhi was, as the crow flies, no farther from Tashkent than was Orenburg, it was still 1,200 miles away over some of the most rugged and inaccessible country in the world. Moscow, in fact, had the greatest difficulty reaching and controlling Turkestan itself. For one thing, it had to be placed low in Moscow's priorities, especially in 1919. In my opinion, Lenin grumbled in December, Frunze is asking too much. We must first finish taking the Ukraine, and Turkestan can wait and make the best of it. When he had broken the blockade of Turkestan, Frunze had first to finish off the Orenburg and Ural Cossacks, and he did not arrive in Tashkent for 4 months. Even in 1920, preoccupations with the European fronts and the bad state of the single-track railway across the steppe and desert from Orenburg meant that very few Red units could be sent to Turkestan. Frunze's divisions moved not into the struggle with colonialism but back to Europe to the Polish and Vrangel fronts. Soviet power in Central Asia, and especially in Turkestan, also faced serious political problems. The demands of the native intelligentsia were crushed at the start of Soviet rule with their government at Kokand and with a massacre of Muslims. A near-contemporary Soviet source admitted that Turkestan's left communism in reality meant the rapacious feudal exploitation of the wide mass of the native population by Russian Red Guards, settlers, and bureaucrats. For nearly 2 years, the Tashkent regime relied on the small Russian minority. This monopoly of power, along with policies favoring Russian farmers, economic demands on the mass of the population, decrees which offended conservative Muslim sensibilities, gave Bolshevism a weak base. The Kokand massacre was followed by an eruption of the Basmachi Front in the Fergana Valley, southeast of Tashkent. When Moscow forced a change of line on the Tashkent government, there were new problems. The Muslim reformist elite who were co-opted into the Bolshevik Party in 1919 to 1920 were enthusiasts for a union of all Turkic peoples, and eventually many either defected or had to be removed. Ultimately, Great Russian domination continued. There were no Muslims in the Turkomisia or the Turkbayro. The struggle with the Basmachi actually increased after the Soviet conquest of Bokhara and continued at a high level until 1922. Events in Turkestan, as well as in Transcaucasia and eastern Siberia, showed that Moscow had enough difficulty regaining control of the Tsarist eastern territories without trying to set all Asia alight. Trotsky, at least, had by June 1920 given up his dreams about a thrust against India. All information about the state of Khiva, Persia, Bokhara, and Afghanistan testifies to the fact that a Soviet revolution in these countries would at the present moment cause us the greatest difficulties. Until the Soviet economy had recovered, the threat of Asian revolution could at best be used as a diplomatic tool against Britain. A Soviet expedition in the East may prove to be no less dangerous than war in the West. Consolidating the state. The Soviet Zone, November 1919 to November 1920. If we are serious about a planned economy centrally directed, then labor must be distributed, shifted, and ordered in the same way that soldiers are. Trotsky, March 1920. Soviet autonomy is the most real, the most concrete form of the union of the border regions with Central Russia. Stalin, October 1920. The army and the economy. Soviet internal policies were partly dictated by the need to keep a huge Red Army. The victorious campaigns of the winter of 1919 to 1920 and the battles of the following summer against the Poles and General Wrangel were fought by a Red Army that had changed little in quality and organization since 1918 to 1919. The one qualitative change, the Red Cavalry, has already been mentioned. In the winter of 1919 to 1920, there was talk of modifying the Commissar system and starting a proper socialist militia system, but nothing came of this. The most striking development, as in 1918 to 1919, was numerical growth. In the autumn of 1919, Red Army strength had been about 2,500,000 men. By the end of 1920, it was 5,300,000 in 55 rifle and 23 cavalry divisions. Moscow's army actually doubled in size in the year after its decisive victories over the Whites at Oral and Omsk. The explanation for this continued growth lay partly with the demands of the final campaigns. The destruction of Denikin's armies up to March 1920, the war with Poland after April, and with it the threat of renewed Allied intervention, and the final battles with Wrangel in the Crimea. The existence of Soviet Russia was no longer under immediate threat, but these campaigns were probably fought more intensely than those of 1919. And another factor was that the huge territory which had been taken in the winter of 1919 to 1920. The Ukraine, the North Caucasus, Turkestan, and Western and Central Siberia had to be garrisoned. And, as in 1919, a vast manpower reserve was necessary to create a smaller fighting force. It was not possible to arm the huge number of new conscripts. In an average month of 1920, the army increased by 200,000 men, and yet monthly rifle production was only 35,000. Whatever its justification, however, the Big Red Army of 1920 was a great economic burden. In the Soviet economy, there were now a number of positive factors. Potential resources increased with the Red advance. During the summer of 1919, the Red Army took the industrial and mining districts of the Urals. In the winter of 1919 to 1920, it popped the Orenburg Cork, opening the way to the cotton of Central Asia. It also recaptured the mining industrial towns of the eastern Ukraine and the Donbass, and the grain-producing lands of western Siberia, the North Caucasus, and the Ukraine. The invasion of Azerbaijan in April 1920 gave Soviet Russia the Baku oil fields. In addition, the machinery of state was more consolidated, allowing stronger control of industry and transport, and promising greater procurements in Soviet power's third harvest. But on the negative side, the newly captured zones were primarily a potential asset. The factories and mines there were in poor condition, and the countryside was in chaos. The whole Soviet transport system was in an especially bad state, and its repair was seen as a vital task. Little fuel, raw material, or food could be moved into the hungry and cold heartland of the old Savdipia during 1920. In that Central Russian core, factories and transport were more run down than ever before, and most of what was produced went to the Red Army. Overall conditions in the towns were dreadful. Soviet economic policies were not fundamentally different from those of the previous year, or indeed from those that had been introduced in the winter of 1917 to 1918. There was nothing to give the peasants in exchange for grain, although the workers' and peasants' government continued to stress the importance of the middle peasant. Forced procurement, the razverska, remained the essence of Soviet food policy. In February-March 1920, Trotsky did propose to the CC a peasant tax in kind, regulating the demands made on the peasants, but this was rejected. The limited nature of the proposal did not justify Trotsky's later claim to have anticipated the new economic policy of 1921. In November 1920, sowing committees were introduced to compel the peasants to plant more crops. Forced procurements killed the peasants' incentive to produce a surplus. The government responded not by restoring incentives, but by increasing administrative controls. Maurice Daub aptly called this the reductio ad absurdum. There was no loosening of state control of industry, and, indeed, in late November 1920 the nationalization of even the smallest enterprises was decreed, a step that had been ruled out in the 1919 party program. Another feature of 1920 was the evolution towards a moneyless economy. Financially orthodox attempts to maintain the value of Soviet currency having failed in 1918 and 1919, the printing press was now hailed as that machine gun of the Commissariat of Finance which poured fire into the rear of the bourgeois system. As inflation destroyed the value of the currency, payment was increasingly made in kind. In the cities, a major effort was made to introduce communal kitchens. In 1917 to 1918, the panacea for industry had been the spontaneous activity of the masses. By 1920, the panacea had become the state. Bukharin even produced, in May 1920, a major theoretical justification of this. The economics of the transition period, economic equilibrium, could only be created from the ruin of civil war by the coercion of the proletarian state. The greater the extent of this extra economic power, the less will be the costs of the transition period. The shorter will be this transition period. In the course of 1919, Lenin, Trotsky, and many others of the Bolshevik elite had become used to military-type solutions. The model for the control of transport and industry became the Red Army, the most successful institution in Soviet Russia. A symbol of what was happening was the transfer of Trotsky's main attention from the Red Army to the economy. The state was especially concerned with the mobilization of labor. At the beginning of 1920, Trotsky tried to fulfill simple but crucial economic tasks such as clearing railway lines or gathering fuel, timber or peat, by transforming some of his victorious armies into labor armies. Opinions vary about the experiment's success, but it ended quite soon when it became clear that the fighting was not over. Rather more important was the application of military methods to the civilian economy. Labor conscription was developed on the basis of theses put forward by Trotsky in December 1919 and supported by Lenin and Bukharin. A system of universal labor mobilization was applied to workers and peasants. The trade unions, meanwhile, were to be brought further under state control and made into bodies for the mobilization of the working class. Parallel with this, and in the interest of efficiency, one-man management increasingly replaced more democratic collective forms. Economic policy and the Civil War were not as closely connected as is sometimes suggested. It has already been argued that the Bolsheviks' radical economic policies from 1917 to 1918 were only indirectly caused by civil war, and that the term war communism is misleading. See Chapter 6. E.H. Carr, on the other hand, believed that the influence of the Civil War was decisive. So long as the war lasted, hand-to-mouth policies were inevitable. The end of the war dictated a review of these policies. This was only partly true. Soviet economic policy was to change radically in 1921. Under the new economic policy, forced requisitioning of foodstuffs was replaced in March 1921 by fixed payments, the tax in kind. And after a few months, the peasants, now almost a favored class, were allowed to sell their surplus privately. In the early 1920s, many of the smaller factories were denationalized. But it must be stressed that the end of war first seemed to have come in the early spring of 1920 and actually occurred in November 1920. Neither occasion led to a fundamental re-examination of policy. The Marxist leadership's ideology still led to a favoring of nationalized industry and an avoidance of the market. The early spring of 1920 brought the militarization of labor, and Trotsky, at least, regarded this as a long-term solution to the problems of industry. November 1920, and the clear victory brought the sewing committees and the nationalization of small enterprises. In connection with the November 1920 tightening up, Alec Nove said that Lenin seems to have gone right off the rails. After November came December, after December January, after January February, after February March, and only then was it openly announced that there would be changes in some Bolshevik economic policies. What would bring change in 1921 was not only the end of the Civil War but also the obvious problems of the existing policy and the growth of active internal resistance. Best known was the uprising at the Kronstadt Naval Base in March 1921, which was itself partly triggered by big strikes in nearby Petrograd. And peasant unrest was increasingly serious. The Antonov movement that broke out in the autumn of 1920 in Tambov province, southeast of Moscow, was just the best-known example. There were widespread disturbances in other areas, especially the Volga and western Siberia. The White defeat partly explains why this happened. It ended mass fears of a restoration, and it made the population question demands for continued sacrifice. The disturbances were also, however, partly a response to the increasing squeeze by the Soviet state. The peasants were influenced by the growing efficiency of the Soviet state in food procurement, a pressure that reached its height in the winter of 1920 to 1921. The focus of unrest was on those surplus-producing provinces on the immediate fringes of central Savdipia which had been most pressed to deliver food to the hungry north and to the army in 1918, 1919, and 1920. There was significant internal unrest in 1920. Strikes were common in the towns, and there was trouble in the countryside. But mass internal discontent became a really serious factor only after the defeat of the Poles in Vrangel. Things might have turned out differently for the Soviet cause if Savdipia had had to face the kind of internal unrest which crippled the Whites. Indeed, by 1920, with only the weak army of Vrangel in the field, it was only such unrest that could have threatened Bolshevik rule. Politics. The continued burden of the Red Army and of economic communism was bearable because political control was stronger than ever before. Time was a factor here. The revolutionary government was 24 months old by November 1919. The most striking change in 1920 was the growth of the Bolshevik Party's power, both in absolute terms and in relation to the Soviets. The full-time party officials increased in strength, independence, and organization. Organization and numbers meant that the party was, for the first time, having real influence in the countryside. Membership reached 600,000 at the 9th Party Congress, March 1920, a fourfold rise since the summer of the previous year. The Communist Youth League, the Komsomol, grew even more rapidly, from 96,000 in September 1919 to 482,000 in October 1920. The party leadership remained close-knit, and while the fighting lasted, there was no danger that divisions in the Red Camp would give hope to the Whites. By contrast, the winter of 1920 to 1921 would see such intense debate that in March 1921 the 10th Congress banned all factions within the party, and despite this ban, intra-party debate bubbled away during the 1920s. In 1920, the Civil War still kept the lid on, partly because of the common cause against the Whites and partly because of the physical involvement of party leaders in the fighting. The first hints of major argument came with the defeat of Kolchak and Denikin in the spring of 1920. Two factions criticized what was happening within the party. The Democratic Centralists attacked the way democracy had atrophied, and the workers' opposition now stressed the need for class purity. But at the outset these criticisms were muted, and they never questioned the party's monopoly of power. A louder argument only broke out after the November 1920 victory. At issue was the role of the trade unions in the economy. Trotsky, Bukharin, and others called for continued strict state control, and the workers' opposition wanted autonomous workers' organizations, led by working-class Bolsheviks. But the oppositions, although vocal, were small, localized, and easily contained by the Leninist leadership. This showed how far things had gone since the Brest debate of early 1918. Outside the party, a more complex approach to political control was evident. In the center, there was some normalization with the abolition of revcoms in January 1920. But the Soviets had a very small non-Bolshevik opposition element and were controlled in the localities by the party, especially the pravcoms. The party's pravcoms had become, in effect, the executive administrative organs, and to help keep contact with the masses, the regime in the winter of 1919 to 1920 developed a system of non-party conferences. Meanwhile, some attempt was made to check abuse by a new centralized organ of control, the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection, Rabkrin. The population of the Soviet zone increased from about 85 million in the summer of 1919 to 140 million by the autumn of 1920, an increase of 65%, and the area to be administered increased by a much larger percentage. It was a large task to incorporate the newly captured regions, but the system of revcoms was extended to them, and the revcoms were then gradually replaced by conventional Soviets. The apparatus of Red Terror continued. At the 7th Soviet Congress, December 1919, Lenin defended the record of the Chaika after a direct attack by the Menshevik leader Martov. Trotsky even found time to rebut the charges of German socialist critics in a long defense of Red Terror entitled Terrorism and Communism. The death penalty was abolished in January 1920, but there were apparently hurried executions to beat this deadline, and in fact death penalty powers were restored with the wide use of martial law during the Soviet-Polish War. The year 1920 probably saw some of the worst terror with the occupation of Central Siberia and, especially, with the recapture of the Crimea in November 1920. The state and the Chaika helped to contain popular unrest caused by economic hardship and also held in check the political critics of the regime. Moderate critics were contained by the carrot-and-stick policies developed in 1919. The remnants of legal opposition, a few SRs and Mensheviks, were allowed some participation in certain Soviets, in part to impress foreign public opinion. The white underground was no more effective in 1920 than in the previous year. In August, the Supreme Revolutionary Tribunal tried the case of the Tactical Center, formed in early 1919 to link the Right-Wing Council of Public Men, the Cadet-Oriented National Center, and Leftist Union for the Regeneration of Russia. The external white threat was much reduced and the Red Army was at the gates of Warsaw, so the death penalties passed on 4 leaders, including the historian Melganov, were commuted to 10 years. One remarkable development for the Soviet state in 1920 was the growing weight of the minority peoples. In the summer of 1919, less than a quarter of the population of the Soviet-controlled zone, north-central Russia, the Volga, and the Urals were not Great Russians. The minorities were small, scattered, backward, and disorganized. The largest cohesive minority were probably the 700,000 Bashkirs. By the autumn of 1920, very nearly half the population were non-Russian, and there were now 30 million Ukrainians, as well as the peoples of Turkestan and Azerbaijan. After their short-lived advances into the borderlands in the winters of 1917 to 1918 and 1918 to 1919, the Bolsheviks had learned important lessons and gained valuable advantages. Ambiguity remained about the paper independence or autonomy of various regions, and even about the separate existence of local communist parties. But more effort was made to secure local allies, and several important pronouncements in the winter of 1919 to 1920 emphasized local feelings, especially in the Ukraine. Keep this firmly in mind. Trotsky told the Red Army in late November 1919, "Your task is not to conquer the Ukraine but to liberate it." An alliance was formed in the Ukraine with the non-Marxist Borodpis Party, a link like that with the Russian left SRs in 1917 to 1918. Stalin, in his capacity as head of the People's Commissariat for Nationalities, Narkomnats, summed up in October 1920 the basic policy of Soviet autonomy, which was to vary with the size and development of peoples. Soviet autonomy, Stalin wrote, is the most real, the most concrete form of the union of the border regions with Central Russia. Native intellectuals were now to be wooed, given the lack of local Bolsheviks. Stalin said the native intellectuals could be used just as former officers were used in the Red Army, an interesting parallel, given his Tsaritsyn experiences. Speaking for Moscow, Stalin generally attacked the haste, often becoming coarse tactlessness, displayed by certain comrades in the matter of Sovietizing the border regions. Such cavalry raids, he declared, continuing his military metaphor, were to be condemned. Already by the end of the Civil War in November 1920, a complex system of administration had been set up. There were 3 socialist Soviet republics, the Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Azerbaijan SSRs, with the Armenian and Georgian SSRs soon to follow. Quasi-independence was also given to the People's Soviet Republics for Bokhara and Kherson, Khiva, and even the Far Eastern Republic. Lesser powers were given to 5 autonomous Soviet Socialist republics, the Bashkir, Gorskia, Mountain, Kyrgyz, Tatar, and Turkestan ASSRs, and to the Chuvash, Kalmyk, Mari, and Vodyak autonomous regions, and similar institutions for the Karelian Finns and the Volga Germans. Autonomy and independence were hardly all they appeared to be, and the relations of the national regions with the Russian Republic, the RSFSR, would only be made clearer with the creation of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in late 1922. But at least the system showed flexibility. Probably even more important than greater tactfulness was the fact that the military forces available to the Reds were much larger, and this time were unified on an all-Soviet basis. Party forces were much larger too, and more under Moscow's control than they had been the year before. Neither the success of Bolshevik nationalities policy nor the depth of the Moscow regime's popular base in the borderlands should be exaggerated. But Soviet social policies won some mass support, and political promises won over part of the small national intelligentsia. The minority regions were irrevocably brought into the Soviet system, and the system, still in its early stages, survived the stress of the Poles and Vrangel, both of whom especially threatened the key minority area, the Ukraine. By the end of the winter of 1919 to 1920, the main military threat to the Soviet state had been defeated on the battlefields of South Russia and Western Siberia. An internal system had been created which allowed general control of Soviet territory, and which provided the essential backing when the Red War effort was resumed in the late spring. The most important point about the internal state of Savdipia in 1920 was this. Despite the strain of the Civil War, there was not enough internal discontent to give any hope to the remnants of the White Armies. The Polish campaign, April-October 1920. But our enemies and yours deceive you when they say that the Russian Soviet government wishes to plant communism in Polish soil with the bayonets of the Russian Red Army. Central Excom Address to the Polish People, February 2, 1920. In the West, the fate of the world revolution is being decided. Over the corpse of White Poland lies the road to world conflagration. On bayonets we will bring happiness and peace to laboring humanity. Order of Revmil Council, Western Army Group, July 2, 1920. War for the borderlands. In the spring of 1920, the Civil War seemed almost over. Then, on April 25, 1920, the Polish army advanced across the plains of the western Ukraine. It marched 150 miles in 2 weeks, took Kiev on May 6, and threw bridgeheads across the Dnieper. With this began the most dramatic campaign of the Civil War. Of the peoples of Eastern Europe, the Poles had been the most ready to benefit from the downfall of the 3 Eastern empires in 1917 to 1918. In November 1918, they declared in Russian Warsaw a reborn Poland, assembled from the lands seized by Russians, Austrians, and Prussians in the 18th century partitions. The key to the Moscow-Warsaw relationship, however, was not the new Poland's right to exist, but control of the borderlands. Ethnic Poland and ethnic Great Russia had no common frontier. Between them lay a belt of territory, stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea and 300 miles deep. Other peoples, the Baltic nations, Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians, the Belarusians, and the Ukrainians, occupied blocks of territory, and scattered throughout were Jewish settlements. Before the first partition of Poland, 1772, the Lithuanian and Belarusian regions and much of the Ukraine had been ruled by Poland. Once national independence was restored, many Poles were eager to regain their lost lands. Particularly influential here was Józef Pilsudski, a fierce-looking character with a walrus mustache and heavy eyebrows. He had been the best-known leader of both nationalist and socialist movements, and was now Polish head of state and commander-in-chief. Pilsudski was a native of the East and believed that the only way the border peoples could retain their identity was through a great federation, under Polish supervision. The Russian Empire had collapsed, but the Bolsheviks too wanted to spread their influence into the borderlands. Conflict was inevitable and began with the collapse of Germany. The Poles had the better part of the engagements, small in scale, in 1919 and early 1920, because the Red Armies were fighting for their lives in the south and east. Vilna was taken by the Poles in April 1919, and Minsk, the center of Belorussia, in August. In January 1920, the strategic town of Dvinsk was seized, and on March 5 so was Moser between Minsk and Kiev. The march on Kiev, when it came in April 1920, was directly related to what had been happening in the previous year. Pilsudski had two objectives: bringing the Ukraine into a border federation and preempting an attempt by the Red Army, now victorious over internal enemies, to take back the borderlands. Under a treaty signed with Petlura 4 days before the Polish invasion, Pilsudski promised to support a Ukrainian regime in Kiev in exchange for a recognition that Eastern Galicia, formerly part of Austria-Hungary, was Polish rather than Ukrainian. This worsened the already bad relations between the Austrian and Russian Ukrainians. The complete success of the Kiev operation depended on the Ukrainians, as the Polish army was too weak to hold the Ukraine on its own. But in 1920, Ukrainian nationalists proved no more able to create a state than they had been previously. As a spoiling attack, too, Pilsudski's operation was unsuccessful. The Red 12th and 14th Armies retreated so rapidly that they could not be trapped and destroyed. The Bolsheviks were certainly preparing an offensive against the borderlands, but the Kiev operation was counterproductive. It left Polish forces in a dangerously exposed position and allowed Moscow to claim all the propaganda benefits, domestic and foreign, of responding to Polish aggression. The verdict of the Bolshevik CC was that the Polish bourgeoisie staked their fate on a card. There was some truth in this, and as the military campaign developed in July, it looked more and more as though the Polish gamble had failed. The Red Southwestern Army Group was commanded by Igorov, the Bolshevik colonel thrown in against Denikin in October 1919. In May 1920, Igorov had to give up Kiev, but he was soon ready for a devastating counterattack. Before Pilsudski moved, Southwestern Army Group had been preparing for a deep drive of its own, across the southern borderlands to Brest, at least, and it had already been assigned the main shock force of the whole Red Army, Budany's 1st Cavalry Army. Budany's 6 divisions were still riding toward their starting point when the Poles struck, but on May 30th they were in place. The Reds broke through the Polish lines north and south of Kiev, forcing the Poles to flee. On June 12th, 5 weeks after the Reds had abandoned the city, Kiev changed hands for the 16th and last time in the Civil War. Poor coordination of the Red Wings allowed the enemy garrison to escape, but the effectiveness of the Red Cavalry was shown. It gave the Soviets a psychological advantage and let them turn the Polish flanks. The Poles, given World War experience, had ignored cavalry, and they would be at a serious disadvantage until they could fully develop cavalry units of their own. The main Red offensive came, however, not from Igorov in the Ukraine but from Western Army Group in Belorussia. The 1920 campaign was fought in distinct northern and southern battle zones. The Reds had divided their forces into Western Army Group in Belorussia and Southwestern Army Group in the Ukraine, with the Pripyat marshes between them. At least since March 1920, following the loss of Moser, the Red High Command had been working on plans for a summer offensive to be launched from Belorussia. The Poles had made their attack in the Ukraine first, however, and Western Army Group was forced into a premature offensive to relieve the pressure there. Western Army Group was commanded by Tukhachevsky. He was only 27, but his brilliant Soviet career had included command of 1st and 5th Armies in the east and of Caucasus Army Group in the battles that finished off Denikin. Tukhachevsky's first attack on the Berezina River on May 14th failed. His forces were poorly coordinated and under strength. 7 weeks of hectic reinforcement were followed by a decisive second offensive on July 4th. Tukhachevsky now had 4 armies, 16th, 3rd, 15th, and 4th, and a large mobile force, 3 cavalry corps under Guy. With Guy's horsemen repeatedly turning their northern flank, the Poles were chased 400 miles back to the Vistula River. The breakneck chase, lasting 6 weeks, was the most remarkable feature of the whole campaign and Tukhachevsky's greatest triumph. His armies took Minsk on July 11th, Vilna on the 14th, Grodno on the 19th, and Brest-Litovsk on August 1st. The Polish march on Kiev had been repulsed, and for good measure the Reds had taken most of the borderland districts that the Poles had occupied in 1919 and early 1920. Pilsudski's attempt to take the borderlands and to head off the Red Army had failed miserably. But already the campaign was going beyond the borderlands and beyond the original intentions of the two sides. The fate of Poland itself and, some would argue, of Western Europe now hung in the balance. The Battle of the Vistula. By the high summer of 1920, the implications of these confused marchland battles was being considered in Warsaw in the Allied capitals and in Moscow. In Poland, Pilsudski's position remained firm, despite military failure and personal and ideological friction. But the federal idea was now dead, and in July Warsaw accepted the Allies' proposal for their eastern border. This had been drafted in December 1919 and made, roughly, the longitude of the Bug River the frontier. The Bug was an appropriate ethnic and historical dividing line. To the west was territory inhabited mainly by Poles. To the east, the non-Polish borderlands. The proposed frontier was 180 miles west of Minsk and 280 miles west of Kiev. The Allies did not set the line so far west in order to help Soviet Russia. They still thought of a great Russia that would emerge as an ally after the collapse of the Bolsheviks. The Allies, for their part, also hoped to use the Bug line to limit the Soviet counteroffensive. This was the essence of a note sent to Moscow on July 12 over the signature of the British Foreign Secretary. History knows the Bug frontier as the Curzon Line. Pilsudski's Kiev offensive had come as a surprise to the most senior Allied leaders, none of whom wanted to continue armed intervention. The main element of Allied policy had become the strengthening of the border states, creating a cordon sanitaire, and by the end of 1919 the border states were no longer encouraged to undertake offensive enterprises. The British wanted to restore trade with Russia, and in the spring of 1920 had begun high-level negotiations. As the Red Army shifted over to the offensive, the British and French did send to Warsaw an inter-Allied mission, the best-known member of which was General Weygand, Marshal Foch's chief of staff. But this was hardly the general staff of renewed intervention. The mission was a symbolic substitute for material aid that the Allies were unable or unwilling to supply, and one of its main tasks was to moderate Polish policy by getting rid of the firebrand Pilsudski. The view from Moscow was the most important because the Bolsheviks alone had a choice of policy. They could content themselves with the Belarusian, Ukrainian borderlands, or they could cross the Curzon Line and extend the conflict west into Poland proper. On July 17, the Politburo made the fateful decision to reject the Allied note. The advancing armies were told to reach and cross the Curzon Line as soon as possible. The enthusiasm with which the Bolsheviks took on a great new military commitment is remarkable, given all the strains that it put on their economically devastated country. Of the senior leaders, only Rykov, the economic coordinator, seems to have been against broadening the war, and even he changed his mind. The Bolsheviks had their reasons. The destruction of White Poland would advance the cause of a general European revolution, which was a major objective of the Soviet regime. The Bolsheviks were perennial optimists about the closeness of international revolution, and it was widely believed in Moscow that the Polish proletariat was on the brink of overthrowing its ruling class. Even more important was Germany, which seemed to need only a spark from outside to explode into revolt. The Kapp Putsch of March 1920 was compared to the 1917 Kornilov affair, the last spasm of the old order. The invasion of Poland was equated with world revolution. In the meeting hall of the Second Congress of the Comintern, the delegates watched the steady advance to the west of the red flags that represented Moscow's armies. If they saw the European masses as ripe for revolution, the Bolsheviks also saw themselves surrounded by cunning and rapacious imperialist governments. This was another factor pushing the Red Army forward. In early May 1920, Trotsky secretly advised the party leadership to tell all provincial party organizations that never before has the military danger to the Soviet Republic been as great as it is now. Stalin wrote in Pravda in late May that the Polish attack was part of an Entente campaign, Pokhod. This was the article that established the Soviet line of the three Entente campaigns: Spring 1919, Autumn 1919, and Summer 1920. Lenin and other Bolshevik leaders now took the same view. Western talk of trade, they felt, masked continuing conspiracy. As for mediation, the Allies had arranged a de facto armistice with General Vrangel, but in June 1920 he had broken out of the Crimea to threaten South Russia. Stopping at the Curzon Line would not prevent the inevitable imperialist attack. Crossing the Curzon Line and destroying the puppet bourgeois government in Warsaw would end Poland's use as an Allied base. As Colonel Kamenev later put it, "A wood that hasn't been completely chopped down will soon grow back." Granted that the Polish beast would be pursued into his lair, there remained the question of how fast to move. Tukhachevsky had this choice towards the end of July, at about the level of the Curzon Line. His divisions had marched 200 miles. A pause would let them regroup and reinforce themselves, and would allow Igorov's Southwestern Army Group to catch up and cover the left flank. A pause, however, would also let the Poles catch their breath and raise new forces. It might even give time for Allied support to arrive. In the end, the decision was made to race on to Warsaw and a quick victory. The military decisions were mirrored by diplomatic and political activity. The peace terms presented by the Soviets in mid-August would have cut the Polish army down to 50,000 men from 740,000, with any extra arms going to a workers' militia, i.e. a Red Guard. These terms were meant to be unacceptable to the existing Polish government. Meanwhile, on July 30th, an embryonic socialist administration, or puppet government, the Provisional Polish Revolutionary Committee, or Polrevcom, was installed 100 miles east of Warsaw at Białystok. Everything now depended on the bayonets of Tukhachevsky's men. By the second week of August, Tukhachevsky had reached the Vistula and Weepers rivers, on a front running southeast 200 miles from the East Prussian border. On the right, 3 Cavalry Corps, Guy, and 4th Army had turned the Polish flank and were west of Warsaw. The leading troopers were about to cut the Warsaw-Danzig rail link. In the center, 15th, 3rd, and 16th Armies threatened the middle Vistula and Warsaw itself. On the left, however, there were only a few weak detachments which were not yet supported by Igorov's Southwestern Army Group. The great confusing battle before the Vistula River was fought out in the 3rd week of August. The Poles under General Sikorski beat off the main Red attack north of Warsaw. The fortified line before the Polish capital itself withstood a secondary attack. Meanwhile, between the 6th and the 12th of August, Pilsudski drastically and secretly reorganized his troops and formed 5 of his 20 divisions into a striking force southeast of Warsaw. On the 16th, the trap sprang shut. The striking force burst through Tukhachevsky's weak left flank and drove north across his lines of communication toward the East Prussian border. Tukhachevsky, caught by surprise and threatened with encirclement, had no choice but to order an abrupt withdrawal. 15th, 3rd, and 16th Armies fought their way out, but the troops farthest west could not. 3 divisions of 4th Army were savaged and forced into East Prussian internment, followed by 3 cavalry corps. The loss of Guy's Kavkapis was a serious blow, as it was cavalry that had given the Reds their early advantage. Tukhachevsky's whole army group was thrown off balance as the retreat continued. The Republic Revmil Council tried to assemble its own striking group, but the Polish momentum was too great. Western Army Group attempted to stand on the Neman River, 150 miles east of the Vistula, but now it was the Poles' turn to outflank. The Battle of the Neman was lost by the Reds at the close of September, and the Poles advanced to Minsk, October 15th, and the Berezina. The Poles were nearly back where they had started in July. Meanwhile, Igorov's Southwestern Army Group, once it had recaptured the Soviet Ukraine, had not made such dramatic progress as Tukhachevsky. 1st Cavalry Army was ground down in battles at the start of August and failed to take what became its main objective, the West Ukrainian city of Lvov. The Poles had succeeded in raising large units of horsemen, and at Komarov, on August 31st, one of the last great cavalry charges in European history took place. 1st Cavalry Army escaped from this trap, but its cutting edge was blunted. The Poles pursued, and by October they were back within 50 miles of their April positions. Peace talks had begun in mid-August when a Polish delegation arrived in Soviet-held Minsk. At that time it seemed that the victorious Soviets would dictate the terms of peace, but then came the Battle of the Vistula. After that, neither side was prepared to talk seriously until the smoke had cleared enough to reveal the true outlines of the situation. By late August, the Bolshevik leadership could see that things were bad. Trotsky returned from a tour of the Vrangel front to argue for peace. Further Red defeats and the unlikelihood of a new turnabout before winter made this the dominant line. The Poles, however, now had no need to negotiate, and talks resumed only on September 21st, this time on neutral ground, in Riga. Yaffe spoke for the Soviets, and on October 12th was able to secure an armistice, converted into a peace treaty in March 1921. The Riga settlement gave clear victory to neither side. The Bolsheviks did not achieve their limited goal of annexing the Belarusian-Ukrainian borderlands, their intermediate goal of destroying White Poland, or their ultimate goal of breaking through to revolutionary Germany. Pilsudski failed to achieve his ultimate goal of an Eastern Federation, and he ended up with less territory than in April 1920. But looking at the period 1919 to 1920 as a whole, and bearing in mind that Poland would probably have had to fight for her eastern territories anyway, Warsaw did not come out badly. The Poles had effected a partition of the borderlands with their giant neighbor. In the end, 4 to 5 million Ukrainians remained in Poland, compared to 30 million in Soviet Russia, many east of the 1772 frontier, and 1 million Belarusians, compared to 4 million. In the long term, the October 1920 settlement contained the seeds of the tragedy of 1939 and 1944 to 1945 and more, but in the short term it seemed to guarantee Poland's eastern frontier. Causes and implications. The Polish High Command deserves much of the credit for the victory. It conceived the Vistula counterattack and the daring and complex movement that preceded it. Pilsudski's rivals stressed the advice of Wagon or even the intervention of the Black Madonna of Czestochowa. But Wagon was ignored, and the miracle of the Vistula had a solid enough basis. In the Polish army, the Reds faced their largest and most effective enemy. Polish units may have been so many children born of the same mother, but conceived of different fathers. But the Polish veterans of the Tsarist, German, Austro-Hungarian, and French armies brought military professionalism. The Poles had 20 months to consolidate their forces before the decisive campaign, and they had the advantage of a French training mission of 5,000 officers, among them Charles de Gaulle. More important still was the size of the Polish army. Polish strength of 740,000 in August 1920 should be compared to the largest white force, Denikins, which at its peak had only 100,000 combat troops. The effectiveness of the Poles was reflected in the scale of fighting and of casualties. Red Army casualties were given as 131,000 in 1919 and 300,100 in 1920. Polish casualties in 1920 were 202,000. Trotsky publicly branded the Polish army a szlachta gentry army, an army of slaves, held by force, steeped in priests' lies and bourgeois deceit. Privately, he warned the CC that we have operating against us for the first time a regular army led by good technicians. The Reds made military mistakes. Igorov's Southwestern Army Group failed to support Tukhachevsky's Western Army Group. At the critical moment, Igorov's 1st Cavalry Army was actually moving away from Tukhachevsky and besieging Lvov, 200 miles southeast of Warsaw. It was through Tukhachevsky's open southern flank that Pilsudski was able to pour his striking force. Stalin was Southwestern Army Group's main commissar, and Trotsky, and later others, laid the blame on him. He wanted, at whatever cost, to enter Lvov at the same time that Smilga Western Army Group's commissar and Tukhachevsky entered Warsaw. People have such ambitions. When the danger to Tukhachevsky was revealed, Stalin and Igorov pushed on. For surely it was more important that they themselves captured Lvov than that they should help others to take Warsaw? It is true that Stalin behaved high-handedly. On August 13th, Colonel Kamenev instructed him to transfer his right wing, 12th Army and 1st Cavalry Army, to Tukhachevsky. Stalin refused. For this he was recalled and apparently censured, and it was the last act of his checkered frontline career. But the real blame lies elsewhere. By August 13th, 1st Cavalry Army was already locked into an attack on Lvov, and 150 miles from where it would have needed to be to influence the Polish counteroffensive that began 3 days later. The fatal decision had been made on July 23rd, when Main Commander-in-Chief Kamenev ordered Southwestern Army Group to thrust not northwest towards Brest, but southwest toward Lvov. This made strategic sense. It would split the Poles, pushing their southern forces towards the Carpathians. But enemy resistance made it impossible for the Reds quickly to achieve this goal. The second and more important Red strategic mistake was Western Army Group's rush across the Curzon line toward the Vistula. Tukhachevsky wrongly believed that he could effect a decisive victory on his own. He underestimated the Poles and exaggerated his early victories. Divisions that he reported smashed were actually able to retreat intact. He misapplied the lessons of the uninterrupted Civil War offensives that had kept the armies of Kolchak and Denikin off balance and broken their spirit. The magic formula did not work against a resolute enemy, a regular army led by good technicians, that grew stronger as it retreated on its home base and did not give up manpower and supplies to the attacker. There was an even more basic reason why a country of 125 million and an army of 4,600,000 could not prevail over a country of 27 million and an army of 750,000. Soviet Russia was something of a colossus with feet of clay. Most of the 4,600,000 Red Army men were poorly trained, poorly equipped conscripts sitting in internal garrisons. Mobilization and training were primitive. It was not just the Polish front that needed troops. The Red High Command had to garrison the vast and troubled territories captured in the winter of 1919 to 1920, and those areas exposed to foreign intervention. There was fighting in Siberia, Turkestan, Azerbaijan, and, most important, the Crimea. On August 19, when Tukhachevsky was on the brink of success, the Politburo made General Vrangel's White Crimea the main front. More important still, the Soviet economy could not stand the strain. In September, on Kamenev's advice, Lenin wanted to fight on through the winter if the Poles kept the Baranovicharovna lateral railway. Then came the Neman defeat, and even Lenin had had enough. Ought we, he asked Clara Zetkin, unless absolutely and literally compelled, to have exposed the Russian people to the terror and suffering of another winter of war? No, the thought of the agonies of another winter war were unbearable. We had to make peace. A particular problem was that the Red Army could not project its power very far. The terrible state of transport and distractions in other areas meant that the Polish front had to rely on its own resources. Lenin's best advice in August was to conscript the Belarusian peasantry, even if they arrive in bast sandals and their birthday suits. Tukhachevsky's breakneck pace made things even worse. Red engineers did valiant work on the railways destroyed by the retreating Poles, but reinforcements had to detrain as far as 100 miles from the front. Tukhachevsky began with 108,000 combatants in June but was down to 40,000 by the time he got to the Vistula. The huge paper superiority of the Red Army was thus converted into numerical inferiority before Warsaw. There were also command problems. By August, Tukhachevsky's headquarters in Minsk was 300 miles from his armies on the Vistula, while Igorov and Stalin in Kharkov were 550 miles from the cavalry at Lvov. Both Army Group headquarters were 400 miles from the field staff in Moscow. The technical side of communications was poor, especially across the borderlands, and it was very hard for the Red commanders to assess the situation and monitor the movements even of their own forces. The Reds also made political miscalculations about the Poles' ripeness for revolution. Poland was different from those minority territories of the Russian Empire which Moscow was able to re-annex in 1919 to 1920. Poland had a large territory, including parts of Germany and Austria-Hungary. Its population included 19 million ethnic Poles, a much larger number than that of most other minorities. The level of education and national consciousness was high. Austrian Poland had had home rule for decades. Russian Poland had been free of Tsarist administrators since its capture by the Central Powers in 1915. In 1918 to 1919, independent Poland created a parliamentary regime more advanced than anything seen in Russia. Red propaganda might call their enemies the Pans or the Slakta, stressing the gentry tradition, but the basis of Polish nationalism was much more solid than that. Socialist parties as a whole won only 9% of the vote in Poland's January 1919 elections, and in any event most of the socialist leaders supported the government's Eastern policies. 3/4 of Poles lived in the countryside, and the government courted their support with land reform, including a radical law passed at the height of the Soviet invasion. And a particular feature of Poles in both town and countryside was the influence of the Catholic Church and a popular nationalism and Russophobia. The small illegal Communist Workers' Party of Poland rejected the very idea of national independence and supported agrarian cooperatives rather than individual peasant farms. The Polrevkom in Białystok also had a collectivist land policy, and it had, too, a notorious leader in Dzerzhinsky, a Pole but also head of the Chaika. So a common sense of national struggle created a cohesive Poland and, wedded to a strong traditional army, the Poles were a most formidable enemy. The Polish case seems so different that Norman Davies has maintained that the campaigns between Poland and Soviet Russia were not part of either the Russian Civil War or foreign intervention. Certainly there was a strong element of nationalism on both sides. Trotsky had to suspend ex-officers on the editorial board of the Army Journal for remarks about the innate Jesuitry of the Polacks. But the Polish campaigns were part of the general civil war. The Russian Civil War was concerned with national self-determination as well as social revolution. Poland, most of it, had been part of the Russian Empire for 130 years. If Tukhachevsky had taken Warsaw, if a Polish Socialist Soviet Republic had become a sister to the RSFSR, Soviet historians would call this another victory of the Soviet people over bourgeois nationalism. And the Belarusian-Ukrainian borderlands, which the fighting was initially all about, were certainly part of the Civil War. Ultimate responsibility for the mistakes of the Polish campaign lay with the Bolshevik leadership. They probably did not, in the spring of 1920, plan the destruction of the existing order in Poland, at least not more than anywhere else. But this aim came to the fore after Pilsudski's attack and the first easy successes of Igorov and Tukhachevsky. The Bolshevik leaders then overestimated their own strength and the level of revolutionary feeling. Trotsky blamed the supreme leadership for pursuing the Polish campaign, even after the Vistula defeat. Yes, Lenin was a genius, was full of human genius. But he was not a mechanical reckoner who made no mistakes. He made many fewer than anyone else in his position would have done. But he did make mistakes, and very grave mistakes, in accord with the gigantic scale of all his work. The private Trotsky may have had reservations, but the public Trotsky declared otherwise. We are striving towards the West, towards the European proletariat, which knows that we can meet it only over the corpse of White Guard Poland, in a free and independent workers' and peasants' Poland. The Red Army took a great risk. Colonel Kamenev had given the Bolshevik leaders a warning in July. But even if we cross this line, the Curzon line, and smash Poland, we will still be in an extremely difficult strategic position, as the front will have been greatly extended in a situation where there are no reserves and our enemies will need only a small concentration of fresh forces at the right point to shake the whole front, just as we did during the battle with Denikin. The white commanders had been hypnotized by the church bells of Moscow and the towers of the Kremlin, and threw everything into headlong offensives. In 1920, Tukhachevsky and his political masters thought only of the distant steeples of Warsaw, and behind them, in the smog of the western horizon, the factory chimneys of industrial Germany. For these mirages the Reds, like the Whites before them, made a desperate gamble, and like them they were thrown back in humiliating defeat. The Crimean ulcer, April, November 1920. Forward against the enemy. Down with the last breeding ground of the counter-revolution, and long live our victorious worker-peasant republic. V. Frunze, Order to Southern Army Group, October 25, 1920. Vrangel. The last White Army was formed in the Crimea in April 1920, from the survivors of Denikin's Kuban forces. The White resurgence might have been impossible without General Petr Nikolaevich Vrangel, the leader who replaced Denikin. At 42 he was younger than Kornilov, Denikin, or Kolchak, and a generation younger than Alexeyev or Yudenik. He was closest to the stereotype of a white leader, coming from an aristocratic, although not wealthy, family, and he looked the part. In contrast to the round-faced, short Denikin, he was a very tall man with a striking face, and cut a dashing figure in a dark gray Circassian coat and a Kuban papaka, sheepskin hat. The Black Baron was a favorite of Soviet cartoonists. The political Vrangel was more complex than the caricature. He had not been one of the first to take up arms against the Bolsheviks. He had not been a Baikov prisoner, and he only arrived in the Kuban in the late summer of 1918, having spent the terrible time of the Ice March with his family at the Crimean resort of Yalta. He at first took little part in the political side of the AFSR, but he became linked with the more conservative forces, and finally emerged as their champion against the liberal Denikin. The Denikin government was a naked military dictatorship. Denikin stressed the notion of Russia one and indivisible. He failed to create a functioning civil administration or do anything about land reform. Vrangel saw that Denikin had failed for political as well as military reasons, and he said much about the need to make leftist policies with rightist hands. Vrangel was no less a military dictator than Denikin or Kolchak. He took the title Pravitel, ruler, but he was able to attract some influential politicians to his government of South Russia. V. Krivoshein, a czarist elder statesman in the Stolypin mold, was his main domestic advisor, and the well-known rightist cadet P.B. Struve his foreign minister. Vrangel devoted much attention to working out laws on local government. He also pushed through a land law to coincide with his June 1920 breakout from the Crimea. This would have distributed the large estates among the peasants, with compensation for the owners. Probably more important was his stress on order in the rear, especially in connection with food requisitioning. Finally, Vrangel had no inhibitions about finding allies. Acting in the spirit of with the devil but for Russia and against the Bolsheviks, he tried to win the support of elements whom Denikin had treated with contempt, including the Ukrainians, the Georgians, and Makhno's peasant anarchists. In all this, Vrangel had the advantage over Denikin of a politically stable, if small, base. The steppe of the North Tauride, the region north of the Crimean Peninsula, was rich agricultural land, and its capture in June meant that Vrangel had no food supply problems and could even hope to export grain. The land law was helped by the relatively calm agrarian history of Tauride province. Muslim Tatars made up a quarter of the Crimean population, but they were not active politically. There were no concentrations of factory workers, and the Bolshevik underground was confined to a few partisans working in the mountains of the southern Crimea. So, unlike Denikin, Vrangel was never threatened by the disintegration of his rear. Vrangel was primarily, however, a soldier and a good one. Despite his appearance, he came to the military life late. Vrangel was educated as a mining engineer, he was the son of an insurance company director, and he was 26 before finally deciding on a military career. But after that, his progress was rapid. He served in the Army's elite cavalry guards and took the General Staff course. He fought in the wars of 1904 and 1914. Success in the field led him on the eve of the February Revolution to command of a cavalry brigade and the rank of Major General at the remarkable age of 39. But it was the Civil War that brought out his talents. It is true that some of his strategic proposals to Denikin were inconsistent and that he failed to rally the volunteer army in December 1919. Earlier, however, he had been one of Denikin's two most successful generals, with Maivsky, leading the conquest of the North Caucasus in the winter of 1918 to 1919 and capturing Tsaritsyn in the following summer. Behind Vrangel were several tens of thousands of survivors from the armed forces of South Russia. The saga of the volunteer army continued in the Crimea. Its elite units remained in existence as I Corps, under its last commander in the Kuban, General Kutupov. There was also a considerable force of refugee Don Cossacks. With men he was able to mobilize in the Crimea, Vrangel had by June 1920 some 30,000 to 35,000 frontline soldiers. Vrangel had seen the indiscipline of Denikin's forces as a major cause of the 1919 failure, and he was concerned to improve the behavior and image of his troops. One important symbolic change was the adoption of the name Russian Army. Vrangel felt that the term volunteer had been discredited. Vrangel's Russian army impressed the Reds as being better equipped, especially with aircraft and motor vehicles, than its predecessor. Much had been lost in the Kuban, and Allied supplies dried up in 1920, so this may have come from shorter supply lines, a small white army, and the mastering of equipment ordered earlier for Denikin. Vrangel's army had geography on its side. The Crimean Peninsula is very nearly an island, with about the same area as Sicily. The Perekop Isthmus is only 5 miles wide at its narrowest point. The Reds had no Black Sea fleet. The surviving Tsarist ships were in white hands, which, with the threat of the Allied fleets, also meant the Reds had to garrison the long coast east and west of the Crimea. Even between June and October 1920, when Vrangel held the North Tauride on the mainland above Perekop, he benefited from the strong natural line of the Dnieper River to the west and north. In addition, the Vrangel front was fairly remote from the Bolshevik heartland, 500 miles from Moscow, and the territory on which the Reds had to base themselves was one of the strongholds of the bandits of the Green Movement. Meanwhile, the Bolsheviks had other, bigger problems. The party must understand, a CC circular complained in July 1920, that Vrangel has succeeded in his first steps only because the party did not pay enough attention to the Crimean ulcer and did not cut it out with a single and decisive stroke. But this inattention was logical enough. In the first months of 1920, the Red Army was concentrated 400 miles to the east, against Denikin's main armies and the social base of the AFSR, the Kuban. When Denikin was beaten, the Red High Command did intend to liquidate the Crimean pocket before sorting out the Polish borderlands. But Pilsudski's April 1920 attack drew Red units far to the west, and the remnants of Denikin's armies did not seem as much of a threat. In any event, the desire for normalized relations with Britain led to the acceptance, on May 5, of a de facto ceasefire. So only a weak army, 13th, was left at Perekop, and its planned attack was called off. Vrangel's attacks, first into the North Tauride, then into the Kuban, changed the situation. On August 19, the Bolshevik Politburo itself had to stress the danger of the situation. The Vrangel front, it resolved, is to be recognized as the main one. But then there were the desperate battles against the Polish counterattack. The Poles were a much more effective distraction of the Red Army for Vrangel than Kolchak, Yudenich, or Millar had been for Denikin. As late as October 12, Main Commander-in-Chief Kamenev emphasized the problem. Simultaneous battle with Poland and Vrangel has not given us success. What is needed is a decisive massing of men and material against one of these enemies, and it should be against Vrangel in view of the general situation. This became possible only at the end of November. On balance, however, Vrangel's various advantages were outweighed by his disadvantages. Trotsky called him Vrangel the Lastborn. A Soviet poster of 1920 summed up the situation. A giant red cavalryman rides forwards with 10 tiny white figures, from Nicholas II to Pilsudski, skewered on his lance. The caption reads, "Now it's Vrangel's turn." Vrangel only accepted the post of main commander-in-chief after getting his colleagues to sign a kind of waiver stating that his role was to extricate the army rather than to win victory. European Russia comprised 50 provinces. Vrangel, at the height of his success, only controlled one of them, the Tauride. The population of the Crimea and the North Tauride was only about 3 million, including soldiers and refugees. If Denikin had more problems controlling his armies than did Vrangel, that was mainly because he controlled 350,000 square miles of territory to Vrangel's 25,000. By 1920, the Bolsheviks held not only the Savdipia heartland but nearly the whole of the old empire. The Russian army had only 30,000 to 35,000 effectives, at a time when the Red Army had a paper strength of 5 million. Against such odds, Vrangel needed more than his new medal dedicated to St. Nicholas the Wonderworker. For all his leftist policies with rightist hands, Vrangel was also never able to broaden his appeal to get that upsurge within Savdipia that had eluded Denikin. Vrangel's program had perhaps more popular appeal than the conservative nationalism of Denikin, but this made little difference to the population either in White territory or on the other side of the front line. The Vrangelivskina was still a military dictatorship, and one that could promise little to improve the life of the population. In particular, the land reform could not compare to Soviet policy, and it was too complex to give quick results or a propaganda weapon. Vrangel was not bedeviled as Denikin had been by constitutional arguments with the Cossack politicians, but this was mainly because those politicians no longer had a strong base. Indeed, one of Vrangel's main problems was that he no longer controlled the Cossack Vade, which alone could provide a mass base for a movement with a program like that of the Russian Whites. In August, Vrangel sent a seaborne expedition to the Kuban, but this was defeated. The Don, the Kuban, and the Terek remained under Soviet control throughout 1920. It is not clear whether this was because of a more conciliatory Bolshevik policy, a more effective occupation force, or simply the beatings the Cossacks had taken in earlier years, but Vrangel was deprived of his greatest potential source of strength. This time the Reds also kept control of the Ukraine. The situation was far from perfect. In October 1920, Frunze, the new commander-in-chief of Southern Army Group, wrote to Lenin from Kharkov, the Ukrainian capital, about the dangers around him. "I feel that I and the Army Group headquarters are surrounded by hostile elements." Trotsky had no illusions. Soviet power in the Ukraine, he told the Politburo in November 1920, has held out thus far and held out feebly, mainly thanks to the authority of Moscow, the Great Russian Communists, and the Russian Red Army. Nevertheless, the Ukrainian nationalists were no more an organized force than they had been in earlier years. Rakovsky's Ukrainian Socialist Soviet Republic kept control of its capital, Kharkov, and much of the central and eastern Ukraine. The skeleton of Soviet power existed. Various leftist parties were merged with the Moscow-controlled Ukrainian Communists. The KPBU and the All-Ukrainian Chaika kept vigilant watch. The Red Army was much larger, and there was now no separate Red Ukrainian Army to confuse things. Even Makhno, who had been causing much trouble behind the Red lines in the Ukraine, refused to cooperate in a common struggle alongside the Whites against the commissarocracy. He hanged the representatives Vrangel sent to him, arranged a truce with the Reds in September, and sent a brigade-strength insurgent, Povstancheskia army against the Crimea. Soviet propagandists spared no effort to portray the Whites as foreign puppets. Trotsky called the Crimea a French fortress commanded by a hired German-Russian general, Baron Vrangel. A generation of Soviet historians put Vrangel in the Third Entente campaign. Vrangel himself was not worried about his orientation with anybody at all, but for Russia, that is my slogan. At one point he proposed joint Polish, Ukrainian, and Russian operations, all under the command of a main commander-in-chief of the Western Anti-Bolshevik Front, who would be a French general. Denikin would never have considered that. But in the end Vrangel received less foreign help than Denikin, Kolchak, or even Yudenich. Britain had been the great backer of the Whites. But by the late autumn of 1919 the flow of arms had begun to dry up, and then the winter of military disasters in Siberia and the Kubans seemed to prove that the Whites had no future. The British now wanted to normalize relations with Moscow, and they tried to interpose themselves between Reds and Whites. In April 1920 Moscow was asked to spare the White survivors in the Crimea, while Vrangel was warned against adventures, if you attack. His Majesty's government will be unable to concern themselves any further with the fate of your army. When Vrangel did launch his June attack, after 2 months' breathing space spent preparing his forces, the British withdrew all support. What aid there was came from France. The French had been hostile to Vrangel's predecessor, Denikin, and did nothing to help the AFSR, but in their desire to support the cordon sanitaire of border states, especially Poland and Romania, they valued any force that distracted the Reds. They went as far as according Vrangel de facto recognition in August. But the French made excessive economic demands and sent very little equipment. Vrangel had the advantage of the Soviet-Polish War, but effective cooperation with Warsaw was limited by geography and politics. In the autumn Vrangel gave priority to an attack to the northwest to link up with the Poles, who by this time had stopped the Reds on the Vistula and were rolling them back into Belorussia and the Ukraine. But the Poles only wanted the borderlands, not the destruction of the Soviet regime. Vrangel's scheme for a link-up on the Dnieper at Cherkasy, halfway between Kiev and Ekaterinoslav, was a mirage designed to keep the Poles fighting, to keep his cause credible with the French, and to cover his own Kuban failure. Vrangel tried to form, with the help of the ubiquitous SR conspirator Boris Savinkov, a third Russian army, from Russian refugees in Polish-occupied territory. First and Second Armies were in the North Tauride. This ephemeral force, however, was capable of no more than border raids. In any event, the Vrangel front and the Polish front were never less than 250 miles apart. The campaign. In the first 2 months of Vrangel's rule, the front line was stable. Then, early in June 1920, the genie popped out of the bottle. The veterans of the Kornilov, Markov, and Drozdovsky regiments drove the Reds back from Perekop and pushed on to the north, reaching the lower Dnieper within a week. Meanwhile, General Slashev landed on the coast of the Sea of Azov and forced the Reds back. In a week Vrangel had seized control of the North Tauride, doubling his territory, and captured 8,000 prisoners, 30 guns, and 2 armored trains. Eidman's 13th Red Army, kept inactive by a lack of troops and the London-Moscow negotiations, was now stung into action. At the end of June, the Reds' I Cavalry Corps, led by a miner named Zloba, was ordered to attack from the open eastern approaches to the North Tauride, riding into the rear of Vrangel's armies and cutting them off from the Crimea. Zloba was not Budany. He himself was encircled, and in an area of German settlements with picturesque names like Lindenau and Heidelberg, the cavalry corps was practically wiped out. The Whites captured 3,000 horses, which made up for some of those shot on the quayside at the Novorossiysk. The first Red offensive against Vrangel had turned into one of the last great White victories. Ensign Oborevich took over 13th Army and attacked again in August, this time from the west. Supported by artillery emplaced on the high west bank of the Dnieper, Red troops, especially the Latvian division, made bridgeheads across the river. Most of these were wiped out, but the most important was not at Kakovka, 50 miles north of Perekop. It now posed a constant threat to Vrangel's line of communications. The repeated battles around Kakovka were fierce, probably the closest the Civil War came to World War trench fighting. Vrangel was able to hold the initiative until late in the autumn. White troops got as far north as the big Dnieper town of Alexandrovsk, now Zaporozhye, as far east as the port of Mariupol, now Zhdanov, and even threatened the Donbass. Vrangel's most spectacular operation was a landing on August 8 by 4,500 men in the Kuban. White partisans had replaced the Greens in the Kuban hills, and if they could join hands with the attackers and take Ekaterinodar, the Cossack Vade would be recreated. As it happened, the Whites had to re-embark after less than 3 weeks. Vrangel thought their commander, General Alagai, moved too sluggishly, but perhaps the Kuban was too well garrisoned or the Cossacks had had enough fighting. Vrangel's last move was the Transdnieper operation, prepared for over a month and launched by General Kutuzov's First Army on October 6. Originally meant to keep the Poles and French interested in the fight, it ended up as a desperate spoiling attack to damage the Reds before their reinforcements could arrive. The Whites got across the Dnieper, but they were badly outnumbered and within a week had to pull back. The initiative now passed to the Reds. An armistice between Soviet Russia and Poland was signed on October 12, 1920, but even before that the Red High Command had given the highest priority to the Crimean attack. It had been reckoned that even if the Polish War continued over the winter, Vrangel would have to be finished off to free troops for the West. A new Southern Army group had been set up in September to coordinate the battle with Vrangel. The honor of commanding the last offensive of the Civil War was given to Mikhail Frunze, the veteran Bolshevik activist turned military commander. Frunze had helped stop Kolchak in 1919 and for the last year had commanded Turkestan Army Group. Nevertheless, there were repeated delays. It turns out, Lenin grumbled, that all the calculations of the main commander-in-chief, Kamenev, are not worth a damn and are changed weekly, like those of an ignoramus. Extremely dangerous vacillations. Trotsky suggested in his Vestia on October 17 that Vrangel might well survive through the winter. The problem was that a partial Red success would only allow Vrangel to pull back from the North Tauride into his Crimean fortress. For decisive results, to trap Vrangel north of Perekop, the Reds needed the shock force of Budyny's 1st Cavalry Army. Kamenev ordered Budyny to the Vrangel front on September 23, but despite Kamenev and Frunze's urgings, his progress over the 300 miles from the Polish front to Vrangel's front was slow. The cavalry army had been battered at Lvov and Zamosk in August, and some of its units were demoralized and carried out pogroms en route. By the end of October, however, everything was ready. Trotsky and Colonel Kamenev came down to Frunze's headquarters at Kharkov to supervise operations. 5 Red armies formed an arc around the North Tauride: 1st Cavalry, 6th and 2nd Cavalry on the Dnieper, 4th and 13th between the river and the Sea of Azov, altogether 133,000 men, against 37,000 Whites. Frunze's greatest worry was that the Whites would retreat prematurely into the Crimea. Vrangel had seen the danger, but he wanted to secure the grain harvest. His armies were still in the North Tauride when, on October 28, Southern Army Group launched its final attack. The decisive victory Frunze expected was not immediately achieved. Budyny's 1st Cavalry Army swept southeast 75 miles from Kakhovka towards the rail line linking Vrangel to the Crimea, but the other Red armies advanced more slowly. The Whites lost 100 guns, 7 armored trains, and 20,000 prisoners, nearly 60% of their army, but the veteran units, including I Corps, the Old Volunteer Army, and the Don Cossacks, won the race back into the Crimea. "I am amazed at the enormous energy of the enemy's resistance," Frunze reported to Kamenev. "There is no doubt that he fought more fiercely and stubbornly than any other army could have." White units now manned the Turkish wall, at the top of the Perekop Isthmus. It was an easily defended line, even if its defenses had been neglected. But the infantry of the Red 6th Army turned the White flank by a surprise attack across the shallow Savash Salt Sea thanks to the cold weather and favorable winds on the night of November 7th, the Revolution's 3rd anniversary. The following night, the Whites fell back several miles down the isthmus to the Iashan Line, which was stormed in turn by the Latvian Division and Blucher's 51st Division from Siberia on November 11th. Makhno joined these operations, but his part should not be exaggerated. The insurgent army, Frunze told Kamenev, did not play an important part and avoided missions involving the risk of serious losses. 45 miles to the East 4th Army was able to fight its way across the narrows at Chonger. The Red commanders had been ordered to ignore casualties, and these battles were intense. Frunze estimated total casualties at 10,000. At the moment of these decisive battles on November 11th, Frunze sent a wireless signal offering the Whites surrender terms. They were generous, much to Lenin's annoyance. The Whites, to the highest level, were offered pardon for war crimes and the right of emigration if they surrendered immediately. But neither the terms nor the Red onslaught trapped Vrangel. His last achievement was the evacuation of most of his army. He was helped by Red ignorance of what was happening in the Crimea and by a crucial pause of 6th Army on November 12. Since April evacuation had seemed a possibility, and the White operation worked much better than in the Kuban in the previous spring. Denikin had had only one overcrowded port, Novorossiysk. Vrangel had Sevastopol, Kerch, Feodosia, Yalta, and Evpatoria. Vrangel embarked from Sevastopol on November 14th aboard the cruiser General Kornilov, and the last port was cleared on the 16th. It was a much bigger operation than at Novorossiysk. The extraordinary total of 146,000 people were taken off, twice what Vrangel had expected. This compares with 340,000 Allied troops evacuated from Dunkirk in 1940. The weather smiled on the Whites. The Black Sea was calm, which meant even small ships could make the 350-mile crossing to Constantinople. The Crimea had been the last refuge of counter-revolutionary Russia in 1919 to 1920. Despite the scale of the evacuation, many supporters of the White cause were left behind, under the tender mercies of Bela Kunin's Crimean Revcom. In December, Lenin said that 300,000 bourgeois were captured in the Crimea, but that they could be assimilated. On the other hand, he had earlier insisted that they be dealt with mercilessly if they did not surrender. The émigré press spoke of the liberated Crimea as the all-Russian graveyard, and their estimates of executions, impossible to verify, were in the tens of thousands. The more fortunate White soldiers were the ones who were able to escape abroad. Constantinople, whose traditional Slavonic name was Tsargrad, had been the war aim of the Russian nationalists in the great struggle of 1914 to 1917 that brought down the imperial regime. It was an irony that the city was the first stage of exile for the remnants of Russian nationalism. General Lukomsky was struck by the scene in those November days, when the streets of Constantinople were filled with a mass of Russian officers and soldiers, and the Bosporus was covered by ships under Russian flags. And when the cheers of Russian soldiers for their commanders could be heard from the Bosporus, and in the evenings Russian Orthodox evening prayers resounded around the waters of the Bosporus, it seemed that the ancient Russian dream had come true, and Tsargrad had become a Russian town. But the long-term fate was grim. The survivors of Vrangel's army suffered first internment camps, then statelessness, and a difficult life of exile. Vrangel himself stayed on as White leader without a country, until his death in Brussels in 1928. Vrangel had remarkable success, given the size of his forces. He kept the pressure on Soviet Russia for another year. There is a parallel between Napoleon's Spanish ulcer and the Red Army's Crimean one. Both tied up forces that could have been used with success, perhaps decisive success, on other fronts. Vrangel's main achievement was to preserve the French cordon sanitaire and to give Poland generous eastern frontiers. But there could have been no victory for Vrangel and his army. The Civil War was certainly lost with the armies of Denikin and Kolchak, and in 1919, and probably even before that. By mid-1920, Soviet power had been further consolidated and the Red Army had grown. The Cossack regions were gone. Vrangel himself called his campaign an epilogue, the epilogue of the Russian tragedy. Conclusion: why the Reds won. Sunday, November 7, 1920, was the third anniversary of the October Revolution. The evening before, Lenin had spoken to a large meeting in Moscow's Bolshoi Theater. "Today," he said, "we can celebrate our victory." Had the Bolsheviks been told on the night of the Petrograd Rising that, 3 years later would be, that we would have this victory of ours, nobody, not even the most incurable optimist, would have believed it. Lenin's memory failed him here. In October 1917, many Bolsheviks had expected victory not just in Russia but across all of Europe, and in a very short period. Pravda, on the 7th, had banner headlines: "For 3 years the Republic of Soviets has lived and fought, holding in its hands both the hammer and the rifle. For 3 years, hungry and cold, in fierce struggle, the worker has gone from victory to victory. He has waited for the time when his last enemies have perished, when the shackles on the hands of his foreign brothers have been broken. Forward again. No shrugging of the mighty shoulders. The hour of world victory is near. That night, the Red forces began the main attack on Vrangel's army at Perekop. A week later, on the 15th, Frunze sent a jubilant signal from the Crimea. Today our units entered Sevastopol. With powerful blows, the Red regiments have finally crushed the South Russian counter-revolution. The tortured country now has the chance to begin to heal the wounds inflicted by the imperialist and civil wars. There was a parade of army cadets in Red Square on the 16th, but no great celebration. Soviet Russia's economic problems were nearing their winter crisis, and this was no time for relaxation. Nevertheless, the last large, organized anti-Bolshevik force had been driven from Soviet soil. The terrible struggle was over. Soviet power, established 3 years earlier, was secure. Bolshevism had won. Was Red victory based on the political and economic policies of the Soviet government? Without doubt, the Bolsheviks' early promises were a basic reason why they were able to seize and consolidate power in 1917 to 1918. Their program of Soviet power, peace, land reform, and workers' control was widely popular. But those promises could not be kept. Economic life suffered greatly in the aftermath of the Revolution and the World War. Factories closed, towns starved. The Bolsheviks faced in 1918 a big challenge even within the working class. Urban conditions remained dreadful throughout the Civil War, as Alexander Kollontai pointed out in March 1921. To our shame, in the heart of the Republic in Moscow itself, working people are still living in filthy, overcrowded and unhygienic quarters, one visit to which makes one think that there has been no revolution at all. Nor were peasants, the great majority of the population, satisfied. Once the gentry's land had been taken, there was nothing else to offer them. And given the movement from the towns, the small size of the nobility, and the large amount of land that had been rented prior to 1917, the peasants had access to little more land than they had before. Instead, the state had to take the peasants' produce for the towns and their sons for the Red Army. It has been argued that Bolshevik agrarian and food supply policies had a worse effect than did Civil War fighting, since it was the provinces in the Soviet rear that suffered the worst decline in farm production. A frank and secret Soviet report of conditions in 1921 in Tambov, a typical rural province, made clear the dissatisfaction of the peasants. What sort of workers and peasants regime is it that we have? They were asking themselves. The regime, in fact, is that of the workers over the peasants. Nor were the Bolsheviks able to create the kind of mass democracy that they had promised in 1917. The same Tambov report showed great weaknesses even after 3 years of continuous Soviet rule and spoke of the military administrative character of the Soviet regime. The peasantry, in their majority, have become accustomed to regarding the Soviet regime as something extraneous to themselves, something that issues only commands. Our party, it concluded, has put down no firm roots in the countryside. By December 1919, Lenin had seen that power had to come first, mass support second. The proletariat must first overthrow the bourgeoisie and win for itself state power, and then use that state power, that is, the dictatorship of the proletariat, as an instrument of its class for the purpose of winning the sympathy of the majority of the working people. Lenin once said that the underlying reason for such an historical miracle, why a weak, exhausted, and backward country was able to defeat the most powerful countries in the world, was centralization, discipline, and unparalleled self-sacrifice. But if Bolshevik success was not explained solely by popular policies, it was also not explained solely by some remarkable political efficiency, going back to the Leninist tradition of the elite vanguard party. Economic and military steps were not carried out across Soviet Russia under strict control from Moscow. The Civil War will be much better understood once objective regional studies have been written, but even now it is clear that given the size of Savdipia and the low quality of communications, there could be no all-powerful economic and political center, and a great deal of the success of the armies depended on their own efforts as they advanced into the food-rich periphery. The Polish campaign of 1920 was the exception that proved the rule. The Soviet victory, then, must be seen as a mixture of several elements. The popularity of the Bolsheviks' economic programs was limited after the winter of 1917 to 1918, and they had not created a real mass democracy. Indeed, one of the strengths of the Soviet regime was that it often knew better than to pursue unrealistic policies when they did not work. Nor was the Soviet state highly efficient. Nevertheless, the popularity of Bolshevik programs and the effectiveness of their administration was acceptable relative to that of their opponents. The effect of Red Terror is harder to assess. Even some Bolshevik leaders felt that terror was counterproductive, but on balance it must be seen as an additional factor leading to victory. It contained the worst effects of the dangerous economic policies and prevented a successful internal revolt. Red Terror ensured that no one, as Lenin feared they might, thought the Bolsheviks old women. The Bolsheviks kept control of the Red Heartland throughout the Civil War, with the result that they outnumbered their opponents. The core territory of Savdipia was the largest chunk of the population of the old empire. It was mostly Great Russian in nationality. It contained most of the war industry, most establishments and stores of the old army and navy. Gaining and keeping control of this heartland in 1917 to 1918 was the decisive achievement of the Civil War. Moscow was the symbol of the heartland. Lebedev, one of the SR leaders of the little comic Czechoslovak force that took Kazan in 1918, dreamed of a further advance on Moscow. All her resources of people, of war, of finance would now be in our hands. In Moscow we would get masses of troops. There we would get the whole brain of our country, all her soul, all that is talented in Russia. In fact, it was the Bolsheviks who held the Aladdin's cave throughout the Civil War, and their enemies could only dream of its treasures after Lebedev-Kolchak, and after Kolchak-Denikin. Moscow, too, was the center of communications which enabled the embattled Reds to defeat their isolated enemies one by one. The ancient capital, as Churchill put it, lay at the center of a web of railroads, and in the midst a spider, vain hope to crush the spider by the advance of lines of encircling flies. The Reds fought from this base in the winter after their revolution, and in the campaigns of 1918 and 1919. By the time of the 1920 campaign, the Reds had an overwhelming numerical superiority. All that could have destroyed them was internal decay, and they were able to avoid the most serious internal crises until after their victory on the battlefront. The main campaigns were conventional military ones, and that is where their reserves of manpower gave them an enormous advantage. They also controlled a vast territory and could give up ground without being seriously threatened. When Lenin in April 1920 listed 4 conditions facilitating victory, one of them was the possibility of holding out during a comparatively long civil war, partly thanks to the gigantic size of the country and to the bad means of communication. The other factors were the Bolshevik peace policy, imperialist disunity, and peasant revolution. Trotsky made the same point. If we are alive today as an independent revolutionary country, this is due to our expanses. Red strategy probably should not be made too much of as a cause of victory. The Polish campaign was the most complex in military terms, but Pilsudski said he would not contradict those who described it as a kind of children's scuffle, a mere brawl, unworthy to be considered in the light of the high theories of the military art. We defeated our enemies, Trotsky admitted, but it cost us the greatest losses. We took too long over every battle, every war, every campaign. On the whole, the Reds simply responded to one attack after another. Their one great adventure, the advance to the west and the southwest in the winter of 1918 to 1919, possibly prevented the defeat of the Don Cossacks and certainly exposed the Soviet zone to attacks from the east and southeast. One vital decision of mid-1919, to pursue Kolchak beyond the Urals, was largely made despite the opinion of Main Commander-in-Chief Vetsidis. The planned southern offensive of the late summer of 1919, with the main blow coming down the Volga and through the Don host territory, made strategic sense, but proved impossible to execute. In the destruction of Denikin in the winter of 1919 to 1920, the Reds overlooked the importance of the Crimea, Vrangel's future base. The final strategic counteroffensive against Poland in the summer of 1920 was clearly pushed too far. This patchy record was only partly due to the shortcomings of the Soviet High Command. The size of the country and the disruption of the railway system also made it extremely difficult to follow a more polished strategy. Nevertheless, the form that the Red victory took was a military one. However much the Russian struggle may have depicted, and in fact was a war between classes, it was fought out by armies. Ultimately, Soviet victory owed much to the raising of a mass army commanded by former officers, equipped from imperial stocks, and manned by peasant conscripts. The acceptance of military reorganization in 1918, under the pressure of the Volga campaign, prepared the Reds for the greater onslaught. Even then, they only won because their forces were so much larger than those of their enemies. Of course, it was terribly important that the Reds were fighting for a cause and had a big propaganda apparatus, but the Whites themselves showed that a remarkable military effort could be created in Russia without an attractive ideology, beyond the supposed restoration of order. It must never be forgotten that, for the Bolshevik leaders, the international dimension was extremely important. "We have always known," Lenin said in his third anniversary speech on November 6, 1920, "that until the revolution takes place in all states, our victory will be only half a victory, or perhaps less." E.H. Carr argued that world revolution was in fact imposed on the regime, not so much by doctrinal orthodoxy, as by the desperate plight of the Civil War. World revolution was for Carr the diplomatic counterpart of economic war communism. Both came not from doctrine but from the war emergency. The parallel is clever, but the analysis is wrong in both cases. The stress on world revolution in 1919 to 1920 had little to do with the Civil War. The causes were Bolshevik utopianism and Central European turmoil. World revolution became subordinate to other strands of Soviet policy in the 1920s. This was not because the war emergency had ended, but because events had proved it to be just a dream. The basic assumptions had been wrong. Europe was not on the brink of revolution in 1919. Only in backward Russia could radicals take control. Neither the Comintern nor the Red Army gave Moscow a means of forcing the pace. The revolution could spread only by example, and the Soviet example was, on balance, a negative. Karl Kautsky, the leading spokesman of Western European Marxist orthodoxy, condemned the Stenka-Razin socialism, Baroque socialism, the Tartar socialism of Moscow. Bolshevism has, up to the present, triumphed in Russia, but socialism has already suffered a defeat. In other countries, moderate leaders and mass opinion were alienated by political repression, terror, and economic chaos, and they were shocked by the Civil War. The Bolsheviks dreamed of turning world war into civil war. In the end, only Russia suffered this fate. Foreign policy was a crucial factor in the Red victory, but not in the way the Bolsheviks originally intended. The greatest single stroke, the event that more than anything else kept the Bolsheviks in power, was the separate peace that unfolded between October 25, 1917 and March 3, 1918. This was in many ways, as the Bolshevik left realized, a rejection of full-blooded internationalist principles. It also had the negative effect of leading to anti-Bolshevik intervention by the Allies and deepening the economic crisis. But it did allow consolidation of the Bolshevik heartland in 1918, and that made victory possible in 1919 and 1920. After 1918, internationalism had the secondary benefit of maintaining Russian morale by putting forward the myth of the imminent European Revolution. Lenin's role in the Red victory was not as universal as Soviet historians now maintain. As Trotsky pointed out, he took little consistent part in military decision-making at an operational level. He never visited the front and very seldom consulted the high command. Stalin's estimate of 1946 seems about right. In the Civil War, Lenin urged us, then young comrades from the CC, study military affairs thoroughly. As far as he was concerned, he told us openly, it was too late to study military affairs. Nor was Lenin's political judgment an unalloyed success. He was profoundly wrong about issues that were most basic to his beliefs. He was wrong about the ability of the masses to run the state and the economy. His basic economic policies were untenable. Some of them were tested almost to the point of destruction in the winter of 1920 to 1921, and he was wrong about the likelihood of European revolution. On the other hand, his leadership during the October Revolution and the Brest negotiations was of central importance, and he also established a personal control over the party and the state which prevented, after March 1918, internal instability. He was sometimes prepared, too, to back off when he met obstacles, as in the use of the regular army and in some aspects of peasant policy. The historian looking at Trotsky's Civil War career must beware of two myths. The first is the Soviet view dominant ever since his disgrace in the late 1920s that he played no beneficial role in the Civil War. History, Comrade Stalin in fact pointed out, shows that Kolchak and Denikin were beaten by our troops in spite of Trotsky's plans. The second might be called the Trotskyist myth that exaggerates his importance. The truth lies in between the two, but given the state of Western historiography, it is perhaps the second myth that deserves the most attention. Trotsky was, of course, the second best-known Soviet leader, but his career in 1917 to 1920 was marked by spectacular failures. He made major mistakes in foreign policy in early 1918 and in economic policy in 1920. Even his career in the Red Army had the bitterness of the summer of 1919. Trotsky's vital step was to support the creation of a regular army against much party opposition. He also played an important agitational role. His famous headquarters train covered 65,000 miles, and all this was something that Lenin, as their comrade Lunacharsky pointed out, could not have done. The fighting men needed a figurehead to rally around, and Trotsky played his part effectively. At the same time, the other important leaders of the Civil War should not be lost sight of. Sverdlov, who died in early 1919, helped organize the state and the party, and Rykov, disgraced in the 1930s, was the man in charge of the war economy. Smilga, another future oppositionist, was the chief political organizer of the Red Army. Something should be said for Stalin, too, who had a most active career in the Civil War. If he had been killed in 1920, he would certainly be remembered as one of the great activists of the war. And outside the party, probably no one was as important as two former Tsarist colonels, Vetsidis and Kamenev. Why the Bolsheviks' enemies lost? The Bolsheviks' victory was also made possible by the weakness of their enemies. The parties of the right had never commanded many followers, and the center-right Cadet Party was hardly in a better state. The educated minority who opposed the revolution became more and more aware of their isolation as time went by. Gorn, an official active in the Baltic, was probably typical. It would be a mistake to think that Bolshevism was an alien element in Russia. Multimillion illiterate Russia nurtured it. She bore it and belched it forth from inside herself. The Russian intelligentsia was the thinnest film on the surface of the Russian muzhik peasant ocean. G.K. Jins wrote something similar after the disaster of the Siberian Whites. Our culture was a frail boat in the midst of a raging sea, but we, the representatives of the intelligentsia, argued among ourselves on the boat and did not notice the elemental force coming at us. The ocean swallowed the boat, and us with it. Paradoxically, the moderate agrarian socialists who tried to swim in the muzhik ocean also drowned. This was partly a failure of will and organization, but it also came from a kind of peasant passivity, a passivity that was a key to the outcome of the Civil War. The secret Soviet Tambov report is useful here too. Even the kulaks, it noted, the most cultured, the most politically developed stratum, do not, in general, show any capacity for raising their sights to thinking in terms of the state as a whole. Their economic mental outlook has not carried them very far beyond the outskirts of their villages or rural districts. Without the guidance of the parties of the industrial bourgeoisie, this movement can lead only to anarchical rioting and to bandit destruction. The SRs were never able to mobilize peasant support, to defend the Constituent Assembly, to oppose the commissarocracy, or to counter the pressure of the white generals. Given the weakness of the anti-Bolshevik civilians, it is not surprising that the soldiers took over. They alone had effective force. To Palkuzail, Tadai Kapral, he who has the stick is the corporal, summed up the power relationships in anti-Bolshevik Russia. The whites are sometimes said to have lost because petty rivalries blocked a common military strategy. It is true that their attacks were not coordinated, but this could not have been avoided. The difficulties of communication were immense. The four white fronts, South Russia, Western Siberia, North Russia, the Baltic, were all far distant from one another. The two main fronts, Denikins and Kolchaks, were separated by a 10,500-mile voyage around the Middle East and Asia, and then a 4,000-mile rail trip across Siberia. The fate of General Grishin Almazov, captured and executed while trying to take the short route to Omsk across the Caspian Sea, showed the danger. Denikin and Kolchak never met one another and could not have done so during the Civil War. The various white armies simply launched their attacks as soon as they were ready. There were sound reasons for this. With each month, the Red Army became larger. The Allies would only give support if there were successful white advances. Civil War armies did better on the offensive. The one serious mistake of grand strategy was the failure of the Siberian and South Russian armies to link up either in the summer of 1918 or the summer of 1919, and at the time there seemed good reasons for advancing in other directions. The failure of the Poles to march in 1919 was also critical, although this was outside white control. The anti-Bolshevik Democrats had a popular program but few military resources. The white generals and colonels had better armies but made few promises to the population of their base territories and of the large captured regions. This was partly because the whites' social foundation was the property-owning minority, the Tsinzovo society. But it also came from their very dislike of politics. The white leaders were narrow conservative nationalists. Sakharov, one of Kolchak's generals, summed up the white outlook in his 1919 appeal to the Urals population. Our party is wholly Russia, our class is the whole Russian people. The whites ignored parties and classes. They thought, moreover, in terms not of revolution or even of civil war, but of the Likolity or Smuta time of troubles. The Great Smuta dated from the early 1600s. Denikin entitled his massive memoirs sketches of the Russian time of troubles. One anti-Bolshevik Cossack politician, defending demands for autonomy against the disapproval of the white generals, had to insist, this is not a Smuta but a popular movement. But the whites were even afraid of a popular movement. The whites feared the people. Paradoxically, they counted on some vague popular upsurge to bring them victory. Sakharov again, talking about the late autumn of 1919, was typical. If the rear would give his poorly equipped army some support, he would pursue the Reds back beyond the Urals. And then the road to Moscow would be clear. Then the whole people would come over to us and stand openly under the Admiral's banner. The Bolsheviks and the other socialist filth would be destroyed, from the roots up, by the burning rage of the popular masses. But the whites, unlike the Reds, made little effort to mobilize the population in a political way, and their social and political program was not one that bred spontaneous popular support. Sakharov proudly wrote that the white movement was in essence the first manifestation of fascism. He was writing in Munich 9 months after Mussolini's march on Rome. But this was distorted hindsight. The whites lacked the mobilization skills and relatively wide social base of the Italian or German radical right. Linked to narrow political horizons was another vital drawback of white rule: arbitrary conduct by white authorities and a general lack of order. The source of this was the crude nature of white politics and the lack of vital resources, civilian administrators, an enthusiastic population, and time. The whites also failed properly to organize their armies. This may seem odd, given that the movement was dominated by military officers. But they actually lacked properly trained military specialists, especially in Siberia. The Cossacks gave them a major advantage in South Russia, but the Cossacks were jealous of their own autonomy and fought best within their host territories. The whites had only a small base of manpower and material compared to Savdipia. And, as was the case with general administration, they had less time than the Reds to organize their forces. The whites, as great Russian nationalists, were also opposed to any concessions to the minorities. They had no tolerance for the sweet poisonous dreams of complete independence, Denikin's words, of people such as the Ukrainians, the Belarusians, the Baltic and Transcaucasian minorities. Denikin was right when he said that his officers, Russian nationalists, would not have fought for the Federated Republic. Although the whites were prepared to accept some form of independence for Poland and possibility for Finland, they could not agree to all the territorial claims of the Warsaw and Helsinki governments. Polish action on the western border in 1919 might have made possible the capture of Moscow, while Finnish support would certainly have made Red Petrograd indefensible. The whites had little chance of winning. Certainly by 1920 Vrangel could only have won if there had been a catastrophic internal collapse on the Soviet side. But even Kolchak and Denikin faced, from the winter of 1918 to 1919, a struggle against great odds. The Bolsheviks had had a year to consolidate their position. They controlled most of the military resources of old Russia, they had more popular support, and their forces outnumbered those of the whites by 10 to 1. The Russian Civil War was a three-cornered struggle. Russian revolutionaries fought Russian counter-revolutionaries, but the national minorities resisted both. The Civil War was about what would become of all the peoples of the empire. And it was an internal affair. The only fighting outside the old empire was the 1920 Lvov campaign in what had been Austrian Galicia and the 1921 Mongolian expedition. Those regions that broke away were among the winners of the Civil War. They succeeded for various reasons. Finland and Poland won their own independence. Bessarabia, 5 Belarusian, Ukrainian provinces, and Kars province had the pull of neighboring states, Romania, Poland, and Turkey. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania were helped by German and Allied forces. All benefited from the Red Army's preoccupation with other fronts. But more than 80% of the former subjects of the Tsar became citizens of the Soviet Federation. Half of these people were not great Russians. The multinational Russian Empire, the famous prison of peoples, did not break up, a remarkable development in an age of nationalism. Demographic, geographical, and cultural factors were involved. The Great Russians outnumbered each individual minority by 15 to 1 or more, except in the case of the Ukrainians. Alliances that might have countered this, the Transcaucasian Federation, the Cossacks and their southeastern allies, the Poles with the Ukrainians and Belarusians, Pan-Turkism, remained only theoretical projects. The central provinces, the Savdipia heartland, were Russian-dominated. Even in the minority areas, Russians often controlled the towns and transport. The trained military leaders were Russian, and the nature of Tsarism predetermined the minority's weakness, just as it predetermined the weakness of Russian political parties. The Petersburg-centric Romanov autocracy had allowed little political or national activity. Even in areas where the minorities came to see themselves as distinct nations, and 1917 was a great awakener, they lacked the experience and the time to create an effective administration. Bolshevik Moscow's social revolution attracted the intelligentsia, workers, and peasants of the outlying regions. Bolshevik national policy, too, seemed better than the Russia one and indivisible of the whites, for whom cooperation with the separatists was ruled out from the start. It is hard to understand Richard Pipes's view that the Bolsheviks were the least qualified of all the Russian parties, save for those of the extreme right, to solve the national problem. The Cossack politician who spoke of Trotsky's dreams of a Savdipia one great and indivisible was making a crude oversimplification. Bolshevik policy rejected Russian chauvinism, and the most enthusiastic internationalists were reined in. The Bolsheviks granted self-government, however imperfect, to a number of peoples, and to the Ukraine, Belorussia, and other regions they even granted a form of independence. Moscow allowed wide cultural autonomy and encouraged a national awakening that would cause problems for itself in the 1920s. And it combined this with the maintenance of centralized institutions such as the party and the army, and with the unifying idea of social revolution. This was just the right, possibly the only, formula for holding multinational Russia together. It was important that the Russian Bolsheviks had strong motives for holding the empire together. Their leaders saw the nationalists as just a form of bourgeois rule. Their Spetsy military commanders had simpler nationalist motives. For both, the defeat of Russian counter-revolutionaries and Allied intervention demanded an advance into the borderlands. And there were broad continuities. Denikin put it as follows: the state link of Russia with her borderlands was preordained by history, economics, markets, the railway system, the need for defendable frontiers, the psychology of Russian society, and the whole totality of the cultural economic development of both sides and of mutual interests. The link would be restored sooner or later voluntarily by treaty or through compulsion, economic, tariff, war, or an army offensive. And that would have been done by any Russia, red, pink, white, or black, which did not want to suffocate inside the limits of those artificial boundaries which the World War and internal chaos had confined her to. The link was something that the newly conscious, newly organized minorities could not tear apart. Defeated with the whites was foreign intervention. Bolshevik Civil War propaganda stressed Allied intervention, and later Soviet historians, following Stalin, reduced the Civil War to 3 Entente campaigns. An imperialist conspiracy fitted in with the Bolshevik world outlook. A foreign threat mobilized nationalist feeling, and the Entente cannibals, Stalin's phrase, gave a reason why the Civil War lasted so long. But Lenin had predicted on the eve of October 1917 that the Allies would not be a serious problem. A combination of English, Japanese, and American imperialism against us is extremely difficult to realize, and is not at all dangerous to us if only because of Russia's geographical position. There is much to be said for this analysis. Contrary to what is often thought, the most important intervention was not by the Allies but by the Central Powers. Up until November 1918, they held much of Western and Southern Russia. The 14-power anti-Bolshevik Allied alliance that was featured in Soviet propaganda was a myth. The Americans were cool about intervention. The Japanese stayed on the Pacific coast. The French gave up an active role after the spring of 1919 Odessa shambles and concentrated on a cordon sanitaire of the border states. Even then, neither the French nor the British did much to help the border state of Poland in 1920. Few Allied troops were sent. None fought in the main battles. The Western Allies neither created the Czechoslovak Corps nor planned its uprising. The Czechoslovaks did clear a rallying area, but they were few in number and fought only for 6 months. Their success was a symptom not of Allied manipulation but of Soviet impotence and unpopularity. It is true that Allied munitions and supplies made possible the furthest white advance, but this material only arrived in quantity in the summer of 1919. Kolchak's spring offensive and Denikin's conquest of a South Russian base area came earlier. Even the Allied blockade had little effect. Bolshevik Russia's foreign trade possibilities were limited anyway, especially after the renunciation of foreign debts, and for most of 1,919 whites or nationalists held the major ports. Petrograd was the exception, but it had already become an economic wasteland. Intervention was not a disaster for the Allies, if only because they committed so few resources to it. True, it did not defeat the Central Powers, save the anti-Bolsheviks, or deflect a Soviet onslaught on Central Europe, something the Red Army was hardly up to. The Reds were distracted from some of the border regions. Some white leaders resented the intrusions of the Dress Circle International, but Allied support was a major part of white propaganda. There is little evidence that intervention helped the Bolsheviks by making their cause a nationalist one. And if intervention lengthened the Russian crisis, it did not create dictatorship and terror. They had deep enough roots in the soil of Imperial Russia. The outcome of the Civil War has much to do with Russian history. Tsarist Russia contained elements of both backwardness and modernity. Russia's peculiar state-sponsored modernization meant that there was a considerable working class, although small in per capita terms, and only a small middle class. The victory of extreme radicals during the Civil War had much to do with the very strength of the autocracy before 1917. Until less than 10 years before the start of the World War, there had been no legal political parties. The Tsarist state had never tolerated rival forces in the form of political parties or the national minorities, or even in the form of the army or the church. As a result, there were no strong forces on hand to take over the country when the autocracy disappeared in February 1917. The Bolsheviks were able to take over in the October 1917 revolution and the triumphal march of Soviet power because they followed the popular movement. The workers and Tsarist soldiers, with their particular discontents, helped carry the Bolsheviks to power, and then economic collapse and demobilization largely ended their political role. The right was still shattered by the impact of the World War, the fall of the autocracy, and the impact of social revolution. After that, there was no one to challenge the dictatorship of the proletariat. The reason the country did not just slide into anarchy with the October Revolution was, ironically, because of the state tradition that had been created under the autocracy. Modernization had progressed far enough to give a railway network that enabled the center to regain control of the periphery, and meanwhile the Bolsheviks were able and willing to make use of much of the apolitical debris of the Tsarist state, including the Army Officer Corps and the civil service. The cost. Lev Kritzman began his classic history of the Soviet Civil War economy with a photograph of a 9-year-old in a sailor suit, and a dedication that began, "To the memory of little Yuri, to the memory of my only child, to the memory of the countless children who were victims of the intervention of world capital." The events of 1917 to 1920 were a great tragedy to countless Russian families. Any attempt to count the Civil War dead makes depressing work, and does not even result in a reliable figure. The best recent estimate for the armies was probably that of the demographer Erlanes. 800,000 dead on both sides in 1917 to 1922. Erlanes's reliance on official figures for Red Army deaths means that his estimates are probably on the low side. Few records, for example, can have survived the destruction of 150,000-strong Caspian Caucasus Army Group in early 1919. Also, his detailed figures give the number of casualties in the Big Kolchak and Denikin campaigns of 1919 as only 2/5 of those for 1920, and considerably less than for 1921. Perhaps the figures just represent better medical services and statistics. Higher losses in 1919 were simply not reported. Another recent estimate by Polyakov suggested many more deaths among Red troops, 632,000 from battle and 581,000 from disease. Erlanis's figure of 175,000 enemy troops killed in action is conjectural. He suggested that 50,000 died in South Russia in 1918 to 1920, and 38,000 Poles, higher than the official Polish figure. This leaves 87,000. Presumably Erlanis thought they were killed in Kolchak's armies and on the minor fronts. Fragmentary white data suggests that the South Russian figure is too low. The Kornilov division alone claimed to have lost 13,700 killed, June 1917 to November 1920, and a similar scale of losses could be expected at least in the Markov and Drozdovsky units and in Don Army. Polyakov's rough calculations produced a figure of 1,287,000 for deaths from battle and disease in the enemy armies. The armies probably suffered more from microbes than battle. In this, as in much else, the Russian Civil War was a throwback to earlier centuries. Erlanis estimated that typhus and typhoid alone claimed the lives of 81,000 Red soldiers in 1918 to 1920. Hard figures of 15,000 deaths among white POWs at one garrison town in Siberia in December 1919 to March 1920 support a contemporary estimate of 50,000 typhus deaths in Kolchak's armies. Figures for 46,000 ill in Denikin's armies, nearly a fifth of paper strength, have already been mentioned. It is even more difficult to number the victims of internal fighting and of Red and White Terror. The following are 4 estimates of those who died at the hands of the Soviet government. Latsis's figures seem too low, and Conquest's too high, but one can only guess. The figures for White Terror are even more difficult. For what it is worth, if the estimates of both Conquest and Erlanis are right, then 3 times as many class enemies were killed in internal fighting as on the regular battlefront. In any event, the demographer Maxidov compared the surviving male and female population and, assuming that famine and disease affected both sexes more or less equally, concluded that extra male losses indicated 2 million deaths from Civil War action. Turning to the general losses resulting from the Civil War, it is important not to forget those who fled Russia as a result of the Revolution and Civil War. The demographers Lorimer and Volkov estimated these as about 2 million, more than Russian combat deaths in the World War. An unofficial Soviet source, Maxidov, suggested a figure of 3.5 million. Given that many of the émigrés came from the educated elite, the damage to economic and cultural life was even higher than the figures suggest. Finally, there is the question of the total human cost. This is bound up less with Red troops fighting White troops or Chaika executions. What killed most were the dreadful epidemics. The official statistics show 890,000 deaths from typhus and typhoid in 1919 and 1,044,000 in 1920, compared to 63,000 in 1917. In addition to that, there was dysentery, cholera, and the Espanca, the Spanish influenza pandemic of 1918 to 1919. The effects of hunger were tremendous. One source estimated that 3 million or more deaths could have come from higher child mortality. Another indication of the scale of the Russian tragedy were the 7 million Besprizorny, homeless children. Lorimer's study estimated deaths for the period 1914 to 1926 by comparing census figures and taking into account changes in territory and in the birth rate. The result was a figure of 16 million, which Lorimer divided between 2 million military deaths and 14 million civilian. Lorimer did not give a Civil War figure, but subtracting 1.7 million killed in the World War and about 5 million who died in the 1921 to 1922 famine would leave 9 to 10 million deaths resulting directly or indirectly from the revolution. Erlanis, without giving any calculations, estimated losses from disease, hunger, and the fighting as 8 million, or 4% of the population, although it is not clear if this included 1921 to 1922. An earlier Soviet demographer, Volkov, reckoned population loss in 1918 to 1921 as just over 7 million, and a similar estimate was recently made by Maxidov. Lenin was wrong in September 1917 when he compared a possible civil war with Kerensky's June offensive. No rivers of blood in an internal civil war can even compare with those seas of blood which the Russian imperialists have shed since June 19. Lenin gave a figure of 500,000 Russians killed that June. Actual losses in May, November 1917 were 22,500. But Lenin was wrong even if the whole World War is included. There were 7 to 10 million Russian victims, 4 times those the country lost in the World War, and they were mostly civilians. The civil war unleashed by Lenin's revolution was the greatest national catastrophe Europe had yet seen. The economic impact of war and revolution was recently summed up by Silvana Mal, using Soviet data published in 1923. The total value of the output of finished products in 1921 was only 16% of that in 1912. For semi-finished products, the figure was 12%. For particular sectors, 1921 output compared to 1912 was finished/unfinished products mining, 29%/27%, oil, 36%/dash, metals, 10%/4%, chemicals, 21%/33%, food, 10%/18%, cotton, 7%/5%, and wool 34%/16%. Losses were particularly high in the central region, Savdipia, which had been cut off from fuel and raw materials. Nov produced similar figures in million tons. In addition, the production of cotton fabric dropped from 25.82 million meters to 105 million. It is very difficult to work out how much of this was caused by the Civil War and how much by the World War. On the one hand, direct damage from enemy action to Soviet industry varied. The Donbass, the Ukraine, and the Urals suffered very heavily, while the big industrial concentrations around Moscow and Petrograd were never occupied. In any event, Kritzman, the historian of the Civil War economy, estimated that national income in 1920 was only 40% of 1913. Agriculture fell by 1.5 times, transport by 5 times, industry 5.5 times, such a fall of the productive forces of a huge society of 100 million people is unexampled in the history of mankind. In the 7 decades after October 1917, Soviet Russia suffered from authoritarian and even totalitarian politics, outbursts of terror, and a morbid distrust of neighbors. Was all this another cost of the Civil War? There are various explanations of the way Soviet Russia has developed. One concerns politics and especially Leninist ideology. Soviet developments can be traced back to the principles of Bolshevism and to Lenin's "what is to be done," with its concepts apparently so compatible with Stalinism. A broader version of this is that any form of socialism claiming absolute control over society is bound to lead to totalitarian excesses. A second explanation makes Soviet developments the result of Russian history. The low level of economic development and education, the relatively primitive society, and even the political culture of Tsarism were legacies that the new rulers of Russia had to inherit. The Menshevik interpretation links this to the premature October Revolution, the Trotskyist interpretation to its isolation. A more complex version would tie together the economic and political and argue that the task of overcoming economic backwardness, with the need for popular sacrifice, is bound to demand an authoritarian state. There is also the view that neither the history nor the political traditions of Bolshevism were crucial. The explanation lies in the detailed political history of the 1920s and the political skills and diseased personality of Joseph Stalin. The view that the Civil War was a basic cause of later Soviet developments is an interpretation less commonly met, although the war is often brought in as a secondary factor. Historians such as Sheila Fitzpatrick, R. W. Davies, Moshe Lewin, and Roger Pethybridge have argued that the administrative methods learned in the Civil War were revived in the late 1920s, with the forced collectivization of the peasants and the elimination of unorthodox communists. Stalin's famous slogan of the 1930s was a throwback to the Sturm und Drang of the Civil War era. There is no fortress Bolsheviks cannot storm. An alternative and related, if somewhat contradictory, interpretation bringing in the Civil War is Trotsky's view that the working class was destroyed in the Civil War, and that this opened the way for the takeover of power by the bureaucracy. Certainly later events can be linked to the Civil War. It is, however, going too far to say that without the Civil War things would have developed differently. The crucial point is whether the revolution and the civil war were two distinct things. They were not. In the first place, many developments that might seem to come from the Civil War were really indirect, inevitable, and delayed consequences of the Bolshevik seizure of power. The Bolsheviks were great partisans of class conflict, and of class conflict pursued to the death. It is utopian to think that after the seizure of power one's opponents will simply lie back and think of the inevitability of human progress. The Bolsheviks were less afraid of civil war than they should have been. When Soviet power was so weak and thinly based, when the Bolshevik party and class in whose name it ruled were so small, it is hard to see how the enemies of Bolshevism could not have had considerable success. The most dramatic example of this was the Czechoslovak Corps' whirlwind conquest of all the Urals and Siberia. The political and economic system advocated by the Bolshevik leadership and many of their urban enthusiasts in 1917, the pre-Civil War program, was one that was basically unstable and utopian, and could not fail to be replaced by something else. In particular, the general popular sovereignty of the commune state was incompatible with the divided interests of town and country, and with the inevitable consequences of the maximalist program. But even without looking at this aspect, it is hard to see how any version of socialism could have flourished given the realities of Russian society and the over-optimism of the socialist-minded part of the intelligentsia. The Civil War did not lead to Stalinism. Rather, both the Civil War and Stalinism were likely consequences of the seizure of power. The October Revolution, the Civil War, the Red Victory, and the later development of Stalinism can all be seen as a result of Russian historical development, notably the persistence of the Tsarist autocracy, its smothering of forces that might have provided an alternative to a maximalist government, the peculiarly unbalanced nature of Russian economic development, and the slow evolution of nationalism among the peasant masses of the minority peoples. The costs of the Civil War in human lives were vast. Given the nature of Russian society and given the ideology of the party that took power, civil war was implicit in the October Revolution. The costs of the Civil War were the costs of the revolution.